So,
Right.
so are the other planet like to you guys? Are the other planets like flat then, or no?
No. So here's
Because like you look at the moon, it's circle, right?
Dude, you're not
So like, can't you just compare like the other planets and like how they're all circled to like us?
Gerald,
You know what I
just
mean?
hold on for a second. Hold on for a
go for
second.
it.
I do want to talk to you about that, but I just want to finish up with Monkey because he's on
go
a
for it.
point.
Go for it.
He's on a point, and I don't want him to lose a train of thought because he's got something right now. So this is the thing with the globalist mindset, right? So and like I'm saying though, I like to challenge people.
And yours.
So,
I think actually, before you continue, I think you've got some views that you think outside of from where you're standing as well. Although maybe not. I don't know. Go on.
I'll let you be the judge. But like once we get to a part of the conversation where you say like, "Whoa, you say that this and that," and you can call me out on it, whatever. I'm good with it. Because the fact is, like, when I do my explanations to people, I want them to be more curious every time we have a conversation. And that's the good part about a conversation that leads you, like Gerald was starting to think about, like, planets and stuff. So, like, okay, we're at a place now where we're standing next to the globalist mind, and he's looking at the same Earth we are. Like I said, but outside of that perception, there's understanding that when you get to a place where your senses aren't even able to detect anymore what Earth you're standing on or feeling motion of, something else is happening. So this is the idea that's carried over to the idea, or lends itself over to the idea that the Earth is a globe. That's why like if somebody might say that Earth is
that's really weird, actually, because
it is. Now think about it.
It's really weird because you were saying earlier about the spirituality and that.
Okay, so at least with that understanding, Monkey. So with this understanding, you can at least.
No, they won't like what I've just thought.
Well, it's not. See, that's the thing,
the opposite.
Though. Yeah, but here's the thing. It's not. See, here's what I would say. Look, you should be a free, critical thinking human being. It doesn't matter what you stand on. I don't care what you say you believe, so long as you are free to think what you want.
Oh, I know what it was. What I don't see and I don't understand. I will say I don't know, whereas I think religious people will say they do.
Right, you're right.
You're
weird. You got it. You got it. That's it. That's it. That's perfect. Like I don't know. I'm not gonna move you from there because stay with that. Whenever now think about this. When you do have a conversation with somebody, you got to remember that when you do go into those conversations, that you stay with that line of thought, because you're going to hear some very weird things coming out of somebody who's really staunch.
I know. I already have.
And you know.
And you're not the only one who's in charge of this. You're not the flat Earth gang.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean.
So. But let me get to Gerald's question because I know he was getting into.
Yeah.
So Gerald,
you guys are good. I'm just here for the party.
No, this is like, listen, man. This is an open forum. I want everybody to be engaged that wants to. I think it's a beautiful thing when minds start actually challenging and getting into your questions. But yeah, I'll address the fact that you said planets are flat, or what did you say? Like,
yeah, I was just wondering. So you guys believe the Earth is flat, right? So like, and other planets, do you guys believe it's flat then? Like, has like the same concept here at Earth?
Well, are they planets even?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's just say that they're planets then.
Okay. Well, they're planets, and then how do we know that? Because like the story that somebody
can't just say that.
Okay. Let's just say the moon then.
Well, what about?
I know it's hard because I also believe I am not a flat earther. I believe the Earth is circular, but I like this argument because I like being challenged in this fucking way and trying to.
Gerald,
Let's go, Sasha. What's up?
Oh, it's all right. I want to ask him why he put the moon. Does he think that moon is what?
No, I was just asking if like, do you guys think the moon is like flat, like on how like the Earth is flat?
Are you thinking that moon is spherical?
I'm thinking the moon is globe, like all the other planets.
No, maybe all the planets are.
I mean, I can't prove that to you guys that it's globe.
Circles or just light. I don't. The moon.
We'll let Sasha get in. Sasha, go ahead, and I don't know if you want to get in here. I was going to respond to Gerald, but go ahead if you want to say something, Sasha.
Yeah, only he said that he cannot prove that it's globe, but he thinks that it's a globe. That's all right. A moon.
Yeah. No. Okay. Well. Yeah.
No, I just like to hop in here and just talk to you guys.
So yeah, if you were standing next to me and we're looking up at the moon, and you said, "Hey, that moon looks like a globe," you know what I would say to you?
It looks like a circle.
No.
Light,
No.
light.
What would you say? What do you say to me?
I would say that what you're seeing exactly looks like what I'm seeing. That's what I would say to you. Exactly.
Oh, that's like.
And what kind of shape does it look like to you then, when you look up in the sky?
Well, so here's the thing, though. You just
What
finished
shape is it?
It looked like a globe, right?
Yeah, like a globe, like a circle, right, in the sky.
Right.
The moon doesn't look like a globe because actually the moon's a good example because the moon doesn't rotate. We always only ever see one side, don't we? The dark
That's
side
true.
is the other side. So the moon is a very disc-like concept.
But know this, right? And one of the things that I do is that when I'm challenging people is I say things what they look like and what they actually are. There's two very different things, right? So if I showed you a picture of a 3D ball and I was standing far away from you, you couldn't know if it was actually a ball that I had in my hand or if it was a picture of a ball.
Oh yeah, I've seen that gif before. But
Right.
we can all agree that like if we look up in the sky, we look at the moon, it takes the shape of a circle, right?
Yeah, I mean it looks exactly what you're saying.
But so can't we take that argument and just apply that to the Earth?
No,
If
because
there's like all these other stars or planets and like
Yeah,
stars but like planets.
What are you
You know what I
saying?
mean?
We do that with all the other
Question
planets.
already. You're already begging the question.
No, no.
Just saying, hold on, Monkeytron.
Sorry.
I know you're excited, Monkey. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but calm down. So listen,
Well,
What's up,
I
Simon?
need to get stoned. That would help.
I was about to start. So the lights in the sky that you see that are planets, wandering stars, and the stars and the moon and the sun, how are they similar to the Earth you stand on?
I don't know. I'm just making an argument. It's like, you just see
I know.
it, like
No,
everything
I'm
is
just-
just like all like they all like take the shape of a circle. How can't we just all just? Well, no. I'm just like I don't know. Just wouldn't the Earth be a circle too? You know what I mean?
what I was
Like if all like everything else in the universe is circle, how come?
Yeah,
the circle's
Gerald,
not
one
circle?
second. One second. So here's what you gotta do in this line of questioning. When he asks you something, respond in the most honest way possible, and you'll start to get your answer. So it's best if you get like a back and forth where you're honest about it. Like, so if he asks you a question, just say yes or no, or respond to like the way, because when you do, it then starts to make you realize the question that you just asked could be answered by yourself. So
I mean, that wasn't a yes or no question though.
well, you know, but I'm saying
No, it wasn't. But also, just genuinely do it. Honestly, mate, I am not a flat. I don't believe in that it's a flat Earth. I'm prepared to believe it could be. And I'm
Wait, so Monkey, are you a
prepared to
Glober
believe
then?
all of these things. I haven't got good arguments for some of my things based on what some of these guys have said. There's some good points. It's good to test your fucking your mind and your views and stuff and challenge them. So answer that question. He's right. I mean, why is the moon round and the Earth's round? Is it? I'm looking.
So I never got an answer.
What was the question again?
Oh shit! I'm waiting for an answer still, Gerald. So, what? How are they similar? That's the question I asked. I didn't get an answer. How are the
they
lights
similar?
similar to the ground?
Well, the
you
light-
stand on? Hold on, Monkey. How are they similar?
Well, the lights in the sky, if you're talking about the planets, how are they similar? I mean, they look circle, so I assume that the Earth is circle, and as in the
Most
circle, I
of
mean
them like
globe.
dots. Come on.
I mean, that's my answer to that.
So you live on a dot.
Empirically, wait a minute. Wait, I'm still. Hold on, Monkey. I'm still waiting for an honest answer. Listen,
How's
you're
that not an honest
standing on
answer?
ground. You're standing on ground.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah,
It's
there's
not
no
a dot.
assuming about it. Monkey, calm down. Look,
I'll
you're
just
standing
mute
on-
myself.
You're standing on ground, on the earth. So look out your window right now or go outside and look around and tell me how what you see outside on the ground you stand on, how is that similar to the lights up in the sky?
What do you mean lights up in the sky? The stars or the planets?
Whatever.
Either.
Up in the sky, they're all lights in the sky to you. That's all they are, round lights in the sky. So how is that similar to the ground you stand on? Go look outside right now.
Those are
What do you
planets
see
to me,
similar
not round
to
lights in the sky. Those are planets to me.
And they're talking right now.
Okay, you're assuming that, but that's not what we actually see. We all see the same thing. We see round lights in the sky. Your eye is not binocular vision or stereoscopic vision.
Yeah, we say the
You
same thing.
can't see.
Yeah, it is.
You
Actually.
can't see. You can't see. You can't see spheres from round.
Okay,
I just
wait.
showed you that
We
in
can
the
agree
gift.
that's a
Your
circle.
eyes can't
right?
tell.
That's right.
Your eyes can't tell sphere from round. So there are lights in the sky, round lights in the sky. How are they similar to what you see based on the ground you're standing on?
Oh, hang on, I've got.
I mean, I already answered your question earlier.
Darker shaded at the edges. That gives
So
them.
you didn't answer the question. Well, okay, what was your answer?
That I see a circle in the sky, so I would assume that the Earth is a circle. And as in a
So
circle,
you're not
they
talking
glow.
about Earth, and you're just assuming. You look at the lights
Yeah.
in the sky. Your next step is you assume. No, I'm asking you what you actually see on Earth without assumption. How is it? What similarities does this have on Earth without your assumption
There's no
with
similarities.
the lights in the sky?
Is that what you want to hear?
Yeah, that's it. That's
Yeah,
it.
well, you see-
Like I already answered your question.
Why?
earlier.
Yeah, he got to it.
Middle.
So there isn't
Yeah,
any
I'm
similarities, but
That's
that's what
what you
Sonny was
see.
trying to. Sonny was walking you to that point where you would say that. But the thing about it, Gerald, is that you know how it took a little bit to get that answer? Because there's a bit of pride that's behind the idea that you were using assumptions this whole time to make the correlation from the things in the sky to the thing that you're
Yeah,
standing
I
on.
think if you're honest.
So
there it is.
yeah, it stung
I mean,
a
I
little
got
bit.
I got no
That's
evidence
fine.
or no way to prove to you guys that the Earth is a globe. I'm just here just to make
Oh
speculation.
no.
Exactly.
No, that's
It doesn't-
fine. That's fine.
Doesn't matter.
That's fine.
It's an intellectual argument
Yeah.
in a kind of fucked up way. It's
Well,
ace.
it's listen, it's screwed up to think about it because this whole time you've been told one narrative, just one. And so
Mhm.
you know, ever since you were small, that's the only thing you know.
Yeah,
And that's
so
fine, right? Doesn't it, you know, go ahead, Joe.
yeah, no, I just have a question for you. When did you become a a flat earther? What year?
2015,
2015. How old were you then?
45.
45. Damn, you sound
Oh,
young. You sound young, dude.
No.
What the? You sound young, bro. You sound like you're like late 20s right now. Not even kidding.
No, you can't be, dude.
Wait, so
Like,
what? Wait, so what changed your mind from going from a globe to a flat earther that day or that year?
it was one thing really, but it was water. I can go into it. It's not that difficult. Fluid statics. Look it up. Just hit on Google fluid statics
Gotcha.
and understand. This is
dude,
actual.
you could look into that more and change your mind, but don't. And yes, do and don't. Fuck it. Doesn't matter. New information should never scare you at all. And,
Of course not. Yeah, never be afraid. Always be curious, and always investigate and make up your own mind. Don't let somebody else make it up for you. That's what I would say. And if nobody agrees with you, then screw it, man. You have the only mind that thinks that way. But the thing about here is that it's filled with critical thinkers that think for themselves. Nobody in here will say, "Well, I'm just I jumped on the bandwagon because a couple of guys in here convinced me." It's not that way. We give up the challenge.
Hang on a minute.
You have to make up your own mind. You have to make up your own mind at your own time with your own research, with your, you coming to the fact that you say, you know what, I've did all this and you showed me a whole bunch of things, but I've actually came to the conclusion that I know now that the Earth isn't a globe. So that comes from you, not from us kind of arm wrestling you into it. That's it. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, and no one here is that. Well, actually, I was about to say no one here will do. I've come here on certain times, at certain days, with certain people where it's a little bit more pushy.
Yeah.
But normally it's like this, and this, I love this. It's just like, yeah.
Hey, when's the
Go
last
on.
time you guys had a Glober coming here?
The what, Gerald?
When was the last time you guys had a Glober coming here?
Every day.
No, it's
Every
been a minute.
day? I mean like an actual, you know what I mean? Like an actual
yeah,
good
no, that's
conversation. You know what I'm talking about?
No,
Hey,
man.
two came in today, man. I'm one. It's just
Well,
I've
Monkey,
been
I don't,
here
I don't listen. No, when you stop believing that reality actually exists, then yeah, you might be one. I'm serious. Like what I just said. Okay, I'll give it to you and Gerald this way. So for you to think about, you can answer this or you don't have to. It's up to you. I'm gonna ask you the question. You both can respond, and you don't have to. But here's the question. It's a 2-part question. First question is, are we talking on Discord?
Yes, we are.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously.
That's easy enough, right? Second question. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
100% sure that we're talking about this.
Yeah, we are.
Okay. Then you pass. There's people that will get stumped by the second question and say no.
Who says no? Are they stupid?
Well, that's what I would
No,
say.
it might be a trick. They might think it's a trick question or something
Well,
and not go with it, and all sorts of reasons they might pause.
I'm gonna tell you why.
We didn't.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna give you the answer they give us. They could say the reason why they can't be 100% sure is that, listen to this, no one can be that sure. We can only be 99.9999999% sure.
At that point, just round up. They're stupid.
For me,
Wait.
that's a given. That's it.
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
When
okay,
I say I'm did you say 100% sure?
Yes, sir. 100.
Right. Well, okay. No, then to both. But for
Here we
all
go.
intents and
All right.
purposes.
So
yes.
Gerald, see,
Ronnie, are you
No.
trolling, Monkey? You trolling?
no,
Monkey?
no, hang on.
No,
hang on,
I
Gerald,
know.
hang on.
Are you
Hang on,
are you actually 99.99% unsure or like sure that we're talking on
I'm
Discord?
not-
You
not-
got
I'm
that
not-
0.1% that you're not sure.
Unsure. No, I'm not saying. What? Come on, dude.
All right, so
I've been here before. You know I'm
yeah,
fucking.
so Gerald, like I don't know, Monkey, if you're being honest or not. So would you say to the second question, is it a yes or a no?
What was the second
100%.
question? And you have to remind me.
Are you
you're
100%
on-
sure that we're talking on Discord?
No.
Okay, so what is your justification that we're not 100% sure that we're talking on
Oh,
Discord?
here we go.
Because I can't possibly know everything.
Okay,
Like,
as in,
Wrong. I could be wrong. I could
How?
be wrong.
So what are we
Oh.
talking on Skype?
no, let him.
Maybe. Well, no, that would be the same. It'd be the same.
Okay, so
probability.
what would be the justification as to why you would be wrong on that second question? 100% sure. Because the first one was you were talking on
I don't know.
Discord.
I don't know. I'll tell you why. I'm just
Go ahead.
leaving an opportunity for me to be incorrect out
So you're
there.
optimistic. I understand it.
No, that's I don't think that's a apt term for that.
Okay, what's the?
It's not the right word, but you know, I'm just leaving an opportunity for me to be incorrect about something, and I don't think that's a bad. We are talking Discord, damn it, but I'm leaving the opportunity open for me to be wrong, and it could be something else completely.
It could be something
Wrong
else.
with that.
Okay,
It could
so
be
what?
something completely else, completely.
Right, but
Yeah.
we just.
I could be in some kind of underwater bathtub thing,
So you
being
think the world's a
interviewed
simulation?
by the CIA. Right.
Monkey.
Still very unlikely,
Monkey.
but I'm leaving that opportunity open.
Hey, Monkey. So you think the world's a simulation then?
No, come on, you know what I'm saying there. There's 0.0001% chance of that being the case. It's
Right,
not.
So this is okay. So now think about it this way. And now let me just challenge you, Monkey, because I know that's what you said. But see, I like the honest answer. That's first of all, that just know that I appreciate that, right? So if you say if you're actually in the camp that believes 99.9999999% chance that you're talking on Discord, right? If that is the case, would you be willing to bet your life on it? On that percentage chance that you could be wrong.
Hang on, you got to bring context into here because I'm quite
so
old.
let me
I'm
bring
quite
it
old.
in.
If I was young, I'd probably do more likely. Would I be
Okay.
more likely if I was
Would
younger
you-
to
would you-
bet than more
would-
old? Hang on.
Because yeah, look,
I
so
mean,
let
if you
me
got nothing to live for, then yeah, sure.
yeah,
No,
let me
but I've
well,
got,
no,
you know,
no,
I've got less life left.
I don't think that would be kind of like that. So let me get into what I mean. So if you apply this type of thinking, I think that it would be kind of a common thread that goes in throughout all kinds of other things that you would think about. You couldn't be sure 100% on almost everything, right? Or is there something that you're
Can't be. And actually, you know, and I'll go with that. I never am 100% sure, and I don't think I should. And that's the
Okay.
reason I'm fucking here talking to you fuckers. in the first
Right.
place.
So what we listen,
Yeah.
and I'm going to put it out as a challenge to you. You don't have to answer this next one, but you can if you want to, right? You don't have to.
Oh no, it's
If
all
you
right.
and I if you and I were in a car together, right? And we're driving down the road and obviously we're getting to a place where there is a railroad track. I'm going to make it obvious for you.
Not
And then
obvious.
there's a train coming at a pretty fast speed, almost close to where we're at, and the car stalls on the middle of the railroad track. It stalls out. So would we then be discussing that there would be a small percentage chance that that train will not hit us and probably go around us or fall away or maybe derail or whatever? Or would you say, let's get out of this damn thing because we're going to get hit by a train? I'm 100% sure.
I'll say something to you. I won't be saying anything to you because I won't be in the car.
You'll be outside. No, but that's where I'm going with it now, because the idea of the certainty of knowing something becomes more apparent when something is on the line. So like if your life is on the line, there is no quibbling about it being like that small percentage.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
What happens?
It doesn't change.
So what happens? Yeah, but what happens though in that instant is that something turns on in your mind where you know how to navigate around things that are.
No, but I think, hang on. I think you're overrating 0.001%. I'm not. That's nothing.
But what I'm bringing to light is the fact that people don't navigate this earth going through life thinking about that kind of thing. We just know things that we know and what we experience. So
yeah, but I'm prepared to go the little leg further and go, well, it's possible that I'm completely wrong and these people are right instead.
But see, here's what happens. If with your critical thinking, you start lending your mind over to an authoritative figure. Let's say
only a tiny bit.
Right? Let's talk about it in a way, maybe just a little bit vague. But
how would I possibly have got here talking to you right now if I didn't have a little bit of an open mind, brother?
Right.
So
what I'm saying is though, the reason why people are in the position they are with the globalist mindset is because they've lent their minds over to the experts, to the authorities, those who have told them what the paradigm is. So the only way to do that is I'm going to tell you how it.
I don't know. Hang on. Can we use a different word instead of, I don't know, because these experts, they're just people who've spent ages and ages learning about stuff. Imagine if you had spent ages and ages and ages learning about how worms worked. And then
how do you know?
I came over and I went into your garden and you went, don't go over there. Those
You're just
worms
speculating on what they know.
Let them finish.
Just guessing on what they know.
Yeah, no, we're going to use experts because experts are claimed to be specialized in their fields of study.
Yeah, and they are.
So experts is very apt to use in this conversation. I know it might be upsetting because it's like throwing them under the bus, but it's not really. So what we're doing here is we're examining the people in whom and the people in whom we're laying stock to, right? And whoever it is that we're saying is the expert in whatever field it is we're talking about. So in the field of astronomy and the field of like whatever it is that we're astrophysicists, right? We're going to lend our minds over to them because they are experts.
Of course you are. Yeah, sorry.
Right? Monkey, do you follow me?
Aren't I? Yeah, because and that's no diss, by the way. It's just like, yeah, because you don't like, right? Do you like experts? Or do you hate experts?
Here's the thing that you're not understanding. I think it's the disconnect. The disconnect is happening right now where you're thinking that people are denying science. That is not what's happening. The fact is the people who are telling you these things from these other fields, like
yeah, sure. Listen, yeah, exactly. No, I know what you mean now. Immediately.
Yeah, so we're not talking about just like
I think he's listening because he doesn't know he's on Discord.
Yeah, chemistry, biology.
I can't be 100% sure.
Yeah, we're getting to that bit, I think, and we're going to Monkey. If you can just allow me here just for a moment, we're getting to the underpinnings of why people think this way. Okay, so it starts at early education, right? When you go to school, you're taught things, and you're very impressionable as a young person. So of course you learn things, right? So the next wave happens when your mind is already forming, and you're in your critical thinking phase. You're starting to ask questions. You're in like high school and so forth. You start going after high school. After high school, you go into higher learning, which is like you go and take some college courses, and then they start teaching you about like how to think, philosophy, some deep thinkers of people that think.
And then at university, they tell you all that shit's rubbish and forget all.
Well, no, I know, but what I'm telling you though. What I'm telling you is that when people start to think that they can never know their own known reality, because how do they know if their reality is not just a figment of their imagination? How do they know they're not in a simulation? How do they know they're not in a dream? How do they know just whatever it is that could
Do you
be
know?
possible,
Yes,
right?
I love all this, and I like the fact. Sorry, I like the fact. Just sorry to interrupt. I'll be very quick. I like the fact I don't know, and I don't mind. Yeah, maybe I'm living in multiple universes and I just don't experience it. Maybe all of something. I don't care.
So
What about the black swan? Do you find that as fact?
So 1 second.
Black Swan? What's the Black
Let me
Swan?
get on to my point, Monkey. I'll let you interrupt me. So just allow me to finish my
Go on,
point.
sorry, man.
So
I think
at that point, people of the globalist mindset will get the fact that since they were taught at an early age that the Earth is a globe, further education will tell them that they can't know their own reality, using their five senses. Then they start to say, well, since I can't know anything and I've been taught that the Earth is a globe by experts, then that is what it should be, because I
They
can't
didn't.
know
Hang on, they didn't. You
100%
said
sure.
they can't know anything there. Sorry, that was just probably you.
No, I didn't finish. You interrupted that sentence. I didn't say they
But you
can't
did
know
say
anything.
that one little bit. You said they
I
can't
said
know anything.
yeah, because you interrupted me, Monkey.
Sorry.
You interrupted me. I said they can't know everything for 100% sure. That's what the end of that sentence was when you jumped in. See, if you would have let me finish, I would have told you 100%.
If someone recorded that, that's not what you said. But that doesn't matter. Carry on.
Yeah. So what does matter is that since they can't know everything 100%, then what are they going to do? Then they're going to lend their minds over to whoever is an expert in whatever field, and then just give it to them. And they will never have to critically think for themselves.
No, because you can know something
Absolutely.
to a certain amount of percent based on
What?
I don't know what it's based on.
That's
You can
right.
know
That's
things
right.
to a
That's
certain
the point,
amount.
Monkey. That is the point I wanted you to see. You don't know what it's based on. So that's where they have your mind.
I just
That's
turned
where
the
your
key
mind-
in the door. I know how that works.
So your mind dwells in the realm of lending. Your mind dwells in the realm of lending it over to the experts, and that's where you are, and that's where you'll stay. Because
Maybe I
obviously,
will. Maybe I will. And I'm sorry if I'm being annoying. I don't mean to be. For God's sake, don't ban me from here. I love you guys. It's
Don't
good.
We
Anyway.
expect it. We expect it.
yeah, it's
It's good.
Davey
Thank you.
knows. Davey knows. We get a lot of this. It's people that are. It's just a bit high strung, and I know the fact that I've dealt with this many times. I just wanted to at least speak a little bit of this knowledge as to why the psychology behind this is why people think this way, and it's good because you admitted. Well,
No, I loved it. I loved a
why
few
I do this.
concepts here. Yeah, there was some
But anyway,
stuff about just fuck. Well, that's the thing that there was a kind of something that crossed across itself logically, which was like, because I'm here because I'm open-minded to learn about something, and you were kind of there was something the opposite of that that I didn't like, but yeah, whatever.
well, that's fine. That's fine. But like, there is psychology behind why people think the way you do, and the fact that you're saying that you can't think everything. Because when I talk to people that are sensible, right, we're gonna say to each other, yeah, if like, I don't know what you're doing at the moment, right? If you're sitting down, if you're standing up, I don't know. But let's
I'm
just say,
sitting down, I'm cross-legged.
okay, so that's
I put
fine.
one leg
And
over
then
the other. That's
if I
kind
was
of
to
like
tell
a
you
weird
something
thing
that
sometimes I do.
listen, Monkey, because we can't say this as a collective, but if we were to say, are you sitting down? You say yes, and you say I'm sitting down cross-legged. I would say, okay, are you 100% sure you're sitting down cross-legged?
Oh my gosh, here we go.
Yeah, go ahead and
If
tell
that's
me.
the same thing again.
Yes. What would you say?
No, I'm not.
I'm not
There you
100%
go.
sure that you're sitting down.
99.
No
There you go.
shots.
There you go. I would rest my case at this point, speaking with you about something that you possibly could never have an understanding on. Being is that you would take a position. Listen, if you would take a position,
Maybe at this moment in time, I'm not going to get this, and that's okay.
well, that's fine. That's fine. But like,
Yeah,
listen,
cool. There you
listen, Monkey. The globalist mindset would still be the same and par with yours. It would be on par with yours. So you're in the globalist mindset would be the same thing. Yet they would come in here and try to argue a stance, and I would say you don't have a stance because you can't know something to be 100% certain of. So you couldn't have a stance, even if your stance was whatever it was. It doesn't matter if it's concave, if you're a globe earther, if you're flat earther, even. You couldn't have a stance because you.
Hang on, that means you agree with me, don't you? That you can't be 100% sure of something.
Oh, I said they couldn't have a stance to be 100% sure.
What,
Are you
what?
100% sure that the Earth is flat?
They can't, and you
Yes.
can. What? That doesn't make sense, dude.
Well, it makes sense because they don't want to experience this reality.
Hang
together.
on. No.
Yeah.
You can't say that. That was double standards.
No, it's not. Because if you're sitting
It
down
was.
cross-legged and you can't even know that to be sure, and you're telling me that's what you're doing,
Yeah, but do
then
you
we
know
got a
the world
problem.
is flat?
Houston, we got a
Do
problem.
you know that to be sure?
Yeah,
I'm-
100%.
Whoa! Right.
If you tell me you're sitting down
You know the
cross-legged,
world isn't a globe.
do what now?
Do you know the world isn't a globe?
Absolutely.
100%.
100%. Without a doubt. I could talk to you about it, but I would get interrupted because I know you're a bit high strung. You be interrupting me like almost mid sentence, so I don't want to get too
No,
far
it was just.
into
It was just a.
So would you
thought.
put your life on the line that you're 100% certain that the
Yes.
Earth is flat?
Yes.
Yes, I would put my life on the line.
Like
right now,
everyone in
right
here.
today.
Like everyone in
Right
here.
here.
Why would
I
you
would-
bother? It's not.
I
that
would bet the
important.
farm. I would bet the
What about
farm.
My life.
your children,
Everything.
your
It's
family,
all-
it's the
I'm all
pets.
in.
1000%. I like that, Chris.
Yeah, it's like when you're playing poker, you're all in. I'm all in. All
Oh,
in.
you all in. Y'all are all in.
Don't play poker with me, man.
Man, I wish I had like some rocket ship in my backyard just to try to prove that wrong.
Well, here's the thing, though, Gerald. I would challenge you. I would love for you to try. My thing to you is that I want you to try to disprove me. I promise you, after 1
I
year,
can't, dude. I
after
can't
5
disprove
years,
you, man.
after
That's the
10
thing.
years, you would come back. No. Here's what I'm saying to you guys is that we experience the same Earth. I'm not gonna say that we're experiencing something different. I'm standing next to you. We're looking over the beach. We see the same flat level horizon. There isn't anything different, right?
What the fuck are you
So-
doing living on a beach? Damn it! Sorry, this is amusing.
Well,
but
I
I'm
know,
not.
but we're
It's
going
cold here.
we're going to view the Earth the same way, Monkey. There isn't anything that you're gonna see that I'm not going to see that's different, right? Of course, every one of us in here all of us, 100 or 50, whoever it is, standing at the beach looking over a horizon, we're all gonna see a flat level horizon.
If I popped you in a vehicle and we moved and we went up to space, and then you saw the Earth was, and you saw the Earth, and it was like, you definitely have to accept that, then, wouldn't you?
Okay,
Well,
so
obviously, because you have a rocket ship and you're going to the Earth. And
Hang on,
it's, you know what I mean?
It's a
hello, let me answer him.
rhetorical.
Monkey,
not
you gotta
rhetorical.
allow me to respond to you, bro. Like, all right, so if that was the case, then I could easily say, well, if I go on my magical unicorn, I would be able to fly up to a place that
Okay.
doesn't exist,
Yeah, fine.
right?
Because like
So-
I was saying, yeah, it's a hypothetical question.
Right.
So, yeah,
So I
Fair
can use
enough.
a hypothetical answer, right?
yeah, sure.
Okay.
So what
how
are
that doesn't
astronauts
work?
to you guys then?
So what now?
Actors? Astronauts. What are they to you guys? Astronauts.
What are you
Hey,
talking
monkey,
what, like, what are they,
you're living up to your tags, mate. If you can just relax and then just
He's a bit high
listen and then give a good answer, then instead of interrupting, because there's people listening as well, and it's hard to kind of listen to. So just let
sorry,
him
was-
talk and then give a good answer and then go ahead with it.
I'm gonna cut them off like every 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was doing
That's been
quite well.
sarcastic.
I'm very drunk. Talk.
You're good,
That
man.
might be
You're
the
good, man.
problem
You're good,
because you're missing the social cues. When someone's speaking, you're not supposed to really be speaking. Otherwise, if you're speaking in the middle of somebody's sentence, that means you're not listening. You don't care
Sometimes.
about what we say if you're interrupting 4 times per sentence.
It's getting kind of hard,
That's what
Monkey,
I've
to be
noticed.
honest.
It's because I know what you're going to say, so I'm bored of what you're saying already, and I know what the end of it is. So
Okay, we're bored of you then too. Okay,
Yo!
carry on.
Man's got serpent meter. That's crazy.
Alrighty then.
Well,
Anyways,
he's just saying, he's pretty much saying he knows everything. So what's he doing to you then?
Yeah, I don't understand. No,
Yeah.
I'm confused.
He knows everything, but he's asking questions. That's
I
dumb.
think when Monkey tapped out is when he said he's bored of what we have to say, so he's gonna talk through us. Come on, Monkey. That's no way to be.
Well, I tapped him out.
Hey, so how was your guys' Thanksgiving, man?
Yeah,
You
pretty good.
celebrated? You guys get some good turkey? Got some of that good stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty good. No, I don't. Well, some of us had turkey. I didn't.
Hey, and you guys smoke weed in here?
No.
Damn.
Yeah, there's people.
Damn.
So,
People-
Gerald, in the
That's good,
voice text
Timbo.
before, you said someone dropped an egg from space. I watched the
Yes,
video. So your version of space would be no gravity. So why would the egg fall back down to Earth and not float in the sky?
That's a good question. Honestly,
So
don't know.
therefore, you're not in your version of space, are you? You're just in the air.
I mean, don't you have to like reach like a certain like elevation in space to like have zero gravity? I don't know too much about that stuff, man.
Well, where's that line?
What's up?
Where's that line? Where
What line?
does that start?
What do you mean? Oh, I don't know. I have like no evidence to give you.
So, but you're claiming that guy dropped an egg from space, but you don't even know where that line starts.
Yeah. So what is space to you then? Well, like you know,
What is
you know,
space? Space is
is it like
space
the
is
edge? Is it like
between
the
me
edge of
and
the
you.
sky? You know, or is it like
Where's that?
Because Miggy told me that it was like the like whatever elevation that you're at. So I'm like, all right.
Well, your version of space and my version of space are different.
Yeah.
My version
I
of
understand
space
that.
is the space between me and you. Your version of space is
Oh, well, what
thing
is
with,
so what is the black stuff on the screen to you then?
the black stuff?
Like if you go to 2254 on that video, and then
Yeah, I
you
went
see on
there.
the camera, like what are you gonna call that then?
Oh, it's just above the light, isn't it?
Above the light? What do you mean the light?
Yeah.
Above the sky, you mean?
Oh, you're looking at a line where it's blue and then it goes dark. Yeah, I can't explain what that is, but it looks
So what
like
do you
it's above
speculate
the
it to be
light.
then? If it's not space, then what do you speculate it to be?
I'm not speculating it to be anything. I'm just speculating that you're up in the sky, and when you go up, you're above the light.
So there's no space, it's just sky then.
Well, it doesn't seem to be space that you think it is.
I know. So you
Vacuum.
think so Timbo, you think it's is it just like it's just the sky to you then? Like it just keeps going on and on and forever?
I wouldn't know. I haven't been up there, and we haven't.
I know, so
The
I'm just
balloons
asking.
can't
you,
go up any further than 140,000. So I don't like to speculate on things I don't really know about.
It's all good, man.
No one else.
What's your
No
name,
one
man?
else can really tell us either.
Jeremy Truth, put your name back.
The truth seeker.
So yeah, I just wanted to explain to you about the
You're good,
egg
man.
dropping
No,
from the
I understand.
sky is not the egg from space. So that's all I wanted to say.
Man, can we get some more Globers in here, man? Anyone know any Globers?
Truth Seeker get his name back to Truth Seeker,
I put it back.
but he only seeks explanations.
I know, but we can't change people's names if they're not derogatory or there's server rules that we go by. We can't just willy nilly change their names just because it's fun.
Yeah, we have a system here, man. We have a system here.
Well, I know he was explained when he was changed that because he doesn't actually seek truth. He only wants stories. That's why he got his name changed. That's all.
Yeah, but so Gerald, why do you have the mindset that you do, man? Like I would think that somebody
told
that's,
this,
that's challenging the question like this, man, you'd be already well on your way to at least being on the fence, bro.
I'm being on the fence. No, I'm just saying to me, man. No, I'm just serious. It's like picking you guys' brains, talking to you guys.
What's all this
But,
global?
regardless of like, because I have no like, I'm gonna be straight up. I have no way to prove to you guys that this like the Earth is globe or like whatever. I have no evidence to do that. I know you guys like making that argument a lot, and I don't know. I just kind of just grew up, just taught the way I was taught, and regardless of like whatever experiments or like evidence you guys have, because you guys have a lot of it, and I understand that, I'm still gonna believe that the Earth is globe. I just like hanging on in here.
No, why do you say that? Don't say that.
Confirmation. So bias confirmation in spite of irrefutable evidence to the contrary. Okay.
All right, very top. I just unmuted you. Welcome to the chat. Are you there?
Being straight up, man.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Very, very soft, man. Are you globe or are you a flat earther, man?
Is this like a discussion?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm on.
So-
I'm on.
Hey, very top. Are you talking on Discord or no?
Hey, Gerald, just hang back.
Yeah.
a moment. Let the admin
Okay. Never mind.
moderators do it.
Go.
Very top.
Okay, wait, so yeah.
So yeah, what brings you to the Discord, man?
I just want to like discuss stuff, you know.
We got a lot of discussions here, but we're talking about the shape of the Earth in this forum. So welcome to this forum. We don't care if what you think, so long as you're able to think for yourself. And if you think the Earth is a globe, please tell us why you think it's a globe and give us some evidence for it. Or if you're on the fence, you kind of don't know either way. Or if you know the Earth is flat, either way, just let us know and tell us why. Go ahead. Floor is
We're
yours.
just putting you on the spot.
Okay. Alright. So, I believe that the Earth is like. Oh wait, wait. Hold on. I'm trying to go back in there.
Go ahead.
Wow.
Okay.
He can't even keep the story straight.
I'm already dazzled by your shining intellect, dude.
Yeah, I know my intellectual thoughts.
Just be straight with this. Like, what do you think it is, man? What do you think the Earth is?
The flat Earth is a globe.
I think it's like a circle. I mean, globe.
A sphere?
Okay,
A globe?
it's a globe.
All right, bet.
Yeah. All right, so
Wait,
it's a globe.
wait, is it a globe or a sphere? What is it? Sphere
I
is
say
like
it's a globe. I say it's a globe. Sphere is
Yeah,
same
but
thing.
hang on, Gerald. Put a pause, dude. Like 1 second. Let the people that are in here. Like, I know you're anxious, bro, but just
No,
just
I'm
hang
talking,
back.
man.
So very top. I know, but just hang tight. We get
so
to this introductory
sphere-
phase, and then everybody can chime in. So we want to get to know him a little bit better. So it's got a little back and forth, and then it'll open up to everybody. But just so we can get to know where his stance is. So you think it's a globe? Why do you think it's a globe? Very top.
Because there's pictures of outer space and like the International Space Station.
Okay, cool. Now, if you want to have any questions, now I'm going to open it up, Gerald. So if anybody wants to talk to him about why he thinks the Earth is a globe and maybe challenging him on what he just said, then you can ask any questions you want, Very Top. And of course, the panel here will probably ask you some questions. But at any rate, now that we know where you stand on the subject matter, we can have a discussion now. So I guess.
Okay, do you guys believe that?
Go ahead.
What?
Wait. So what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I got a document. Wait.
Yeah, it's hard for you to communicate with people, isn't it?
Yeah, I need to pull it up real quick.
Like when you're in school and somebody asks you a question, do you just break down and cry?
Kinda, yeah.
Freaking
Alright.
Redwind.
I feel
Alright,
that.
Are you guys literals?
We have to be emotionally intelligent, okay? Let's
Break down
be
and cry,
We got you.
and then go to
Alright, so
Google.
hang on, Very Top. I'm going to give you some roles here. I'm going to give you VC verified so you can post some things.
Okay.
Hang tight. Because I know it sounds like you're going to post something, right? Is that right?
Yeah, I need. It's like a document. I have.
All right,
I'm
give me
selling
1
a trip
second.
to Mars.
Miggy, let me post some gifts, man. I can't post gifts.
I got a trip to Mars coming. There you go.
I'm going to give you a link,
Cheap.
embed image. Okay. So go to Very Top, go to live stream voice text. It's the text channel right above the channel we're speaking on. And then post stuff in there.
Wait, so I'm on Google Drive real quick. I missed it.
Let me change. Okay, so hang on, Gerald. Let me give you the.
Come on, man. I'm trying to ask
I got it. What it's like, what is it?
Go
What is
ahead,
it? What's it? Wait, which one is it? Which one is it? I forgot.
Live stream voice text.
They're right above the call that we're in right now.
Oh.
Let's go.
Jeez.
All right, I'm happy now. I'm a happy camper.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Very Top. You wasted your time.
All that for that?
Nah, homie was definitely with his friends. Did you guys not hear the chatter in the background?
Yeah, we did, but you kept talking over him, so I couldn't pick out everything he was saying.
No, he wasn't even saying anything, man. Just talking to him. I don't know why
We
you get
do
mad
this.
at me.
We do this for almost a living, so I can tell when people are assholes or not.
Are you calling me an asshole?
I don't know. Did I call you an asshole?
I don't know.
Nah,
Your
he
tone
said
of
he
voice,
can
man,
tell
is
when people
very,
are.
very passive aggressive. That's all I gotta say.
I don't recall you calling him an asshole, but I could be wrong. I'm
I did not, actually.
99.999% sure you did not call him an asshole.
Freaking
That's
son of
correct.
a-
But that 0.1% sure you're unsure about.
Yeah, he is misguided. Truth, I will agree with you on that. But no matter, like we give him an opportunity. That's all. Doesn't hurt anybody none.
I'm with you. Bring them on.
Yeah. If anybody else wants to come in here, I mean, it's a wasted opportunity, really. You should come in here and like really challenge what you think you know.
Yeah, just get it out there. Just prove us our, let it all hang out. Just say what it is. It's a ball. You're proud to be a ball believer and all that. We agree with you.
Yeah. Say, the better that you stand on all 10 toes doing it, the easier it is for us to know where you stand. Not tippy-toeing around it,
Where the Globers at? Where the Globers at?
No Globers to be found.
Julius, what's up? Yeah, none whatsoever.
Oh, just out running to Walmart.
What's up, One Big Pond? Shout out, homie, from the YouTube text chat. I've seen you in there a lot.
Oh, you guys live stream this?
Yeah, we're live streaming on YouTube, man. 100%.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'll give you the link if you want to check it out.
Oh, sure. Send it.
And
Just put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. I'll click it.
All right. Yeah. Oh, subscribe to Helios chat too, or channel. I'm gonna have to get you out this globe nonsense, man, that you've been saying that you're still
This
believing.
globe nonsense. I'm always gonna believe it's a globe.
This freaking globe.
Hey, what's your conversion rate, man? Your conversion rate. Nah, I'm playing.
It's pretty high, bro.
Is it actually?
Yeah. Listen, the people that
how many people have you actually converted?
Me personally,
just estimate.
I wouldn't put numbers to it. I'll be honest. But I will say
It's like a handful,
Thousands.
Nah, I think it's more than that.
No shot. It's like 1,000.
Dude, I've been doing this for 8 years, bro.
So on this platform, between all of us, we've probably converted tens of thousands of people.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You're next.
I'm not next. Ain't no shot. Ain't no way.
Well, good luck because you're about to take a test, Gerald.
Listen, if you stay here,
I'm getting cornered right now, dude. I'm getting cornered.
No, listen, if you stay here long enough, I guarantee you, I will convert you. I'm gonna make that a promise to you. You will be converted one way or another. If it ain't me, it'll be Radwin. If it ain't Radwin, it's God Rockin'. If it ain't God Rockin', it's Julius, and so on and so forth. But there's enough critical thinkers in here that will be able to get the job done if you stay in here long enough. And if you're being honest, let's put it that way. That first question, it took a little bit of pulling of the teeth, man, but we got that honest answer out of you. Stung a little bit, I heard during the conversation. I was listening to you were struggling, like, what do you want me to say? Is that what you want to hear? Like, yeah.
I don't know. I thought I answered it earlier. That's why.
No, I mean,
I guess if that came out wrong, my bad, dude.
No. The thing is, like, when you're actually being honest, it kind of stings a little bit to say that you were wrong about like making the assumption. That's what happens when you're making the assumptions, and like we call you out on it. Aren't you making an assumption? You're like, yeah, I was, but isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? No, we're not. We're not supposed to be making assumptions. We either know or we don't know. It's pretty simple.
Oh, I see what you mean.
But that's just being honest, right? I mean, you're not putting anything, like if somebody tells you, hey man, do you know that the sun is a ball of burning gas in infinite cosmos? Like it's just burning, gas up there. You're like, well, how is it burning gas? How's combustion happening on the surface if there's no oxygen to be combusting?
Yeeks, that's critically thinking there.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
I ain't no critical thinker, man.
No, don't. No, you are. Don't say that. People that will start saying.
I just talk out of my ass.
Dude, I'm telling you, the people that have told you that you're not good enough or not smart enough have taken your mind away from you. You need to get it back, Gerald.
I'm gonna get
right
it back.
now. It's floating somewhere in the wind. You need to reclaim it.
It's floating in space for me, man.
Well, I'm saying though, like if you honestly believe that you're not smart enough to get this, then you're in a bad way right now. You need to get out of that mindset, bro. You can get this. Like it's not difficult. They make it sound like it's overly complicated and it's way beyond you. So that's why you feel that way, like you're diminished, but you're not.
So why do you think that they like taught everyone growing up that it's a globe and not flat Earth?
It's simple. There's one
Or like
one
power
thing.
or stuff?
There's one word. No, there's not enough money. There's not enough. Like they have it all. They don't need any of that stuff. It's for control. They want to control the agenda. The agenda is that the Earth is a globe, and if they can control that, they can control everything else that that it's attached to.
But can't you make the argument that like they could just instead of teaching kids that it was a globe, they could switch it and just say it's the flat Earth, and then they're just trying to control like the flat. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they can't control something that's not already a given, right? If it's something that's a truth, they can't control the truth. The truth is not able to be controlled. You can't put the truth in a box and control it. So they can control a lie, however, because the lie is deception. That's what they can control. And that's what you think the Earth is right now. You're deceived by that control method. So it's like, think about it. They have all the power in the world. They have all the money in the world. They don't need that from you. They can print money, literally print it out of thin air. They don't need that stuff. They need control, which is controlling you. That's what they want, ultimately, to control your mind. For you to say, I'm not smart enough, and I can't know this, so here's my mind. You tell me, you experts are the ones I follow, and so that's what happens when they get control of your mind. You lend your mind over to them, and then you're in here saying, well, I'm just too dumb. I don't know anything. Like, no, you're not. That's what they want you to think.
Somebody else did it. I don't have to do it.
But you are smart enough, and I don't want you to get into that state of mind where that's what you're thinking. For anybody that's in here, that's the way you should look at this. This is a battle for the mind, for your mind, actually. And it's a war that's been waged, and like right now, you might be on the wrong side, but hopefully the longer you stay in here, the more you'll see why it's bad for you to think the way you were thinking.
Still gonna be a globe. Ain't no way. Ain't no way I'm gonna switch. No way.
Yeah, you can do what you want. Like I would never pressure you to be flat Earth, but I will say to critically think about things, at least to challenge whatever you're thinking. Because
I understand. Like the stuff that you guys saying here got me thinking. But like,
not everyone.
It ain't gonna switch,
Gerald. Not everyone can be a flat earther. You actually have to have. It takes common sense. Like you have to just know what common sense is. And a lot of people don't have that, and people with common sense tend to be flat earthers.
But
that's all.
But I still stick up for anybody that says that they're not smart enough or that they can't get this. Like I will say that, however you learn that and why you're thinking that shouldn't be the case. You should always persevere. You should always want to know more and be curious, like, and ask questions, and you know what I mean, like. There should never be a time in your life where you're just throwing your hands up and say, I give up. Like, I can't get this, or I'm not smart enough.
Yeah, the not smart enough things is what I said. It's just common sense. Everybody has that. Just do you use it or not?
So we got some new people in here. We got Lubo in China. Lubo in China, I'm going to mute your mic. Welcome to the server, Lubo in China. Are you there? Your mic is open right now, Lubo in China, if you want to talk.
Jupiter, Lubo in China with Jupiter. Your mic's wide open.
Yeah.
Yo, hello.
Ye enthusiast, what's going on, man?
Yo, what up, man?
How you doing?
So, is this like, okay, I got a question. This like discussion about like, it's like a debate, right?
Well, it can be at times, but it isn't really. There isn't any debate when something is already understood to be the reality in which you and I exist, natural and physical known reality. It becomes a debate when you try to fight against what's actually true. But in your mind, we already know that we have the argument locked down, so there isn't a debate for us. However, to you it might sound like one, but it isn't for us.
So like if I was to ask you like I don't know, it's just, like if I word it, it's gonna sound stupid, you know what I'm saying? Like
Just do whatever you think is the way you can phrase it. It doesn't matter to me.
all right. If I ask you like I don't know how to explain. All right, so bro, you think like if you look up at the moon, like do you think wait, so like if do flat earthers just like believe
that the earth is flat?
Yeah, do you like is it also other planets or just Earth?
I asked this earlier.
So yeah, the cosmology that you've been taught, ye enthusiast, has been one that's been given to you. Outside of that, you don't know anything different because everything's provided to you by either schooling or parents or someone's told you that what the Earth is and what it resides in, the paradigm in which it resides, like a ever-expanding cosmos, black holes, exoplanets, on and on, right? So this idea, paradigm, when you look up at the night sky, when you look up at the daytime, you're thinking that that's what you're in right now. Is this correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So how could you challenge that and say, okay, I don't know that it actually is that, but how can I find that out? What do you think would be the way for you to find out what, if it's truly, a globe floating in outer space and all kinds of stuff? What do you think would have to happen?
Like send like a weather balloon with a camera up in the sky, and then like you can see the whole thing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. That has never been anything sufficient to provide evidence for anything other than you just taking pictures of something at a high altitude. But this might be a way for you to get to the truth, right? And what you think. But the way we're going to get to the truth here is that we're going to be able to measure drop over distance, if there is drop over distance. So on the ground, right, if the Earth is a ball, like they say it is, right, we're going to be able to know that the Earth is curving. So we'll be able to measure the curvature of the Earth. If the Earth is curving like they say it is, 8 inches per mile squared. So obviously from the point where you're standing on to a farther point in the distance, there's going to be a drop in the distance, meaning that the ball is going to be curving down and away from you. If it's indeed a globe, would you agree if the Earth is a globe, you're standing on a ball, that it should curve down and away from you at a far distance away?
I don't think it should like go. I think it should go down, but like right? Not a noticeable distance.
So we can't notice or measure it, is what you're saying, or can we measure it?
I mean, if you had like a big what do they measure? Like measure that with?
Say again.
Like, what do they measure curvature with? Like the.
Oh no, I'm asking you because this is like where the claim is being brought forward so that you can understand either because somebody's told you that the Earth has been measured, or you've measured it yourself. So what I'm doing right now, ye enthusiasts, is I'm challenging you to think about the question: has anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth, or have you done it?
I mean, like someone has to
That's an assumption. That's an assumption.
I mean,
do you know? Either you know or it's an assumption.
I mean, not really, but like, you can just like, I mean, I guess you're right.
It's an assumption. Yeah, we'll just agree that you said that you didn't know. It's an assumption. So what we're doing now is attempting to verify that the claim that the Earth has curvature has been measured, but we can't do that if we don't know. So at this current time, right now, ye enthusiasts, you do not know if the Earth has been measured to have curvature. And that is a true statement.
Bro, wait. Ain't that dude from, like, what, Christopher Columbus, bro? He came around, like, he had to have, right?
No, Christopher
Sailing ships. Hold on. Yeah. Sailing ships are not measuring devices. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's coming from a mariner. So he's telling you from a, point that he can actually say that it's not way.
Wait, he's a seaman?
Yeah.
I said no wrong. Shit.
You're fine. I know what you meant. So anyway, getting back to the point, what we're saying is that I'm asking you the question, but it can't be verified that the Earth has been measured to have curvature. I want you to understand this right now because this is now becoming more real to you as we're having this conversation. So now you don't know if the Earth has been measured to have curvature. And we're not going to go off of assumptions and then say, well, somebody has had to done it, because we don't know yet. You don't know. I don't know. The question can't be answered.
Yeah, but like it came to my head, like, why does it matter if it's like a ball or flat? Like, why does it matter?
So because of the fact that they're controlling you with the information, you enthusiast. The information that you're receiving right now is that the Earth is a globe, and it's in the vacuum of space. It's spinning and it's going through space at a certain number of miles per hour, through infinite vacuum. It's in a heliocentric paradigm. You got planets. You got, like I mentioned before, you got all these things here, but you don't know that. That's just what you've been told. And I've even asked you, how do you know the Earth is an actual round planet? It's a globe if it hasn't been measured to be one. And because you don't, the answer should have been as easy as a quick, simple Google search, who's measured the curvature of the Earth? And then we would talk about, okay, this person measured it. But we don't know yet because you didn't answer the question and you honestly said, well, I don't know. And it's not about saying, it's not about saying that you would just say somebody has to have done it. It's either somebody did it and you know, or you don't know.
What if they did, like, they didn't tell no one? Like,
that's not the point, though. Yeah, your mind's trying to realize that you don't know, so it's going to try to find an answer to get around that and still keep it a globe. But because you don't know, now it becomes an issue. It's an issue right now for you because you don't know if it's been measured to have curvature or not. So now you're faced with the fact that they could have just made this story up. And now you're stuck with, like, okay, now I have to start to think, who measured this curvature? I would say, if anything that you take away from this conversation is that one single point, go find out who measured the curvature of the Earth, and then you can come back and let us know and say, hey, look, I found the guy or whatever. This is what he did. And we'll talk about it. But right now, since you don't know, it's now you can't say anything about the Earth being a globe or that it's in the vacuum of space or anything about it because you don't even know if it's a globe or not at the moment.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Shit.
Pretty crazy, huh?
Say something real quick?
Yes, Brett.
I'd like to make a comment on what he said about why does it matter? Well, when you consider everything that the heliocentric model, what it is, it goes against what we know about nature. Okay? Every single bit of the heliocentric model goes against common sense and what we know. If you think about it, that's why it matters, because it doesn't make sense at all.
Scrat, you were breaking up at the very end of that, but we heard
like, what the fuck is this dude saying?
Yeah,
bro?
we heard most of it.
No clue what he was saying.
I can
starting
swear,
to
right?
fall asleep.
Yeah, you might check your connection again, Scrat. It was breaking up big time, bro.
Is this better? How's this?
Yeah, you're good. You want to try again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah. Okay. It was about what he said about why does it matter. Well, when you consider everything that the heliocentric model teaches, what it is, it goes against common sense, logic, and everything that we know about nature. None of it makes sense at all. That's why it matters. I mean, it's a model that doesn't fit reality. I'm done.
He's right, you know.
Yeah, he is.
Am I typing now? My bad.
Yeah, you're good.
If you're willing to listen to the information that we have, I mean, really listen. Don't sit and go, well, yeah, but what about this and what about that? Just simply listen to what we're saying, and we can explain to you perfectly why it's not a ball. I mean, but you have to listen to what we're saying and not be going, yeah, but this and yeah, but what about the moon? What about this? What about that? Just simply forget about all that stuff and listen to what we're saying. We're going to give you some information that will, without a doubt, be objective information. It will be reality, and we can show you reality, and then you can make your own decision. I'm trying to force you into changing, just to allow us to show you the information that we have without going, yeah, but this and yeah, but that. Just simply look at what we have. And then when we're done,
from China?
If you say no, then you can say no. Don't care. Don't care whether you don't agree. Just simply, all I care about is just listen to what we have to say.
Who's that? Hello from China. Yeah.
Wanted to be rude, I guess. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I would like to know some information. I would like to know some information. If you say you have information for us, I would like to ask a few questions and honest answers. Can I get them?
Shoot.
Okay. How big is flat Earth?
Very large.
So how long? I mean, did you measure it?
Somebody has ever measured.
It's like this big. You look how big I'm pushing my arm.
I mean, how many miles or kilometers, whatever? Just give me a number.
Check it out.
Unverifiable. Unverifiable.
Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. There's a thing called the Antarctic Treaty, and you can't go beyond the 60th parallel. You can't go to Antarctica freely, and you know.
Okay, then another question: how long is equator? Line of equator. How long is it?
There is no equator. It's flat.
The line of equator. Do you have a flat Earth map? Don't you? Do you have a flat Earth map?
No.
No.
No map.
So you don't have a flat Earth map.
Well, what do you need that for? What is this relevant to, anyway?
I would like to ask a question. Everybody say, "Oh, we have answers for you." I'm asking questions, normal questions.
Where do you stand?
You're not asking.
What's your idea? What's your idea of the Earth? Let us know that.
I would like to know, for example, how far is equator from the North Pole?
No.
What's your idea of the globe? Is it a globe or is it not?
I'm asking about flat Earth. You told me. You said to everybody. You have all the information for us.
I didn't measure the distance from the equator to the North Pole, so I don't have that answer for you.
Hang on.
First of all, can you tell us what the equator is?
One second. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take turns, and somebody's gonna take lead on this conversation, so that we won't get like 5 people jumping in. One person take lead, and anybody who wants to go first can please chime in.
I just have one question.
Yeah, you go ahead. Now, Scrat's going to be talking. He'll have lead. Go ahead, Lubo. You got Scrat on. Go ahead, Scrat.
What is this the equator that you speak of? What exactly is it?
Equator is the middle, where you have on equator the sun. In the middle of the summer, the sun goes right over your head. That's a place where it's equator. Yes.
Okay, so you're talking about the movement of the sun.
Yeah, for example, sun. Yeah. So how long is the line?
Hold on. What does the movement of the sun have to do with the Earth?
I'm asking about the size of the Earth.
Well, no, you asked how long.
Okay.
Hold on. You asked how big is the equator. You asked about the equator, and
yes.
I want to know. I want to verify what you mean by the equator. You said something about the Earth, the equator, and then you're talking about the movement of the sun. Which is it? Are you talking about the Earth, or are you talking about the movement of the sun?
I'm talking about the line that is drawn on the map. You have a flatter map. There's equator. How big is the line? How long is it? How far is it from the North Pole?
You know that's not real, right? You know that's not real?
So flat Earth is not real?
No.
No, I didn't say that. I said your maps with the equator, they are not real, okay? That's not reality.
Do you know GPS? Do you know GPS?
Of course.
You have coordinates, okay? So coordinates, it shows you where are you. So the coordinates of
this subject?
Equator line.
Come across this subject?
Are you talking about?
Are you new to this subject or something, or what? We've heard it all before, mate. Like you're coming in with silly arguments. Come up with something smart.
I'm just asking a question. How is it argument if I'm asking a question about flat Earth? Come on.
Why don't you?
You want to give me answers. Nobody is giving me answers. Everybody's blaming me for something else. But I don't get any real information. Okay, if you can't answer this, how high is the dome, for example? How high is the dome then?
Yo, can you guys stop talking over each other? I'm trying to listen.
It would help if we knew where you came from, where your ideology begins.
I'm asking about flat Earth.
All right, so here's what we're going to do, because everybody's asking questions. Lubo in China, usually we have an introduction for new people. I didn't go to
China.
Lubo. Just hang on a second before you interrupt me, please.
He has no roles.
I'm a moderator here, so I'm going to moderate the way this is going to go. You're going to give a small introduction about what you think and why you think it, and then we're going to open up the panel to one-on-one to whoever wants to start to have a conversation with you about what you think, and then answer some questions so that you can do it properly. So let's go from the beginning, right? So Lubo in China, what do you think that the Earth is? Answer my question.
Well, I think it's a globe.
Okay.
And I would like to know the difference. Why do you think? No. You give me an introduction.
You're not controlling this forum.
He doesn't understand how this works, I guess, Miggy.
One second. Lubo, I'm the one controlling this. I'm moderating it right now. So all you got to do is just simply answer. I don't need you to interject and try to run the forum. That's not what you're doing in here. You're just answering questions and asking some. Simple. So I'm going to mute you right now. Let's go back to you said it's a globe. Now we want to know why you think it's a globe. Just answer that question, please. Why do you think it's a globe, Lubo?
Because I think it's a globe.
Why do you think it's a globe, Lubo?
Because everything leads to it.
Okay, give me a specific point that we're going to be talking about, because there has to be something why you think it's a globe. You just can't say it's a globe because it's a globe. That's redundant.
Okay. I can measure distances on a globe with a simple globe like the school globe. I can take the measure tape and I can measure distances between the cities. But nobody has even presented any flat Earth map that I could do it.
Okay, so now that we know where you're standing, and that's your evidence, right, that you brought forward. That's what you're calling.
That's not evidence. That's just practical issue.
So there is no evidence, is what you're saying. Before we open up the forum to everyone, there is no evidence for the Earth being a globe. Because I need to know
what. Of course, there is plenty of evidence, but my argument is not evidence.
No, okay, so then there is no evidence for the globe then.
Come on. You just said one specific argument that I present as evidence. I didn't present it as evidence. I present is why I believe the Earth is globe. Because not flat earthers has produced any working flat Earth map that I could take a ruler and measure distances between the cities. Come on. I started to ask questions. No, I haven't got one answer yet.
Lubo, one thing you got to understand when you're in this forum is that when we ask questions, and if you're being somebody who's skirting around and you don't want to give us an answer, and it's simply this, right? If there's evidence for the Earth being a globe, and you said there's plenty, you haven't stated one thing. You're just talking about drawing on a map. I don't care about that. The evidence that the Earth is a globe, like if somebody was to ask you, how do you know the Earth is a globe? You're not going to tell them, well, I draw lines on a map. That does not tell you that you're standing on a globe. So I need to know the evidence by which you stand that the Earth is a globe. The evidence, sir. That's what I need, not drawing on a map. That's not anything that's conducive to
real. It's not reality. It's not reality.
So show us evidence that the Earth is a globe, and then we'll open up the forum and people can talk about that one topic you brought up as evidence. Go ahead, Luke.
Polar alignment of the equatorial telescopes. It works on the globe only.
Say again. Polar alignment?
Yes, polar alignment of equatorial telescopes. Equatorial mounts. Okay, equatorial mounts, not the telescopes.
That's not true because I have one and mine works just fine.
Yeah, it works on the globe.
No, the Earth is flat. I measured water over Lake Erie, and Lake Erie is flat as fuck. So now what do you have to say to that?
Do you know polar adjustment, polar alignment? Do you know how it works?
Yeah, I have one.
So explain, please, how it works.
You explain how it works, so we understand that you know what you're talking about.
Okay, I will explain to everybody. So if you are at the North Pole, you point your polar scope right 90 degrees up to the circle of rotation. If you move 60 nautical miles south, you point 1 degree less.
When did you do this?
I didn't go to North Pole, man. I just need to go. I just need to drive around. I just need to drive around my.
Just ask a question.
You wanted me explain? When you drive 60 nautical miles south, you adjust your polar scope 1 degree lower. Okay. Then when you are at the equator, your polar scope is basically facing tangent to the globe. That means it's at 0 degree. Okay? And if you go further south, like for example, further 10 degrees south, you cannot see Polaris. That's only work on the globe. It doesn't work on a flat Earth unless you show me how high is the Polaris and any evidence of why we cannot see Polaris from southern hemisphere, like 10 degrees south.
Have you done all this?
I do regular pictures of galaxies and supernova and other things.
Okay, so you take pictures of the sky. So what does that have to do with the Earth? So my position is 41 degrees when I point my tracker.
Mm-hmm.
How you like that? That's it.
So how far are you from the North Pole?
Speaking of a linear function, it's a linear function though.
I'm in Ohio.
How does a linear function work on a globe?
That's correct. It's a linear function.
Yes, that's right.
So a globe is not linear.
I didn't hear what he said.
That function doesn't work on a curve.
Can you explain, please? I didn't
Did you
hear.
say that to Dr. Astrophysicist, or did you say that to the other guy? Scrat.
I don't know. It cut off some little bit. Okay. Anyway,
My statement my statement was that's a linear function, and a linear function does not work on a curve, on a ball.
it's a mathematical function, a linear expression. It works only on a globe. It's the numbers that make it linear. Okay, it's not the surface. It's the expression to the star. Okay.
Are you getting the angle?
Angles, yeah.
Okay.
So angle.
What are your straight lines?
You're gonna have to explain how you got it.
Okay, I don't have much time. I'm going to have to finish in like 2 minutes. Before in my introduction, some Godrow, whatever. He said he can give me all the information I want. I asked him 2 questions and I didn't get 1 answer.
So you're not going to answer any of the questions?
No, I have only 2 minutes. I have to go because I have to work.
All of a sudden you have to go?
You want a measurement for the equator on a globe or on a flat plane?
I'm asking about flat Earth. You said you can give all the answers about flat Earth. So I would like a map, or how high is the sun, or how high the stars or planets, so I can do some calculations.
When you measured the height of the sun, what did you get?
Come on. I'm asking about flat Earth.
Well, I'm asking you, when you measured the height of the sun, what did you get, so I can see if it matches my answers?
Right. Yeah. When did you?
Why you answer question by question?
Because you do all your stuff on paper and on a mat or on a.
I'm asking you the information. You don't have to give it to me.
Do not interrupt me again. You do all your stuff on a model, a model, or on a map. We do all of our stuff in reality. We go out on the earth and we take measurements. We do it from there. We don't do it on a globe that's in the classroom, a piece of paper, a toy. We don't use toys. We use reality. And you have got to do the same thing. Otherwise, it's not worth shit. You can't take a toy. You can't take a toy in your room and say, "Oh, this is the globe," because you don't know that. You don't know that that's for sure exactly. You're assuming that we live on exactly what they've told you. And you have
You
no
don't want to
evidence.
tell me. So you
got
don't want
no
to tell me.
evidence. No,
So you
that's
don't
not
want to
what
tell
I'm
me.
saying.
Yes, you don't want to tell me. I have to go now. Sorry.
Nobody told,
Next time.
okay,
Next
nobody
time.
told you.
Goodbye.
Next time. Sorry. Goodbye.
He claimed that
You're a lame.
that they know everything about flat
He's a
Earth.
lame. He's a lame.
Gone.
He's a lame.
So
I'm
again,
glad you-
again, they're asking us, or again, they're asking us to replace their map with a map with their bullshit with our bullshit. It's silly.
Their failed
Dumb.
model. They're asking for a replacement for their failed model.
That's what I was getting at. Exactly what I was trying to get to.
All right, gentlemen. We have some new people in here, so we'll see if we get some more convos going here. I'll leave it up to you guys. Capable hands here. All right, so we got Teleuser that just joined us. Teleuser, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Are you there?
Yeah. Hello.
Hey, man. Welcome to the server. In this server, we like to get to know people, so I'm going to start off with introductory questions just so you know what the forum's about. We are on the topic of the shape of the Earth. So we want to know if you think the Earth is a globe, or if you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat. Please tell us. Please, hang on 1 second. Please tell us what you think and why you think that. So basically, if you think the Earth is a globe, give us some examples as to why you think that. Some evidence, sir. And if you think it's, on the fence, then let us know. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Well, I believe that the Earth is a globe, and I'll tell you why. So have you guys, just using your brains for a second, what shape would need to cause a circular shadow? Can you agree that it would be a sphere?
I'm going to let the panel go ahead and interact with you. I just gave you those introductory questions. So anybody can jump in. Make sure that if we can just do one-on-one, guys, and not like 5 people go in there. All right,
What kind of shadow? What
So
did
if
he
you
say?
have a circular shadow, then can you agree that a sphere would have to cause that shadow?
No.
Why not?
Because you don't need
A straight edge can make a curved shadow on a curved surface.
And how would that work?
It works just the way it
I'm
works.
talking about
The way it
not
works.
just a straight edge. I'm talking about a full square.
Doesn't matter. If you can make a straight edge, make a curve shadow on a
I'm not
curved
talking about a
surface.
curve. I'm talking about a circular shadow, not a curved shadow, a circular shadow.
A circular shadow can be created with a freaking straight edge, bro.
A circle
Where's
and a
the
curve.
circle? Where's the circular shadow?
You're not seeing a whole You're not seeing a whole circular shadow. You're seeing part of a circular shadow.
I'm
you're claiming?
talking about the whole circle.
And what
You're not
shadow are
seeing
you
a whole-
talking about?
You're talking about eclipse?
I'm talking about when you see a lunar eclipse, which shadow falls upon the moon?
Oh, you're
Be a circular
you
shadow.
think those are shadows?
Yeah, you're assuming it's a shadow.
what
That's the whole problem.
What else could it be?
Yeah, exactly. Now, what else could it be? Incredulity. You're just making an assumption it's a shadow, and then you're just following to a
then,
conclusion from
okay.
your baseless assumption.
So
I see a circle in the sky. It's a shadow. Prove
if
it.
you guys were to travel to do 2 different locations on other sides of the world,
Wait,
how
are we
can
done
one
with the
side
first one?
say-
We're just scattergunning on to the
He's
next.
all done with that. It sounds like.
No.
He agrees
if
with
you guys
us.
want to just no, I don't agree with you.
So
If you guys want to
conceded to the
just
first
ignore it, then I'll move on to the next one.
Didn't ask you to ignore it.
So you conceded the first point because you changed the subject. Go on.
Nope.
Yeah, that's what happened.
I conceded the
Yep,
first
you
point
did.
because you guys
You
just
did.
are refusing to
conceded the first point because you knew you were wrong. So moving on
I'm
to the
not
next
wrong.
one.
I'm
because
not
the
wrong.
first point, because the first point was an assumption, so you had to move on from that. So we can
The
do
first
that.
point
if
isn't
you're
an
ready to
assumption.
You conceded.
Prove that it isn't a shadow.
Okay.
You conceded.
So it's a burden reversal.
Can we prove that it's not a shadow?
Yeah, it's a burden
don't have
of proof
to.
reversal.
Sorry,
can you
I
have
one
a-
person speak at a
how-
time?
How can
You're the
can
one.
you have
You're the
different?
one making the claim.
How
Hold
can
on,
you have a?
You're the one. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just asking him if he believes that it's a shadow being cast on the moon. How can you have a moon with different types of colors regarding its shadows?
Because it depends on how the sun falls on the Earth and what portion of the moon is covered by the Earth.
Okay, interesting.
Okay, back
So
to
first
his
of all,
question.
how does that
Hold
work?
on. He said, "Can we prove that it's not a shadow?" You're the one claiming it's a shadow.
Yeah.
The burden of proof is on you. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a basic burden of
if
proof
you want to-
reversal fallacy.
If you want to claim against it, then I'm asking for proof.
Okay, so
No,
you
you're
said-
making the
you-
claim.
Yeah, dude, you said it's a shadow, so you have to prove it's a shadow. You can't say it's a shadow and that's it, and we all have to just agree with you. Now you have to prove that's a shadow.
Yeah, how are you going to prove
Okay, then. So if light was to fall onto an object and an object was in the way, blocking light from getting to the object behind it, is that a shadow? Yes or no?
Point.
So imagination
We
then?
know what shadows are.
Not
Hello?
not
We know what
imagination.
shadows are.
Well, you started with an if.
They are. Please
Yo,
stop.
you guys gotta stop talking over each other, man.
Yeah, well, stop yelling. You started with an if, and then a hypothetical scenario followed, right?
It's-
so we
it's
still
not
have just an
hypothetical.
yeah.
If
So
you
we
were
just have
outside,
Quit
You start-
interrupting, my God.
yeah. You started with an if, and then a hypothetical scenario followed. So we still haven't had your assumption validated in any way. Can you try again?
so say you are outside, right, on a sunny day. Yes or no? Will you be blocking the sun and causing a shadow?
Yeah.
So, if the moon and the sun orbit and the Earth blocks the sun's light from reaching the moon, which emits no light whatsoever.
Okay, there's another
neither does
assumption.
The Earth,
There's another
does
assumption.
the light reach the moon.
Hold on, there's another assumption there. You're assuming also that the moon is reflecting the sun's light. So now we need validation for that too.
I never said that.
Yeah, that was implicit. Actually, you did just
I said
outright
it
say it.
emits no light. I said it emits no light.
So the
Oh,
point
you,
is,
you said that if the Earth blocks the sunlight.
yeah, that's the scenario,
that?
right?
Yeah, the moon blocks the sunlight. Yeah.
Wait, I thought the Earth was supposed to block the sun. Okay, well, it's solar eclipse, whatever.
The Earth is blocking. Sorry, that was my bad. The Earth is blocking the sunlight from reaching the moon. I'm talking about a lunar eclipse now.
Right. Okay, so now you've got two assumptions built in, right? You've got the sun is casting light on the moon. The moon's light is reflected off the sun. And also you've got the Earth as a globular celestial body getting in between the two other bodies, causing the shadow.
That's
you
what
got a lot
orbit's
to prove
called.
there.
Yeah.
You've got to
That's
prove
what
the
orbit's
globe.
called.
You've got to prove you've got to prove the globe radius. So you've got to prove that you're on a ball in the first place. You got to prove that the moon is reflecting the sun's light, and you got to prove that it's a globe shadow.
Three things.
Okay then. We'll go to another point that proves the sphericity of the Earth to do with shadows. So
conceded the last point because you changed the subject.
because I'm sticking
Why
with
don't you
shadows.
just prove what he just asked you?
When you change the subject, you conceded the last point.
I am
Get that in
sticking
your
with
head
shadows.
right
I'm
now.
sticking
As
with
soon as you-
shadows.
As soon as you go to the next point, Gish Galloper, you conceded the last point. Period.
I am
I
sticking
think
with
Heather
shadows
Stotts just wanted to
to
ask him a couple
further-
questions. He's answering them.
I am sticking with shadows to further back my initial arguments.
No, he's ignoring them.
So which one of those assumptions do you want to tackle first? Because you got a whole bunch of them on the table. So just go ahead with any of those.
All right, so I'll go for the first one on how the Earth actually casts a shadow on the moon.
Okay, first it has to be a ball. But anyway, yeah, prove whatever assumption you want to.
Oh, I will. Don't worry. So let's ask fucking Godrockin. He's old. Godrockin, are you speaking? Nope. Have any of you ever traveled to another side of the planet before?
You're pretty tired. Now you're presupposing planet. You understand that?
No.
I was going to say, what planet? You haven't proved anything yet. Now you want to with you.
Can we just be open-minded and hear him out for a second?
Hey, Gerald, stick it.
You mean I jumped into a plane and I flew like, let's say, 6,000 kilometers around an imaginary curve and landed again?
If it's imaginary to you, then you can say that. Whatever. Imaginary.
It is, because the airplane
Okay,
flies
whatever.
over a plane, it stays horizontal to the ground beneath. It's just
Actually,
logic.
that's the gravitational pull.
Now you gotta prove gravity.
This one is all over the place.
Now you just added another assumption.
So am I?
Dude, you're just
It's not
full of
another
stories. You're not even realizing it.
It's not another assumption.
Control. Teleuser, one moment, please. All right, so we're gonna take one person, and that person's gonna take point on this conversation. It's getting to be pretty bad. So, one person at a time. Please head it up with Teleuser. No matter who it is, anyone can chime in right now.
Well, he was about to prove the ball.
Sorry, Herotasines. You're first. Herotasines is first. Anybody else can chime in, but you're gonna have to wait till he's done with his points, and then you guys can jump in. But Herotasines has point, and then we'll go off to the next guy. If somebody else jumps in, I'm gonna have to mute you. I don't want to do it. I'm going to have to. Please don't interrupt Herotasines. Go ahead, Herotasines.
Thanks. Okay, so we're going to get proof of the ball, and then the next thing that you said is, have you ever traveled to the other side of the planet? Planets are in the sky, so that's kind of a non sequitur. What do you mean?
I mean this planet that we are on right now, Earth.
Yeah, but that's also non sequitur to what I just said.
Earth, have you ever traveled to another side of Earth?
Yeah. I've traveled somewhere else on Earth.
Yeah, so where have you traveled to?
I've traveled to South America, North America.
But you're American, yes? North American.
Yeah.
So the time zones are different at the minute?
Yeah.
And if the Earth wasn't curved and it was just a flat plane, why would time zones be different?
Well, it's fairly self-evident. The sun moves in the sky, right?
No, but if it's a flat plane, the sun would just shine the whole thing, no?
Why would it do that? We don't observe it doing that. It moves throughout the sky. It only illuminates so much of the Earth at a time, because it's only in one position at a time, hence your time zones.
So can you see the sun right now?
No.
So you can see what time is it for you?
5, it's almost 6.
All right, I can't even bring up that argument then.
Okay.
But what I was to say is, I'm from the UK, obviously. When it's like 5 to 6 p.m. over here for me, why can I not see the sun yet in your time you can? If the Earth's a flat plane, surely you'd be able to see everything on that plane.
Well, no, because the sun's closer to me, that's why.
But you'd still be able to see it.
Why would I still be able to see it at nighttime? That's observably not what happens. Explain.
Well, if you can see as far as the stars up in the sky, then why can't you see across the planet?
Oh, I see. We're making assumptions again about how far away everything in the sky is.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, so more assumptions. See, this is the problem, right? Because the last thing that you argued was based on a bunch of assumptions, and now we're getting a bunch more assumptions to base those assumptions on.
Right? But all of your arguments are assumptions, though?
No, I didn't. What did I assume?
Right.
I haven't assumed anything. Just asking you about what you're here to tell us.
You assumed that the Earth is a flat plane.
I didn't really assume that.
The shadow within the lunar eclipse is not real.
No, I didn't assume it's not real. I observed the eclipse. It's a real phenomenon, right? I just didn't assume that it was caused by a globe shadow. I didn't assume it was a shadow even. I don't know what's causing it, but you made the positive claim that it is a shadow, right? It's Earth's shadow. It's a globe shadow. These are a whole bunch of things that have to be demonstrated.
It is a spherical shadow. If you were to stand in the way of a light, the shadow that you cast will leave a dark area in the shape of what you look like. So if the Earth was to leave a shadow, a circular shadow on another planet, per se, the moon, which isn't even a planet, sorry for that. If it was to leave a shadow on the moon in a circular shape, that's the shape that it's casted, that it is, which would be a globe.
Okay, so you're assuming that there's a globe casting a shadow. Where's the globe? We need to see that globe.
We're on it right now.
That's the shadow. Yeah, that's begging the question.
Let's take a pause for a second.
Okay.
Okay, I posted a little GIF video in the live stream chat showing a flat, elongated object producing what appears to be a spherical shadow on a ball.
Not see this. There's a lot. Do you want to DM me it?
I'll give him perms. 1 second. Let me see. I think he has them. Go to live stream voice text Teleuser.
Yeah,
it's a channel right above this.
Send me it in DMs.
It's not gonna work, man. Here, let me do it. Can you see that? First of all, tell a user, can you see that chat live stream voice text?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, what's the last thing that you see posted? Real quick.
No, I can see the video with the lemon.
Oh, okay, all right, we're good.
All right, but if that was the case, that video that you're showing, the GIF, whatever.
No, hold on a second.
Okay.
That video that I showed you is the case.
And I'm saying if it is the case, hypothetically.
No, it is. It's not if. It is.
No,
it's
but to me, it's if. To me, it's if. If that is the case, then how...
Hold on.
Okay.
We have to set a baseline first. We're looking at a demonstration. The demonstration is what it is. There's no if it is.
I'm talking about if this is the case for the Earth.
No. Let's back up. You claimed that if there's a shadow that's curved on a surface, then that means that the object is necessarily curved. That was your claim. I demonstrated that your claim is false. That's the case, son. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
And now I'm replying to that.
Fair. Go ahead.
If this was the case for the Earth, can we just agree that if you were to drop this shadow and the table was a little smaller, it would drop onto the floor around, no?
What does the Earth have to do with this? Please respond to what
this said. Is what the Earth has to do with this. I'm just going to get you. Is this correct? If the table was smaller, would the shadow drop to the floor?
What the fuck kind of question is that?
What does that have?
It's a normal question that any normal person... But it does. But it does. If you're going to listen...
There is a shadow on the table. Don't you see it?
Have a normal debate, then you will listen. If the table is smaller and there wasn't enough space for the shadow to be completely cast on the table, would it fall onto the floor? Yes or no?
That is non sequitur.
Let's continue. Yeah.
Yes, just yes or no. Full answer.
Well, it's non sequitur. It has nothing to do.
So let him
what he's saying right now has absolutely nothing to do. Claim that was
let him go.
Wrong.
Let him do it.
Just hold. Yes or no, Ardens? Would it drop to the floor?
Yeah, it would continue wherever it needs to go.
So, why, within a lunar eclipse, can we see the stars behind the moon?
Holy crap.
Do you pack your lunch or do you ride the bus? That's the question he just asked you.
Are you saying the stars are illuminated by our sun? What does that even mean?
No, I'm not saying that. But if it's a big ball of light, it would be blocked. No, the light wouldn't travel here if it's just blocked.
What? By a
You know what nonsense.
Bro, let me ask a return question. Okay.
Go ahead.
If you have a shadow cast on a floor, in your example, and then I put a bunch of light bulbs on the floor and turn them on, is the shadow going to block the light bulbs?
It's not going to block the light bulbs, but it's going to dim them.
Really? How much?
Yeah. So,
it's going to make them brighter.
A shadow's going to dim lights.
Well, yes, obviously.
Dude, my friend. Please read a book, for goodness sakes.
What book shall I read?
How frickin' light works. How about that?
Light can be emitted. However, the way it's perceived, if a shadow falls on top of it, it will be slightly dimmed.
Dude, how in the world would that happen, dude? The light is being created at the source.
Yes, it's being created at the source.
Listen, shadows are not anti-light. They're not like negative light power.
I never said that.
Yes, you just did.
Pretty much did.
A shadow is caused by the absence of light. Yes.
Right? Okay, so perfect. Stop right there. Now,
However, having light won't fully get rid of the shadow. The shadow still slightly remains.
Friend, hold on a second. I'm going to turn the light off in my room. I now have a completely dark room. It's absolutely dark. When I turn the light on, it's now light in here.
Yes, but if you were to turn on a less bright light, say your main light in your bedroom was the sun, and you had some small lights with the stars, it would still be dark.
Right, so you're focusing on the lumens. You're focusing on the lumen power from the light source, not anything to do with the shadows or the ambient darkness.
But the stars have a lower lumen power than the sun, meaning they would still be
Doesn't
dim.
matter, dude.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't. Okay, let me
would
put
still
this
be
to you very simply. Shadows do not have a negative lumen. Do you understand?
I know.
Shadows are not a light vacuum where if they fall onto a light, the light all of a sudden dims.
No, and they do dim.
What would dim? If a shadow falls onto a light source, what could possibly dim?
Because the light is traveling that way.
No, hold on.
It's getting blocked.
Friend. Hold on. There's an answer. Okay. There is an answer. That's correct.
Okay.
That's actually a physics answer. If a shadow falls on a light, okay, so let's just say there's a light shining on another light. Then all of a sudden you put an object in front of the other light. Now you have a shadow on the other light. What dims on the other light?
Sorry, rephrase that.
Okay, you have two lights. Okay, shining towards each other.
Yeah.
You put an object in front of the one light so that the other light is now in the shadow of the previous light.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one possible thing that could dim on that light. What is it?
On the light. So I don't follow.
What does a shadow do?
It blocks
what is a
light
shadow?
Reaching a destination. It's like an object. It's what an object casts when light cannot reach past it.
Okay, so a shadow is less light, correct? From the source that's emitting the light, correct? Meaning that there's less available light to the surface with which you're getting reflected light. So the only thing a shadow can do is remove reflected light from the source from which it came. It can't remove the light from the lumens of the light that you have in question.
But it can dim them.
Holy freaking crap.
He's just going in circles, AI. Just going in circles.
Citation for the dimming. Citation for that dimming, please.
Can we get back to the nature of the features of Earth?
Yeah, friend, this little bit that you just did was to debunk the fact. This whole gambit was to debunk the fact that I showed you a demonstration. Okay, a demonstration that your claim about the shadow is false. So what say you to that in particular?
What was that, sorry?
We were talking about the shapes of shadows and the inferences to the shapes of the objects, okay? Not about the dimness or the brightness of the shadow. So you went down a red herring path, which is non sequitur to the point. I allowed you to do it because it's a juicy squeeze to demonstrate to the audience how clueless your point is. Now, let's go back to the shape inference shadow thing that you started with. I proved to you by direct demonstration that your claim is false. So what have you left?
Okay, then. So if you were, as the moon orbits around the planet, you can see the light slowly fading away as the planet's shadow casts. Now, if you were to move that sheet of paper to the left or to the right, it would still make that circular shadow because it still has the surface area to block it. However, the moon still manages to orbit around with the light still casting.
Oh my gosh. This is, again, non sequitur. Can you stick with what your claim?
That's my claim.
No, it isn't.
What the heck?
So the initial claim was not that the shadow of the Earth blocking the sunlight to the moon.
Can you explain that again, sorry, so we can understand? Can you try and explain that again?
Your initial claim was that the shape of the quote-unquote shadow, which you haven't yet verified to be a shadow, gives you a direct inference to the shape of the object casting the shadow must be spherical in nature. I prove to you that that's wrong. You haven't provided any adequate rebuttal yet. I'm still waiting.
Hold on, I'll send a picture in the voice text if I can see the initial GIF. Could you resend that GIF?
Could you do us a favor and just admit that your statement was wrong? Because he proved to you that it was. What? So you're going to ignore his evidence that you were wrong?
I'm going to prove further evidence.
He's glossing right over it.
You're completely ignoring the fact that he destroyed your argument.
He did not.
He showed you evidence. He showed you a demonstration that it does not have
he didn't show
to
it,
be
he
a
stated
spherical
it.
object.
And I'm about to show you why it does have to be a spherical object.
He just showed you it doesn't have to.
You just looking at it, you say that it has to be a spherical object casting the shadow, when in reality, it's a straight edge casting a shadow, and the shadow is curved.
I'm about to show you why.
We already know why.
Oh, dude, I can't wait. I can't wait. This is going to be dripping with juice. I bet.
This image here, yes?
We're having a discussion with a guy who thinks that a shadow can dim a light source. This guy is a complete moron.
Do you see the image, yes?
Yep. It's got 2 arrows on it. Yep.
Yep. So if you were to move the shape either left or right. Yeah.
Sure.
Would what is this, a lemon, still be blocked by the circular shadow?
Dude, you see how much leeway I have there? I have a lot of leeway.
Yeah, but if it was, would it still be blocked?
Dude, are you literally asking me that if an object is not in the path of the light, would it block the light? What is this?
No, I'm asking you, if it were to be moved left or right, would the same exact shape shadow still be cast, blocking that same view? Yeah, thanks, Adam. He said yes, it would. So, in the event of an eclipse, when the moon is orbiting around the Earth,
hold on,
a globe planet.
Hold on, friend.
Okay.
You need to preface that with an if, because there is no when it is. That's your assertion.
When it is, yes.
Prove.
I'm proving it right now.
No, you're not.
Do you follow from that initial picture with the arrows? If you were to move it left or right.
Can I ask you a question? How does it prove the globe?
I'm going to tell you right now.
Tell us, please. Hurry.
Yes, I am. When you move the thing left or right, it will still be covered, yes? It will still be blocked. Can you agree that, AI?
How does it prove the curve of the Earth?
Agree.
Yes, you agree. So, if the Earth was flat, then why, whilst the moon is orbiting around the Earth in the event of an eclipse, can you not see? No. Why?
No, go ahead, finish your sentence.
The circular ridge on the actual moon where the light slightly falls around the Earth, and as it goes around, it disappears.
Okay,
the image isn't claiming the Earth is responsible. I think he's confused that the image.
You've got nothing. You've got nothing different, friend.
The image.
How is
I think the
different?
image is assuming a shadow from the Earth. You need to explain it to him again, AI. He didn't get it the first time. The point of the image.
Okay, in my image, friend. Okay, the object, the shadows being cast upon, is validatable. The object that's the cause of the shadow is validatable, and the source is a light in the room. All 3 points are validatable. Their physical locations are known. Okay? Right. Everything you just told me about orbits is an assumption. You do not have a field of view where you have all 3 objects that you can validate your claim. So all as you have is what appears to you to be a curved darkness on the moon. You're assuming it's a shadow. You're assuming that it means that the Earth must be spherical when I demonstrate to you that no, you can get a curved shadow on a surface that's curved, that's from a flat object. So far, everything that I've said is validatable, provable, demonstrable, and everything that you said is a bunch of assumptions. Capiche?
All right, I'll give you that one.
Yeah, point of clarity.
No, my friend, you didn't give it to me. I took it from you.
Tell a user, point of clarity. I think you're getting something confused. Well, there's a lot of things I think. I know I'm not going to start from where I know you started getting confused, but I do see a distinction of what you're trying to assume the Earth to be when that demonstration was shown to you. I think you're assuming that we're talking about a flat disk covering the moon, and you're arguing from that point of saying, like, why is that Earth being flat and a disk in the way? And you're using the ruler that is being shown to you, adapting that to what you think the flat Earth is actually getting in the front of the sun and the moon. Like that's not what the demonstration from that you should be getting, but that's what I think you're getting mixed up at. You're using the idea that the ruler is what he's saying that the Earth is getting, because it's a flat Earth, getting in front of the moon and casting a shadow, or excuse me, in front of the moon.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I think that's what you're using right now in this argument. You're thinking that's what that demonstration that he showed you is actually saying, and it's not it. They're two separate things right now. The idea that you said that the only thing that can cause a shadow is something that's circular, or round, and that's not the case. That's one argument showing you that he just debunked that it could happen on the flat with that ruler, a straight edge, and it's going across the surface of that ball on the table. And it's casting that round shadow. That's just the one I wanted to bring a point of clarity for you. And then you're trying to think that we're talking about a flat Earth getting in the way. No, that's not it. So the paradigm is still not right. But
yes, and fair. The problem too is that when they make these assumptions about the Earth as a floating disk in space, they even go badly to say it's a disk, right? And that it's thin.
It's a globe. It's not a disk.
Yeah, no. We're talking about the conversation that he brought up with using the straight edge example, that you were identifying that straight edge example was trying to correlate that the Earth is also flat disk going in front of the causing the shadow, right? Is that what you were thinking?
I'm trying to say that the Earth is a flat is a globe. Sorry.
No. Okay. Well, just never mind that. I think I'm going to take you back to a point that, if you don't mind, AI, unless you got some more on this.
Yeah. Crayons are in the back. Color paint's on the right.
I have a few more, yeah.
All right,
you don't have to be so defense about this. Just relax with the dude.
Okay. So teleuser, check it out. Let's take it from the top, right? So you're saying the Earth is a globe, correct?
Yep.
All right. So what I need you to do, and it's pretty simple, knowing that you have you lean to the globe side pretty heavily. How have we measured the Earth's curvature? And radius. Okay, so I'm going to give you three things to look at: radius, diameter, and circumference. You know what those are?
Yep.
Okay, so the radius, diameter, circumference. So do you know that the Earth has been measured to be the set size and dimensions that they claim that it is? Or do you just think that it has? Do you know, or do you think?
I agree that it has.
Okay, so you agree. So is there evidence that it has been measured? The curvature.
Have you measured the flat Earth?
Okay, so you need to answer my question. Don't interrupt, guys. Don't interrupt.
No, I haven't measured it.
I'm not
I haven't measured it.
Okay, so you haven't measured it, or you don't know anybody that has? You could ask. It could be any.
Not that sad.
Expert, any expert or anything. Okay, so no, right?
No.
Okay, at this point in time, you're going off assumptions without knowing that the Earth has been measured to be curved. So the set size of dimensions, right? Radius, diameter, circumference. You don't know that it's a globe. You just think that it is, and you're assuming that it is right now at this point. Is that correct?
I'm in agreement that it is.
No. You need to answer the question. Do you think that it's just a globe because you've been taught that? not that you know.
No, because I know that.
Okay, so now that you know that the Earth is a globe, I need you to tell me how the radius, diameter, and circumference was measured. I need that information from you.
I don't know that information.
Okay, so then you don't know that the Earth is a globe. That is a fair
statement. I do know that the Earth is a globe.
No, we're going in circles now, and we're not going to. So you know that the Earth is a globe. You're going to provide the evidence that the Earth has been measured, radius, diameter, and circumference. If you do not have that, you do not know that the Earth is a globe. Pretty simple. We're not going to go in circles. We're going to stop it right here. If you don't know, you're going to have to admit right now in front of everybody that's listening to you that you don't know that the Earth is a globe. Right here and right
do know that the Earth is a globe.
Listen, I'm not going to go with a circle jerk and a liar, okay? Liars don't last long in here. So you're going to either confront the fact that you don't know and admit to it, or you're going to leave our server, because we're not going to deal with liars. Either you tell me how the Earth has been measured, either give me, I don't care if you bring up some obscure person, so long as he's measured it, I'll take that. But if you haven't measured it, or you don't know anybody else that has, and you say you know one more time, you will be excused from this server as a liar. And I don't want to excuse you from this server. I think you're a pretty good guy. You've been fair so far. But we're not going to deal with liars. So you know or you don't know. That is the final time I'm going to ask you, teleuser, please be honest. Please. I
said I don't know how it's been measured. I already said that.
Okay, so then that means that you don't know that the Earth is a globe, because the measurements are equal to the globe metrics. 3959 for the radius, right? 24,901 miles in circumference. These are all metrics that the Earth has been given as known metrics. So these known metrics, if you don't know how they were derived, by what method they were derived, by measurements, then you don't know that the Earth is a globe. You just assume that it's a globe, and you just believe it, which is fine. If you just believe it's a globe, that's okay. I will accept that. But if you say you know, then we have a problem. Because if you know that it is, then you know that it's been measured, and you can tell us. That's
the measurements are irrelevant.
No, they're not.
If you were to look at a spherical shape, you don't need to measure it to say it's spherical shape.
Listen to me very carefully. They describe the geometric shape of the Earth. The Earth it's an oblate spheroid, according to what the globe is saying. It's an oblate spheroid, and it's measured with the radius, diameter, and circumference. So you need to confront that. It is exactly what we're talking about in this forum. And if you don't side with the fact that it has been at least given those metrics, then you are not standing with the globe. And I don't know what you're standing with, but it's not the globe. So you need to at least be honest with yourself and with the forum here. If you're going to continue on here, I will accept that you believe the Earth is a globe, but you don't know that it is. That is fine.
Can I ask one?
I do know that it is.
No, not yet, Scrat. Not yet, Scrat.
Okay. He just said it again, Miggy. He just said, I do know what that it is, though.
All right. Did you say that you do know? And you don't know that Okay. Now, this is the last time, and then you're really going to leave the server. Provide the metrics and how they derive that. I need you to give everybody listening right now how you understand those metrics were derived by way of measurement. Now I'm going to give you the floor, and if it's not the answer, you're going bye-bye. Go ahead. You have the floor. Tell us the measurements and how they were derived.
So,
go ahead.
Fuck.
It's all you know.
Hey, I don't know how to pronounce his name. So, a Greek mathematician.
Eratosthenes.
Yep.
Okay, go for it. Tell us.
So he calculated the Earth's circumference at 26,000. You know this, don't you? 26,000 miles. I'm guessing you know this.
I know it all, but I want you to finish your point.
So
I'm very fair when it comes to it. You go ahead and finish your point.
Okay. So he measured the sun's position in the sky over Alexandria and discovered that it was 7 degrees away from the zenith. Yep.
Keep going.
meaning that Syene must be 7 degrees away from Alexandria, as measured on the circle that is Earth's circumference, because 7 degrees can be rounded to about 1/50th of a full 360-degree circle. Do you agree with that?
Okay, I just want you to finish. It's not about me agreeing with it. You're going to tell us how the radius, diameter, circumference was derived, and I want you to finish completely. I don't want to interrupt you. You finish telling me everything, and then I'll start in and talk to you. But go ahead, finish.
So if the sun's position over Alexandria would be 7 degrees from the position away from Syene, which is 1/50th of a full circle, then if he were to multiply the distance, which is about 515 miles, by 50 to get the full 360 degrees, he calculated the circumference at 26,000 miles. And then a later study was taken and it found out that he was about 5% away.
Let me know when you're done.
That's it.
Okay. So now let's look at Eratosthenes' example.
Mm-hmm.
And you said, did he use what is it, obelisks and a well? What was it? Do you remember the story? Let's just get kind of whether or not you're kind of in line with what you're saying. You can look it up. I don't care. Like I really do just want you to present
No,
it the best.
I don't remember the story in depth. No.
Okay.
I can have a.
It's either a well. It's either a well in Cyrene, and they're using an obelisk, or they're using sticks and shadows, or 2 sticks. The thing is, the what it's saying, right, is that at one part the sun's right over there at 12 noon, and the other part it's at 12 noon. It's in the same place, but just the shadows casting differently, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, first understanding what he was using. Was Eratosthenes assuming that the Earth was a globe and then confirming it later on?
Yes.
Okay. So he was working off the assumption and then confirmed the assumption.
Yes.
All right. So now, before I get into even that, because that's a fallacy, right? But it's affirming the consequent. So I don't want to talk about that just yet. I do want to, however, talk about how is this possible on a curved surface, and is this possible on a flat surface? Is it possible on both surfaces? This idea
is what his idea.
If we have a close and local sun and a flat surface, and we have a sun of an unknown distance and possibly straight line rays coming onto the Earth, could this be possible in both ideas?
What do you mean by local?
So a sun that's
how
close.
local are you talking?
Well, I'm not going to give a number to it, but a sun that would be not where they would state it. It is 93 million miles, right? So that's not even what he said, but he said it was an unlimited distance. But if we're saying that a sun is like apparently like what we see in our sky, like it seems to be close, right? We're not going to say that it's a 93 million mile away sun, but we're saying that it's a lot closer than that.
But
we're not. I'm not going to put it
away.
Right, but let's just say just stay with me. So let's just say in a close and local sun and using a flat surface, right? If that's possible, that we'd get the same outcome that we would on a curved surface with a sun that was a limited distance away. They wouldn't know at Eratosthenes' time, but just assuming that on a curved surface it could work, but on a flat surface it could work as well.
If the sun was closer,
yes,
but it would have to be a few thousand miles away, not 93 million.
No, that's not the thing, though. Could it happen on both instances, on a flat surface and a curved surface? Okay,
yes,
it could happen.
The rate would not be parallel.
That's irrelevant. What I'm trying to show here, if it's possible on both surfaces, flat and curved, that's what I want to at least get to you admitting to that point. If it's possible on both. I'm not even talking about Eratosthenes working off the fact that the Earth is assuming to be a globe. But I'm saying that if it's happening on the Earth, and if it could be used as on a flat surface and a curved surface, it could work on both. I want you to at least acknowledge that. Do you acknowledge that?
No. If it was a certain distance from said planet.
Okay, it could work though, right?
Yes, I just said if it was within a certain distance.
Okay, so because of that, and also we can get into the assumptions part, but how could it provide evidence for one thing when it actually lends credence to another if the bit of the variables were changed?
But it would only lend, yes, if the variables were changed. But in this instance, the variables are not changed.
Yeah, but okay, so we're working with unknowns here. Like as far as when we look up in the sky, all that is unknown. So we can't say the distance to the sun because that's unknown, right? Either way, flat and curved surface, you don't know how far the way the sun is, and neither do I. No, we both don't. But on the idea that it was working with the different variables, working on a curved surface and a flat surface could equal out to the same thing. We're not going to get a different view of what we're seeing.
Miggy.
Yeah, what's up?
Sorry to interrupt, guys. I've been going fucking psycho in the chat.
Going ham.
After you may give it to him, but after this, I don't want to hear you giving it to anyone that it could be flat or a globe, because the elevation angle measurements that Eratosthenes may or may not have taken couldn't have come from a curved surface, because then he wouldn't have those measurements. So you couldn't do any of this math without a flat plane of reference anyway. But forget that now. No longer can we say it works on both. That's definitely not true.
Yeah, apparently he's using this guy. And yeah, I understand what you're saying. So I just wanted to bring him to the point that he's really leaning on Eratosthenes as his last-ditch effort to stay in the server, which I wanted him to say one thing, and he at least came forward to say this. So
no, not necessarily, because if you try to undermine me with saying that the sun is local, then surely it would get hotter when you're on a higher altitude. No,
we'll deal with the variables later on, because I think that's something. You're still working with unknowns, as what I was saying before. So,
no, but if we had a local sun, why would it get colder as we reach a higher altitude?
I'm about to give you more answers to those questions, but I can't get there unless we resolve this previous one. So and I know what Elijah was saying when he came in here. It's important, right? But what we're doing here is actually showing you that the thing that you were leaning on, the information on Eratosthenes, and I think that you might have got something in the DMs that were probably like wanting you to look at that. Just fine. I don't care if somebody helped you out. But listen, if the idea that you could see by your own admittance, everybody was hearing you say it, that it could work on a flat surface and the variables were different, then it's possible that it could work on a flat and level plane. So
if the variables were different to our variables, however they aren't, so it can only work on
their variables. They're variables in the sense of like just the way you perceive. They're not in actually what you and I experience.
The actual distance of the sun from the Earth.
Yeah, but
it's not perceivable. That is just straight facts.
Okay, so listen? So now we're gonna get into as soon as you said that it could happen on both. That's fine. That's as far as the Eratosthenes argument went. It can't go any farther because you've already said it can happen on both. So now it's gone. It can't be used as evidence. It wasn't evidence to actually say that the Earth has been measured with the radius, diameter, circumference. It was not. It was not measured. It was assumed, and then it was like I said before, it was affirming the consequent. It's a logical fallacy. The way you say that I'm going to use my assumption of what I think the Earth is, because he didn't know what the Earth is. He assumed he knew what the Earth was, and then use that assumption to then verify the outcome. The Earth is a globe because it's a globe. That's a logical fallacy. Yes. You can't tell me no. You can't Scrap. You can't tell me no, because that is exactly what he did. He said the Earth is a globe, therefore it's a globe. That's exactly what he did. He assumed the Earth to be a globe and then said, yes, now it's verifiably a globe. No, that's not how you do it. But that is what he did. I'm not saying you did it. That's what he did, and you're standing by the claim that he did a correct way to measure the Earth.
I am standing by the claim, yes.
Right. So that's why it's wrong. You can't assume
not a claim
before you figure it out. It's like he already.
It's not a claim.
No, he assumed that it was a globe before he measured it.
And then he measured it and confirmed that it's not an assumption, it's a fact.
He reified his assumption. Hey, teleuser.
Go ahead.
You cannot just keep saying no, no, no. No, it's a fact. No, no, no. It's a fact. No, no.
I'm going on to explain though.
Do you understand you were asked to give evidence that that you could prove that the Earth was a globe. You used Eratosthenes, and it's based on an assumption. You agreed to that, correct? No, I'm asking you. Do you understand the significance of it being based on an assumption?
But any study until proven is an assumption. No.
Okay. Well, when has the globe been proven? The assumption was reified.
The distance.
Okay, where's there any measurable Earth curve? Where does the surface of Earth curve?
Between two different points and measure the actual degree that you can observe the sun from.
Oh,
That's
dude.
the observable curve.
We're talking about the Earth. Have you ever been to the beach?
Yes.
You ever look around?
Yes.
Okay. When you look out, do you see the Earth curving away from you as it would if it were a sphere with a radius of 3959? Is that happening?
You can't observe it. However, if you were on a higher plane,
why can't you? Why can't you? If the Earth is a physical sphere, okay.
Wait. Time out. You just finished saying that you can't observe it. What did Eratosthenes do that you're backing him up? What was he observing?
He was observing the way the sun was positioned towards the Earth, the degree.
So right. So what did he see though? Something specific.
He saw the degree
of what?
That the sun was facing from the Earth.
What do you mean the sun? Explain. Because I don't think you know the argument.
He measured that the sun was 7 degrees away from the zenith.
Wrong.
In Syene than it was from Alexandria.
Yeah, how did he know that? Keep going. How do you know that? Somebody better help you in the DMs fast. Y'all feed him the answer because he's about to get like.
No one's DMing me.
Well, okay. Well, then tell me how did he know that? What angles of what? You don't even know, do you? You don't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know.
I'm answering right now.
Say it.
He measured the distance of the actual shadow angles.
Of what?
The angle of the shadow that the sun had cast onto the zenith and then was onto the floor. And then he compared the two to find a 7 degrees difference.
All right. So what does measuring shadow angles mean to you, telling you that the Earth is curving? Because we're not getting anywhere closer to measuring the curvature, the drop over distance. There's no drop over distance by looking at shadows. Because I already told you, if you're looking at these angles of shadows, you can have a light in your room cast a different shadow of something that's underneath the light and something that's farther away from the light. So proximity is what we're talking about, to the light. That's it. Proximity to the light. And the surface of the ground on the floor of your room is flat. It doesn't matter. It just only matters about the proximity.
If it was proximity.
If you understand what I'm saying, yeah, you got to understand this. So if you have a can of soda that's right underneath the light, it's going to cast, like the shadow's going to be right down straight. You're not going to see a shadow. But if you move the can further away, you'll start to see a shadow. It's proximity to the light. How far away it is from that light, it'll show you an angle of a shadow. Now, knowing this, using a flat floor, you're able to see that it's possible to have different angles and different places of the proximity to the light. It's really simple.
Yes, and I will agree that. However, if the floor was then curved, you would also receive a third dimensional angle, which the shadow appears warped, which you can actually measure from that the curvature of a shadow in comparison to another shadow and compare them to. Can you not?
So you just told me it's not detectable on Earth, and now you're giving an example of it being detectable.
Exactly. That's what I wanted him to say. You see how he's contradicting? You said you wasn't detectable. Now you're saying it is. You're just confusing yourself.
It wasn't detectable.
Yes, you did. That's what you told him when you were talking to him.
The surface of the curvature of the surface of the Earth.
Yes,
no, I said you can't see the surface because the Earth is too big.
You can't see the surface? What do you mean you can't see the surface because
you can't see the curvature? Okay, then. As objects will recede from you, why do they just look smaller and disappear? With their bottoms disappearing first.
So now
drawing 101 course.
You see,
that's how you observe the curvature.
Let me explain. Yeah, hang on. There's a surface you're coming obvious. So here's the thing. Mm-hmm. You can't see, now you can see. Now you can't see, now you can't see. So you're flip-flopping back and forth. So you say you can't detect it, you can't see it, but now you're going to talk about how ships disappear behind said curvature? Mm-hmm. Isn't that where you're going? Over the curvature. I don't care how you say it. But over so now, horizon. And what are they going over?
Around the globe.
Yeah, what are they going over? What do you consider
Water?
that? Is it the curve of the Earth? I'm gonna have to spoon feed you.
The curve, yes.
Yes. So they're going over the curve. So now you're saying you can you actually see that boat going over the curve?
You can see the boat going over the curve, but you can't observe the curve.
Well, that's a Lord of.
It's too far away.
Garbage.
That's what the boat's going over.
Not a load of garbage.
That's a load of garbage. Because if you've seen the boat going over, listen. If you see somebody walk over a hill, they're walking over a hill. If you see a boat going over the curve, the boat's going over the curve. You can't tell me that you can't see the curve. Though. No. Then what are you saying that the boat's going over? If it's not the curve,
it's going over the curve. It's too far away to observe it.
What do you mean it's too far away? You're seeing it go over the curve. Do you not listen to yourself? It's going over the curve. So you're seeing the boat go over the curve.
Yes.
Yes. So you're witnessing Earth curvature, aren't you?
No.
Oh, no? So what are we witnessing then? Tell us, pray tell.
It's not suddenly. It's gradually. It's a build-up.
It's gradually, but you're still seeing it, right?
Gradually.
But you're still seeing it, right? Answer the question, but you're still seeing it.
But suddenly, the Earth gradually disappears.
But you're still seeing it, right?
Gradually.
But you're still seeing it, right?
You'd have to wait for hours to see it disappear.
No. You're not. You stop. Answer my question. Are you seeing the boat going over?
Did I just say? I just said you have to wait for hours to see it.
Yeah, you don't have to wait for hours. Hey, Telo user, have you ever enrolled in a Drawing 101 course?
No, you need to tell me that you're seeing it go over curvature. I need to hear you say that. Is it going over curvature?
Yes.
Okay, so we witness a boat going over curvature.
Yep.
That's what you said.
Yep.
All right. So then why did you say it was not detected before? Going back to you.
We can't witness the curve because it's a gradual build-up.
We can't witness the curve, yet we can witness the curve, yet we can't witness the curve, yet we can witness. What is it, my man? You don't even know what's going on. What effect?
If you were to stand on...
Do we witness people walking over a hill saying that's the effect of the person going over the hill? No, the person is going over the hill. It doesn't matter.
A lot smaller.
It doesn't matter. It's an obstruction of what's in your view from you seeing the person going over the hill. It's an obstruction.
If you were to stand,
we would say we're seeing a person going over the hill. We're not going to say we're seeing the effects of the hill. We're saying we're seeing the person walk over a hill. Now we can't see him no more. So when we say that to a boat, if you were saying that the boat's going over the curve, the boat went over the curve, and we can't see the boat anymore due to the curvature of the Earth, not the effects of the curvature. The actual curvature is obstructing my view. Pretty simple. Yep.
Okay. Yes. I'll give you that one then.
Yep.
But you couldn't look at it without the ship
saying that it's effects and its actual curve. You need to stand on your 10 toes. Say again?
You couldn't look at it without the ship there and know for certain that it's a curve. But once the ship is on that horizon, you know for certain it's a curve because it disappears behind it.
It's disappearing behind the curvature. So now, what you told the gentleman earlier, that you weren't seeing anything noticeable of the Earth having any curvature, now you are saying you are seeing curvature. Noticeable.
Now the ship is brought into the scenario, yes. Without it, no.
So, that being said, we now know that we have Earth curvature at a certain distance on the surface of Earth. Pretty simple, right? But it was like pulling teeth with you because you didn't want to admit it. Now we got somebody standing on the ground saying that we do see a boat going over curvature. Now, let's figure this out. At what distance does the boat go over the curvature? Because now, my man, we got to figure out where this curvature starts. It has to be starting at a certain point because the Earth is curving at a set rate now. So at what rate is the boat going to go behind the Earth's curvature that you see it disappearing on? Now you need to tell us. What is that distance away from you?
The whole time it's sailing off because it's a gradual build-up. But it would probably be about 16 kilometers.
16 kilometers. And every time...
Sorry.
Okay, so...
16 miles.
16 miles.
16 miles, 30 to 32 kilometers.
All right, 16 miles, we're going to always see boats disappearing from the bottom up. Is this true?
Around about. It depends on the boat.
No. You don't say a person walking away from you a mile or let's say in like 100 yards, he's going to go over a hill, that the hill is then tomorrow going to be at like maybe 500 yards. You don't say that. It's something that's stationary. It doesn't move. It's a physical Earth curvature that boat is going over, just like that mountain. Yeah. So it's not at one time 100 yards and the next time it's 500. It's going to be at the same distance every single day.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead.
Is there somebody else in here that can give us real arguments? I mean, how long are we going to let this guy play us for fools? I mean, everything he says is pure nonsense.
No, he's legitimately confused.
Yeah, he's legitimately confused.
And that's what I mean. He's spewing just pure nonsense.
Yeah, but he doesn't know what's going on. In reality, he literally doesn't know what's happening.
Okay, so can I ask him one question?
He's in a real tailspin, but he's not. Listen, Scrat, I know that what this sounds like to you on the onset, but I mean, I don't know how long you've been here. But he's not doing that. He's really just showing the audience how confused somebody can be from being a globalist. That's it.
Okay, can I ask him one question that should help? If he can't answer. Okay, first of all, every example of evidence for Earth curve that you've given us started with major assumptions. My question to you is, do you have any evidence whatsoever that does not start with assumptions?
Okay, then. You are stood at Alaska facing the North Pole. You go left and you're in Russia. You go right far enough and you're in Russia. Why is that?
Oh my God.
39.59. Let's get back to 39.59 and how you can't see it. You can't see the curve. You can't go anywhere on Earth. Jeez.
But if Earth's a flat surface, then how will it wrap back around to meet itself?
No. It's not the burden of proof reversal onto us. The onus belongs to you, my friend. You are the one who has to demonstrate to us that the Earth is curving with a radius, diameter, and circumference, which right now you're failing to do so. Because at one point we can...
failing to answer my question.
No. You're not going to turn...
It's time for you to ask questions, dude.
One second. This is not turning this around.
To answer my
Tell the user, teleuser, this is not turning around, and you're not going to asking us any question. How is the Earth flat? No, we're telling you because you haven't demonstrated to us that you know how the Earth is curving. And I asked you about it at the very beginning, didn't I? I asked you how have you measured the curvature of the Earth, and who has measured the curvature of the Earth? You gave us Eratosthenes. We threw that out because flat or curved surfaces doesn't work, because it can be proven that you know depending on where the light is in your room, flat floor. Remember, so not proof of anything. So we moved along from Eratosthenes.
The shadow will appear differently.
We moved along from Eratosthenes because it is not able to be used. So now we're at you being able. We're not able to be. You can't prove that the boat that you're talking about was going over curvature or not. You say, well, it's curvature. No, it's not. It's curvature. Maybe it's the evidence. Okay, so you said some numbers here. You said 13 miles, was it? Is that right?
16 miles, 32 kilometers.
All right. So when did you measure this? When did you measure this?
I didn't measure this.
Who did?
Whoever's done the study. Let's have a look.
No. That's you can't get away from that in here. Not in this discussion, my friend.
Yeah, what's the significance of that number?
Post in the live stream voice text how you got that information. And if somebody's feeding you, they better type fast, because I need to know in the live stream voice text how you came up with those numbers. We need.
You think someone's DMing me?
Yeah, because you didn't know this
absolutely.
Before. You didn't know
anything about Eratosthenes, then you read a whole page on him.
Yep. So now I need you to prove. I don't care about that right now, teleuser. You need to focus on my voice.
I said, what did you say?
Post in live stream voice text the information about what you just said about 16 miles. Go ahead. Fill us in with this information specifically on how you got those numbers. I need to know. So does everybody else in here.
I can send pictures, can't I?
I think so. I gave you the permissions. Live stream voice text, please. Right above.
Just copy and paste your direct message there for us. We can read it ourselves.
I can't copy and paste a formula, can I, when it's formulated?
Well, I mean, do the best you can.
Take a screenshot.
I'm going to take a screenshot.
So what we asked for was a formula.
Yeah, we need a formula, because formulas are reality, aren't they?
Yeah, they kind of are. Yeah.
I want whatever you got.
Reality.
Put whatever you got so we can all see.
This is the formula for Horizon.
All right, stop. Right there. Stop. Now, I need to tell you right now, what does R stand for in that formula? Please tell me. What does R stand for?
R is the radius.
Okay. Now, how did you get radius?
It's the radius of the Earth.
Yeah. How did you get that?
Which is 6. What do you mean, how did I get it?
How did you get it? How was it derived? Because we're using it. We're using it in a formula. How did you get radius? How did you measure for radius?
Well, it's just a known fact that the Earth's radius is.
No. It's not a known factor. We need to know how it was derived. Please tell me the method by which radius was derived. How did we get that? That's a value. You just what? Go ahead.
Can I speak?
Please.
So you just divide the circumference by pi.
Excuse me? We're doing
circumference of the planet by pi.
The planet? What do you mean? No. You need to tell me how it was measured, sir. Not how you're assuming with calculations. I don't care about your math.
I told you about Eratosthenes.
No. You told me about it, yes. But I said before, it could happen on a flat surface too. So irrelevant.
But that was where my study came from. It could only happen on a flat surface if the variables were changed. However, they're not changed.
I'm sorry, because you can't use Eratosthenes because it doesn't provide any evidence for the actual measurement.
Also, sun rays are not parallel, so that's the other reason why you can't use it.
Like you can't use it at all. It's not evidence of anything. So back to the question: how do we measure for radius? Eratosthenes didn't do it, so now you're stuck. Find me a method by which you derive radius so that your formula can actually be active, because it's not active right now.
I said he calculated the circumference.
Yes, I know you did that. He calculated.
Yes, which the radius is circumference divided by pi.
He doesn't understand what you're saying at all, Miggy.
Listen, man.
Don't you need a radius before you can have a circumference?
He doesn't even understand that getting up to that part right now.
Yeah. We're walking slowly, but seems like we're kind of trudging our way along. All right, so radius right now is only a calculation that you're using. It's not been measured. Right. Nobody's went out and measured that drop over distance. Hasn't been done. So what they're doing is, like you said, is using a calculation. It's a mathematical construct, and they're also attaching it to this formula that you're applying here in this live stream voice text.
Yep.
Do you understand what that means? What I just said.
It's not made up. That's what you're getting at. It's made up.
No. I'm saying it is made up.
Oh, he just
it is made up, teleuser.
If it's not made up, how did they get it? If it's not made up, how did they get it?
He's really going to shit when he finds out space is fake.
Yeah, wait till we get to the other bits. So right
space
now,
is fake. Are you guys all right?
No, wait a minute. No, we're not shining you on or anything. This is serious right now. We're telling you it's important that you get this right. Either way, it's going to be a challenge, right? So what you're saying right is built on a calculation, and then you're applying that into a formula. But now what we're asking is who measured the radius so that they can apply it to the calculation. It has to have been measured first before it gets worked into like the math.
Eratosthenes calculated the circumference, which you can divide.
I already told you, teleuser, it doesn't work because he. Yes.
It does work. It does
when
work.
you start with the assumption, the best you can do is reify the assumption.
We both mutually agreed that it could only work on a flat planet's circumstance if the variables were changed. However, the variables in this situation are fixed, so they cannot be changed. So it can only work on a circular plane.
Who said that?
How do you know that they're fixed?
You.
Me?
No,
you
we didn't
said,
say that.
would it happen if the variables can be changed? I said yes.
So the variables meaning
the sun rays are not parallel. You cannot use it for that fact alone.
Yeah, but the variables that we're using here are working on the unknowns. I've already told this to you already. The unknowns are, we don't know what the first of all, like starting from the globe side, right? You don't know what the ground is at the moment. Because going with Eratosthenes, you don't know what the ground is, right? So we can't work off of the assumption that it's already a ball. We don't know that. So what we got to find out if it is, it doesn't matter if you say it is. We're finding out right now if it is or not. And then we're working with the unknown that the distance to the sun. We don't know that. Okay, not Eratosthenes didn't even know that. So they're working off the unknowns right now. And so
he calculated it. With
once again
the math that I've provided.
Once again, what difference do calculations make if you can't provide evidence for them in reality? If the math works on a piece of paper and you go out into the reality and you measure something, you're like, oops, it doesn't line up with the math, then what happens? Then what happens?
If you were to go out and measure the shadows and calculate the distance in between in proportion to the angle distance of the shadows, you would still come up with the same figure.
What you're trying to figure out is something you're working off of the presupposition that the Earth is already a globe. And then you're saying, well, because the Earth is a globe, these shadows line up with a globe.
And he's assuming parallel light rays, which is not the fact. He cannot use that. I keep saying that.
Yeah, I know, and I want to support that.
Two assumptions.
That right there destroys completely Eratosthenes, what he did. Without parallel rays, Eratosthenes is junk, okay? You have to have parallel rays, but we don't have them.
You don't have those.
So don't bring up Eratosthenes anymore, please. It's dead.
So what? You were going to say what?
How are these sun's beams not parallel?
That's not the point here. We're not working on, like, don't worry about sunbeams.
If you guys are claiming that...
No, listen.
Then how aren't they parallel?
You're getting confused again. You're focusing on something that's irrelevant. You got to remember, the ground is what you're focused on. That curvature is what's needed. If that curvature isn't found...
No, but you guys are undermining my point point by saying that the sun's rays aren't parallel. How aren't they parallel?
Because they're not.
They're not parallel.
How are they?
It's a point of light in the sky. Go on a stage and take a spotlight and shine it on a stage, and you're not going to get parallel rays with one spotlight. You got it?
But the lights don't emit electromagnetic photons.
Now he's talking imaginary stuff again.
It's not imaginary stuff.
It's all right.
The only reason I said that is because he keeps bringing up Eratosthenes, and Eratosthenes,
yes, because it is a valid
light, it's completely dead. So
the Earth receives parallel light.
Nobody sees them. Nobody observes parallel light from the sun. Okay.
It doesn't matter about parallel light, though.
Actually, it does because it destroys Eratosthenes.
It doesn't. Okay. He's too focused on the light. He's not focused on the bit, so he needs to measure the ground. The ground is always the factor here. It's not the light. It's not the things in the sky. It doesn't light is just people are gonna get into what light is, and it's irrelevant. We got to figure out why the ground isn't measuring curvature. That's the most important bit right there. And calculations are gonna get us there. Pieces of paper mathematics worked on paper aren't gonna get us there. We have to actually be able to adhere to whatever the math says on a piece of paper to what reality corresponds. So if I take that piece of paper and I say, look, I'm looking at all these formulas and calculations, they need to line up with what I see in reality, meaning there needs to be a specific drop over distance measurement. And if there isn't a drop over distance measurement, then what you're saying is not going to be true. I don't care how much math works in the specific model and all that. It's not going to work if you go out into reality and you don't measure any curvature, tell a user. Do you understand that? I don't care if you keep saying, well, the Earth's still a globe. It doesn't matter. If it doesn't measure globe, it's not a globe. It's that simple.
But it does measure a globe. I've provided the arguments. I don't know what else you want me to say.
Did you go measure it? No, did you go measure it? Did you go measure it?
Did you go measure that the Earth is flat?
No, don't turn it around. It's not. No,
yes,
you're not
we
turning
did.
it around.
No, but
you're not turning around.
Did you? So you've traveled to every point around the Earth.
Tell the user, I'm asking you.
Wow.
Answer the question. I'm asking you. Did you measure it? I asked you first. Did you measure it?
No.
Okay, then why are you saying without measuring it that it's a globe? Case in point.
Because it's been proven.
No, get proven. You're not going to keep saying that over and over. You didn't measure it. You don't know anybody else who's measured it. You just keep saying it is. And
did you measure it, Mickey?
I'm here. I've run all the way from the city. No, you stop. I've run all the way from the city because I could not fucking take it. I'm home. I'm off of work. What's your claim, sir?
Who, me?
Sure.
My claim is that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, and what's the justification for that?
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes is affirming the consequent. Do you think it's okay to conclude arguments where people are trying to derive truth? Do you think it's okay to go to conclusions with logical fallacies? Let's start there.
It's not a fallacy, it's fact.
Answer the question, though.
I mean,
do you think it's okay to conclude things based off of fallacious reasoning? Do you think that is ever okay?
Nope.
Okay. Now, you said no. First and foremost, what is the definition of an assumption?
You want the actual book definition?
Sure, why not? Miggy just told you over the course of however fucking long it took me to get home that they were using unknowns, aka assumptions, to get
I
to
agreed that it was an assumption until they proved it.
Well, no, you can't use an assumption to prove your conclusion. Again, that's just a fallacy. Now, if you're going to deny that it's a fallacy, I'm going to have you formulate it in words, and then I'm going to show you the fallacy that you formulated. We're going to all go to Google, and you're going to read it out for me, and then you're going to tell me that what you read out is not what you did. and then I can go to sleep.
It's not a fallacy.
Because I'm going to let you make a fool of yourself.
Let me make a fool of myself.
So go ahead and make the statement.
What statement exactly?
Remove Eratosthenes and make the statement as if it is your claim and you did the work.
But I didn't do the work.
Well, let's just assume that you did. Imagine you were Eratosthenes and you were telling me how the Earth is a sphere. Go on. Be careful not to put it into the formulation that would have you guilty of fallacious reasoning. Because remember, that's what you're denying is happening here. So think hard before you speak. And this is for your benefit. I love you, bro, in case you didn't know. It's just very upsetting. Not even you. I'm actually upset at some of these guys.
Why are you upset with these guys?
Because you're lost and they can't help you be found.
No,
I think
you guys
we
are
have
lost.
to be. I think we have to be better teachers. See, when you tell me that I'm lost, guess what? I don't feel a way because I know who's telling that to me. Now, again, would you like to make the argument? Go ahead and formulate it into words and try not to use fallacious reasoning doing it.
Fuck.
Y'all spent a whole hour talking about Eratosthenes. You can't sum it up without using a logical fallacy? Because you just said that that's not what you were doing. So why don't you just go ahead and repeat what you've said?
It's not fallacious.
So then go ahead and formulate it into words. Go on ahead and do it.
Okay. So, Eratosthenes, however you want to say his name, he didn't assume that the sun rays were parallel. Let me make that very clear. He knew that they were parallel for a fact.
How?
The sun's rays.
How?
So, at the time...
How? Listen. In this conversation, and I'm going to be very stern with you. In this conversation, no premises are skipped over. If there's a premise that isn't true, you're not just going to state that it is and skate on by. How did he know?
You can say the same to your guys because when
I haven't made a claim, so it's okay because I would accept that. I would accept that. It's true.
They've told me to shut up a few times.
Guess what? If I've made a claim, then I would back it up. So if we were talking about claims that have to be backed up, that would be grand.
Yep.
No one here has made a claim thus far but you. So, so you can't just go ahead and say, well, he knew that the sun rays are parallel. How he know that?
No, I'm going to say why I knew that now.
Well, actually, we don't need it. We don't need your information. I've read up on Eratosthenes. I do know for a fact that this was an assumption, but you're saying it's not. So why don't you go ahead and cite where he knew and how that the sun rays are parallel? Because I know for a fact that in all of his writings in Geodesy and everything that I've read leading up to him and his story, I know for a fact that that is an assumption. You to sit here and tell me that it's not, I'm going to need you to cite that from something that he's written or something that someone has attributed to him.
Yep. Are you ready?
Post it in the chat.
You want me to type it out?
Of course I do, because it's supposed to be a citation from him that already exists. I want to see where it came from.
Hold on, but you just told me to pretend as if I was him, so surely you want me to state it?
Okay, so fine. How do you know then? How do you know that sun rays are parallel? You tell me.
So, obviously, at the time, the Earth
no. How do you know today? Today, what method would you use today to inform you that the sun rays are parallel?
The distance of the Earth.
You don't have the distance of the Earth.
I do have the distance of the Earth.
No, because you would need a radius for that. A distance to the Earth from the sun, you would need the radius. That's
No. Just the distance of the Earth.
What do you mean in relation to what?
Just literally the distance of the Earth.
In relation to what? The distance of what is that? The distance of my nuts. What does that mean? The distance in relation to what? To somebody's chin? In relation to what?
How many miles across it is?
Oh, you mean the distance on the Earth? What does distance have to do with anything?
Well, I'll say from at the time and now. Obviously, we know that the diameter of the Earth is at least 1,000 miles across.
Excuse you? So we're sitting here talking about how we know that the Earth is a sphere. That's really what we're trying to get down to. And now you're gonna tell me in the front end that that's what it is. No.
I'm saying we know that it's at least 1,000 miles in the Earth, the diameter. You can consider it just the length if you really want to, but we can both mutually agree that it's at least 1,000. Yeah.
No.
So what is it then?
No, I'm not going to give you a premise. If you have an argument, go ahead and lay it out and let the thing be self-evidently true. So what are you saying?
The diameter is at least 1,000 miles across, and Eratosthenes knew that because people had traveled that far.
Excuse me.
That time.
Do you know what a method is?
A method of what?
Do you know what a method is?
I know what a method is, yeah.
Okay, you're supposed to be giving me that. What is the method to determine?
I'm giving you the method.
No, you're not. You're just telling me distances and telling me things. You're not doing anything, demonstrating anything, or giving me a method as to how I can know anything. You're not doing anything so far.
All right, then. The Earth is at least 1,000 miles across, so the angular size of the moon is about half a degree. We also know that the moon, well, he knew anyway, that the moon is a quarter size of Earth at least.
No, we don't. That's how do you not know that's another
study that he made.
That's another presupposition that you're going to need the size of the Earth and the orbital mechanics that Newton proposed to do. So no.
What does this stuff have to do with the parallel rays? I thought we were talking parallel rays.
I'm trying to get there.
This is what we're talking about.
No, but you're using assumptions to do that. Remember, you're supposed to be using zero assumptions, and the assumptions are mounting every time you speak. You're supposed to be telling me a method that doesn't land you in Fallacious Town. Now we're talking about about other assumptions.
It's not an assumption, though, is it?
Yeah, just told you.
The angular size of the moon an assumption?
We're talking about the geometric claim of the Earth, and you're just going to tell me, well, we know it's this far across, and we know that the size of the moon is.
I'm not saying that.
So stop saying it then. What does that have to do with the parallel light rays? Go ahead and give me the method for how I know that the sun's rays are parallel.
Because we know that the moon is. You know that NASA went to the moon. Hold on.
That I can utilize to determine that what you're saying is true.
Do you agree that NASA went to the moon, or are you going to disagree with that as well?
No, I don't agree. With any premise, you know what a premise is? You know what a premise is?
Yes.
What is a premise?
Context.
What?
In what context? You don't agree with any of my premises?
What is a premise?
And like a proposition.
All right. No, I won't be accepting any propositions unless they are self-evident to me. No, I'm not going to believe someone's story that they went out to a second law of thermodynamics violation utilizing the radius that I know you don't have, that you knew nothing about before we started talking about Eratosthenes. And I don't know what any of that has to do with you giving me a method for establishing that the sun's rays are parallel.
Well, we're not going to get anywhere then, are we?
Of course not. Not if you're going to refuse to concede.
No, because if you're refusing to conceive it...
What is there to concede? I didn't put forth an argument that was proven false to concede to. Now you're just being silly.
I'm not being silly. I just brought it up and your argument was the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, so what?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, you're talking about going to a place that doesn't exist.
How does it not exist?
Well, it's a vacuum. There's no such thing.
And what justifies that it's a vacuum?
Exactly.
What justifies that it is a vacuum?
Exactly.
That makes no sense.
I'm not the one with the claim that up there is a vacuum. I have no fucking idea what justifies it, but it's a part of your...
You just said it's a vacuum.
Yeah, that's what the void of
vacuum,
that's
so
what the void of space is supposed to be, which none of us agree with because that goes against the laws of thermodynamics. But you believe that. You just asked me for the justification for it, and I said, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
What, did you think it was water up there or something?
No, is it fuck water?
So then
but the void of space is different to a vacuum.
No, it's not. I'm not gonna sit here and I'm not gonna sit here and get citations where physicists and the like go ahead and call it the void or the vacuum. I'm damn sure not going to do that. That's ridiculous at this point. The point is, you're supposed to be proving how sun rays are parallel. Guess what, sir? If I believed that we went to the moon, quote unquote, then it wouldn't be that far-fetched for me to believe that they saw it. And I could then believe, not know, but at least believe that someone saw the Earth as a sphere. Now, seeing as that none of us believe that here, I don't understand your credulity behind me saying, no, I don't believe we went to the moon. Forget why. Forget all that. I'm not going to grant you something that I don't know so that you can continue your argument. Either you give me a method, because I'm not going to the moon today, am I? So you need to give me a method that I can establish that the sun rays are parallel. If you can't do that, you just have to say that.
Plus, I gave him a picture of the sun rays are not parallel. Did you see the chat?
Did Aristophanes go to the moon or something to determine? Because you said he knew that they were parallel. Now we're talking about going to the moon. So how the fuck did Eratosthenes know that?
So he's not even looking in the chat, just to let you know, Elijah. He just said no.
I'm looking in the chat right now. Hold on.
Yeah, those are not parallel sun rays.
I mean,
who's this speaking?
Sir, why are you telling me about the moon when we're supposed to be talking about how you know that the sun rays are parallel? Because you're saying that Eratosthenes knew, and I know that he didn't go to no moon. So again, back to the methodology behind determining this statement to be true. How do we know? Look, and you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? We have to sit 15 minutes just on this alone because you don't want to give up that it's a presupposition that you cannot prove. when it should just be a sphere and it should just be easy as pie. You should be able to say, well, the geometric horizon, there's the blockage, here's the formula, but you can't go there. You could go
I
there.
provided the formula earlier.
Okay, well, that formula
I said
tells
that.
you
And I said,
that
and I
that
said all
formula
of that earlier.
that formula
And I
tells
said
you
all of
where,
that earlier.
listen,
Hold on.
listen,
Hold on. And I said
listen,
all of that earlier, and everyone in your chat complained. Not a them
So
issue.
listen. So, all right. Which one you want to do? You want to prove that sun rays are parallel, or you want to go to the formula? Pick one.
I was explaining the horizon earlier, and when I asked a question
Listen,
back,
bro, I didn't ask you to jerk me off while you tell me a story
No, but
about
that's what the
your
formula
day.
is relative to.
I know. Do you want to go with that, or do you want to try to validate your previous statement? This is the last thing I'm gonna do before I go the fuck off mute and go smoke and do whatever it is I'm gonna go do.
Personally, I want to hear how sun rays are parallel.
I do
Because that's how
too,
you
but
start.
I know he doesn't know. Like
And I did post a picture for him to use as here. I posted again. Use this and show us the sun rays are parallel.
See, parallel rays aren't really going to do anything for us because I mean it's just for somebody who's been psychologically damaged. They're just mental ways in and out of that. There's no way out of the geometry that we may go over. You give equation, okay, what does it equate to? You're gonna have to show that it equates to something in reality. You're gonna give a formula. Okay, well, this formula is gonna have to dictate what it is that I'm going to be seeing in reality. That's the whole point, right?
That's why I asked him to stop using Eratosthenes until he can prove parallel rays. He can't use Eratosthenes anymore because Eratosthenes is dead without parallel rays. That's why I brought it up.
That's not why he can't use Eratosthenes. Maybe it's one reason, but he can't use Eratosthenes because we're talking about angles of shadows. So angles require two lines meeting at a vertex. Can't do that off of a curved surface unless you're going to reimagine here and reify your existence, which is exactly what they do. But everybody knows, no, you need two straight lines meeting at a vertex. That is what an angle is. So you don't have a stick or an obelisk or any of the sort on the curving earth where you're going to derive an angle. That is, you can't even do that in AutoCAD. You can't even do that on a computer program. I don't care how big you make the earth. I don't care what number you attribute to it. The moment you try to make an angle using a line and that circle, it's not going to work. It's not going to allow you to do it. So Eratosthenes and these angle measurements just defeats him right there. But I don't think he knows enough to grasp the weight of how true that is.
Yeah, that's kind of heavy on that side.
What's kind of heavy? Sorry.
It doesn't matter. Do you want to validate your statement? Giving me a method for the parallel light rays, or do you want to go to the formula? I don't care which one.
Well, I think I'll go for the parallel light rays.
Okay, so what's give me the method? Because he made an assumption. He didn't use a method, right? He just made the assumption. I know that because I got Geodesy right here on my phone. So you're not going to find a method. You're not going to be able to have somebody send you a message on what the method or the methodology for figuring out parallel rays are. Because that doesn't actually exist in reality. So if you want to stop playing around and you want to talk about the formula that is supposed to dictate where our horizon is, I would suggest we go with that because I could actually teach you something. Because obviously you think you know something that you haven't explored yet, and that's exciting for us both. Because again, I do care about you. I'm not here to win. I'm not. It's a very dangerous situation that we're in.
In what way is this dangerous?
In general, when you have someone lying and deceiving you, your loved ones, your children, that's kind of a bad thing, isn't it?
I don't have children.
I mean, but you do know that children exist, right?
I know that children exist, but they're not my children.
Right. Well, I'm talking about all of the people on the earth because I care about you all. Don't just care about my children.
But they're not your children.
He doesn't think like you, Elijah.
No, I understand what he's saying.
Hey, a teleuser, just child, no child, whatever. It's ridiculous that they have people believing a TV show of people walking on the lunar surface. That is ridiculous. It's not good for anyone.
You think that was a TV show?
Oh, I know it is.
Don't answer his question. Don't answer his question. Parallel rays.
No.
Parallel rays.
No, why was the moon landing faked?
Parallel rays.
Examine it for yourself.
No, don't detract. Don't just stay on what Elijah's saying.
No, well, we can come back to this, but I'm just.
I already told you. I already told you, but you don't have enough knowledge to understand what I was trying to tell you.
You haven't told me that it's fake.
So I forgoed that to keep on what you initially wanted to talk about, which were the rays.
You never told me that it was fake, though.
Who cares?
Hold on. You're the one who said,
guys, that's the bait. That's the bait you're nibbling on.
Yeah, but that's how he started it.
It doesn't matter because the moon. I don't have to talk about the moon landing because if you remember the sequence of the conversation, he said Eratosthenes knew. Clearly, that was before the time of supposed space travel. So again, I want the method, nothing more, nothing less.
All right, let me go back to my initial point then with Eratosthenes, whatever.
Yeah, method, please.
You want the method?
For the parallel light rays, yes. Because you just won't admit that it was an assumption. If you did that, then you know that I just tell you, well, my opening gambit was, you know that you don't conclude using presumed premises, right? So that's what I would ask you after you told me that it was an assumption, but you refused to do that. So you go ahead and give me the method then. This is your world. You can do what you want, brother. Come on.
Oh, all right. Fuck. It was a logical assumption.
Thank you very much, bro. Which would be fallacious logic. You can't use assumptions in an argument
based off their observations.
What observations?
The ships approaching the harbor, or maybe the lunar eclipses, or the stars that they'd written about that they could view from Egypt but not Greece.
Time out. So we're talking about parallel rays. Now you're talking about stars.
No, we're just talking about.
We were talking about methods of parallel rays, and then you said, okay, it was an assumption. Then you started giving me a list of things that made this assumption okay. No, you cannot use any assumptions to conclude any argument because it's called a logical fallacy. The end, buddy. The faster you realize that, the better a debater you'll become in all aspects of your personal life. I promise you. I promise you. Some people use it to make more money. Some people use it.
Use what to make more money?
Thinking logically. Oh, golly gee, shit, how that works when you begin to use your brain.
What's wrong with thinking logically?
You're not doing it.
So then why are you doubting a logical assumption based off of an observation?
No, there's no such thing as a logical assumption.
It's called a theory.
You can only make an assumption and it's good logic or it's bad logic.
There is a logical assumption. Call it a theory.
No, it's just an assumption. What is this logical attached to it? It's just an assumption.
The end of a logic string is a conclusion. It's either a necessary conclusion, a probable conclusion, depending on your premises. In order for it to be a necessary conclusion, the logic must be sound. The resultant must be specifically required by the logic, and all the premises must be true in the first instance. That is what Elijah's asking you. Where's the premise true in the first instance? You can't put an assumption in at the beginning and then end up with a necessary conclusion and then say you've proved anything. You must prove the premises first.
Sorry, I didn't hear a word of what you said.
Of course not, because it was higher level educated talk.
No, because you've got a tinny microphone.
And he's also reading direct messages.
Whatever.
Of course I am.
Well, I've satisfied. I've went as far as I'm willing to go. Thank you guys for letting me just
That's
run.
a you problem then.
Yeah. Anyway,
I asked other questions earlier that your friends refused to answer.
But you can't close your mic and your mouth long enough for me to tell my friends
No,
good night.
because I also asked other things earlier that you're.
Now you can.
Yeah, guys, I'm probably gonna listen in the background. Maybe not. I don't know. Definitely got to roll one up after that.
Dude, if you want to go to sleep, don't listen.
I just
mic really that bad?
No, it's not at all. Like, I don't even have headphones on and I can hear you. Like, I just thought, well, that's the thing. You determine whether you should continue to pour into someone or not within the first 10, 15 minutes. And if you're just going to deny that you're committing logical fallacies, and then you're given a chance, okay, well, go ahead and provide a method that will take you out of fallacy. You just won't do it. And then it's like there's nothing left to be done. But you never want to be defending flat Earth. There's nothing to defend. You woke up as a baby. You were able to crawl around, walk around, experience the world the way everyone else has. There's nothing to defend. All you have is your experience. Then there are people that tell you, well, your experience, it's a little more nuanced than that, because that stationariness that you think you're feeling, well, on a larger scale, we're all not stationary because we're moving. When you look at this, when you look at the horizon, because of this formulation, we got a distance to the horizon. However, the actual horizon that we look at has nothing to do with that because of X, Y, Z. Yeah, look, they're the ones that have the burden of proof. You don't have to prove a goddamn thing to none of these assholes who come in here thinking that you're an idiot. Okay? Remember, they think you're the idiot. You don't owe them anything. If anything, you should feel bad because they think you're an idiot, because you know better.
You are a fucking idiot.
See? You guys have no
He wasn't even talking to you.
You guys have no idea how heartbreaking that is.
It's heartbreaking. I mean, it is. It really is. I mean, I feel bad like for the guy, but at the same time, I like when the conversation that we're having, he's so confused, Elijah, and I think he doesn't understand a lot of what you just told him. So it's so over his head. Even what AI was saying, I already knew it was over his head. That's why he said like I didn't hear you, because he doesn't understand.
Because I didn't hear him.
You really don't understand. You have to be fed answers, and it's okay. I mean,
You're probably not even out of high school yet, so that's why.
How we get that, man?
I probably what?
You're not even out of high school yet. That's one reason.
I'm in college.
In kindergarten.
No.
I'm in college, yeah.
At any rate,
then?
yeah, you didn't provide anything tonight, so
You studying gender studies?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm not fucking gay.
That's the number one curriculum today. Was gender studies. Yes. There's now
At your college, you need to find the philosophy department.
Where would that be?
And get into
kindergarten class.
Get into logic courses.
Oh God, Rockin', you'd fucking love kindergarten class, wouldn't you?
Is that the corner?
Relax, dude. Like, you're getting all worked up.
You wear the dunce hat and sit in the corner on a stool.
Yeah, he's just relax, dude. But David Dean's in here. David Dean, I just unmuted your mic. You're welcome to have a conversation with us. Are you there? David Dean. Just introducing some new people. I'll let Teleuser kind of.
Okay, if they call me nuts, I don't care. I can get upset.
David Dean,
everyone here knows the truth.
Yeah, guys, sorry. I had no idea that you all would open my mic. Hello. This is David Dean.
David Dean, how are you doing, man? We'd like to welcome everybody.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I am very well. How are you guys?
We're doing great, man. Just like to get into a little introductory conversation with you, and then we can open up the floor. Maybe if somebody wants to talk with you or anything. Just this forum is built on the conversation of the topic of the shape of the Earth, meaning what do you think the shape of the Earth is? Whether it's a globe, you think it's a globe. You're on the fence about the topic. Either it's a globe or flat, or you know the Earth is flat. Anyways, we'd like to get to know from your standpoint what you think the Earth is and what evidence you have to support that. So, David Dean, I'm going to go ahead and give you the floor so that you can let us know, so that we can at least know from your perspective, and then maybe if we want to ask some questions about whatever you think.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I would like to say I discovered your Discord today, which I was excited about. I started my own Flat Earth Discord about a week ago, and we have 80 members now. I myself have been convinced that we live on a flat, non-rotating plane since around 2015. And my personal journey started in 2013. I became aware that there was a number of people that believed we lived on a flat plane. And I thought that was absurd. I was completely indoctrinated from a lifetime of education, quote unquote. And, I first started going down the rabbit hole to see what these people could possibly be looking at that would lead them to think, to think something so dumb. That's how I started. And that led me, this was like in 2013 before YouTube suppression really kicked in. And I discovered Eric Dubay, and I watched a few of his videos. And I felt a little bit like I'd been hit by a stun gun. And I wouldn't say that I came away from that believing that we lived on a flat plane, but it planted a seed of doubt in the globe model that I had believed in my entire life. And I kind of backburnered it. I went on with life, and around 2015, I discovered that there was long-range zoom photography that was consumer-level technology that should be able to depict curvature all over the realm. And in spite of that, 100% of the time, it depicts no curvature whatsoever. And I've always told myself if I hold a belief and I encounter some irrefutable evidence contrary to my belief, I will modify my belief. And in that moment, that was like, oh shit. Because I come to the realization that if I'm going to stay true to that philosophy, that I am now a societal outcast. I will be ridiculed, scorned, mocked if I open my mouth. And that was 2015, and that's, yeah. And so one of the members of my tiny little Discord today sent me the link to this server, and I got on here, and it's like, oh my God, 27,000 people. It's fantastic. Anyway, that's it. That's my story, and thank you for letting me tell it.
David Dean, thank you very much for joining our community. We welcome all truthers in the Flat Earth communities to come here. We want to just invite you here and make this your home. This is ongoing 24/7. I'm going to put a YouTube live stream on there for you. So click that. We're always on 24/7. Everywhere on Earth, there's always somebody on here. We're always having the discussion. We're always talking about the shape of the Earth topic. We get into other relevant topics as well. We have other channels in this Discord, and also the channel that we're talking on the text chat, where we're typing information, we're putting citations. It would be in live stream voice text. That is the main channel that we use for putting things through the live stream on YouTube and in here. So if you want to, just it's the channel right above the one you're speaking in. It's the text channel called live stream voice text. And I've given you some roles right now. I give you VC verified. And as you stay long in this, this forum, you get to know us. You'll start to get to know who the key players are, the moderators, the gold members, and all that. So therefore, you'll get to, if you want to be in here, be a regular, we'll give you different roles and such, like valued and such. And we're always in here. Bring your other community members to join us as well. We'd love to have a bigger community. We have a huge family here. We have a lot of intellects that are in here, a lot of people that I respect personally, people that have been doing this for many, many years. I started myself in 2015, so I'm going to go and if anybody else wants to just welcome you here and just say, yeah, it's just anybody that's a part of the community, you're a boon to the Flat Earth community. And if you've been doing it that long, then yeah, we welcome you here, brother. This is a home away from home for you, so.
Thank you. One more thing. May I mention one more thing? Sure. I'm in Washington State in the United States, and I hold local meetups, and we're having one next Tuesday.
There you go. Anybody in the Washington area? But yeah, if anybody else in the community wants to say hello to Dean and just welcome him into the community. Yeah, but anyway, I guess maybe everybody's tied up at the moment. But
just say hello, support your story, and welcome.
Thank you.
To stand by your principle of, told yourself if you saw contrary evidence, you would change your belief. And I think we all have kind of a similar story. I do, so I appreciate you. Welcome, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, like I was mentioning, usually we're on 24/7, so
that's awesome.
By the way, I want to apologize to anybody that I came off as rude. Obviously, you guys know that's an act, and I do it because you guys let me, and I love you guys. Thank you.
I didn't think you were rude at all. I thought you were very patient.
No, the whole everybody shut up because I'm home. That's all an act. I'm just wrestling,
sometimes it's needed though, yeah.
I noticed our guy left after David Dean talked. He didn't want to hear reality. He couldn't take it anymore.
Well, when he was talking about, orbits and this, that, and the third, I was like, why are y'all letting him say this stuff? You're supposed to stop him right there.
Well, you were on him, and you could see how easy it was for him to walk all over the place.
Yeah, he was waffling terribly. It was I didn't know what to do to help him.
Yeah, he's either confused or he's just using debate tactics to kind of scare. Because like if you listen to him, like when you were speaking to him, Elijah, and somebody would say anything, he was red herring right into it. Like, oh yeah, let's talk about what you just said, and it's like
or even the most basic of statements, he would just flip it around as if I was saying the opposite, just like that other guy. Weird. Remember that other guy that morning?
Like, it didn't even make sense either, though.
Yeah, Lubo in China is actually in the YouTube live stream text chat, so he's hanging out in there talking.
Oh,
but no,
couldn't take the heat in here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all right. You know, you come into this place thinking you're gonna use the same, behavior, and it's a good learning experience. That no, you can't come in here and just declare that your religion is justified and reasonable. No, everything can be questioned. It's just a matter of whether or not what you're claiming is justified or not. That's true for everyone, including everyone in this server.
Don't forget the distance of the Earth.
Word, like what?
I don't even know how to finish that thought. Distance of the Earth. What the fuck?
And the sun's 93 million miles away. That's a fact.
It wasn't even 93 million miles away when Eratosthenes did what he did. He didn't propose a distance. None of these. I don't even know where they got the other distances. In the last few centuries, I have no idea.
We know that he showed up in the 80s, so it was formulated somewhere in the 70s before they released it to the public. So they just fucked that up too.
They only needed the assumption to be that that the sun is bigger than the Earth and at an infinite distance.
Except on a cloudy day when the sun rays are not parallel on a cloudy day.
I love it when they go in a tailspin when you have them in here, just like they don't know what. Because he was talking to old Ross Hawthorne or whatever. He was talking to him about like how he knows that you can't tell how big the Earth is because you can't notice like the curvature. And then he's like, well, I noticed that the boat's going over the curve. I was just like, oh yeah, let's find out that information there. How did you know that?
That was the two things right there. And you hit the nail on the head when you jumped in to say, no, see, what you're doing is thinking that we're proposing an alternative with the shadow thing. Remember, like in his opening gambit, he didn't say anything about the Earth or the moon or anything. He was just starting out with the basics, light and shadows, and AI dismembered him from there. And then he tried to use that as a straw man attempt, telling us, well, there's no way that there could be a disk in front of the moon, which is nothing that anybody in here said. And so that was the first thing he didn't understand. Then with the whole, you can see the curve, but you can't see the curve. I think what he was saying was that it's not like you can witness it left to right. No, there's no experience that you can actually see the curve. However, at the same time, he's saying boats go over the curve. And I don't think he understood that, no, there is no geometric horizon because we never got there. Clearly, he thought that there was a geometric horizon because we never got there. But based on one of the last things he stated, he thought that formula was something to go ahead and argue for.
He didn't get into that, did he? We didn't even get there. I don't think we just talked about the light rays. And then it like went to another topic, but I don't think we got into the formula bit, or did we?
I was hoping that we would, but he chose not to do that, and he chose to go with it's a logical deduction. So, it's not even a logical. It's a logical assumption, like based off of what another assumption. Like the assumption of the thing that we're trying to prove, like you don't even know how many fallacies that you're running into. That's why I was like, okay, well, make a statement without a fallacy. He would not say anything.
It's like
well, look, we got to be fair to the guy, okay? Because he did present an evidence that isn't a reason string that with a presupposition, which is really his true evidence, and that is that he alleges that there's evidence of seeing the sphere in total. Of course, being pictures from space. That was his big claim that he slipped in there.
We got somebody new that's in here. Slickwid, are you there? Slickwid?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, what's going on, bud?
Not much. Just listening to you guys' conversation, and I had a couple gifts I want to show you guys.
Yeah, it's all good, but I think, don't you have permission? I see you got VC verified. But I haven't spoken with you, but what brings you to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? Have you spoken about what you what's your introduction? Like, what do you think the shape of the Earth is, or why do you think that it is what you're saying it is? Maybe you just want to like let us know where your stance is in the conversation.
Yeah, for sure. I'm definite that there's evidence that points to it being a globe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why? Like evidence for that. What would be the first evidence you would bring forward?
Well, the fact that there's two celestial poles. Things like one of the questions I had before for some flat earthers or globe skeptics, is the fact that when you dive in the zero-G flights in the airplanes, if it was just buoyancy and density, then everything would just fall to the front of the plane as you're diving down. Why do things float? Those types of things.
Okay, I'm gonna give you some roles here, and I guess now that everybody's heard where you stand on that, if you want to engage with the community, everybody's here to have a conversation with you. I gotta go do something right now, but if anybody wants to talk about the point that you just brought up, or if you guys want to welcome him, I gave you some roles for Globe Earth, and don't remember this, Slickwid. If you're gonna post anything, put it in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The channel would be live stream voice text.
Sure,
right
sure.
above the live stream.
Sure, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, I'll post this now.
I'll take one of your questions really fast. Whatever happens in a plane is irrelevant to the question of whether the Earth is spherical or flat. It has no bearing. It's interesting to talk about, sure, but it has no bearing on the shape of the Earth whatsoever.
Well, it's evidence to gravity existing.
Okay, gravity has no bearing on the shape of the Earth whatsoever.
Actually, that's what makes the globe spherical, and is the reason for it being a globe is gravity.
That's a story. Okay, gravity isn't needed for the Earth to be a globe.
What would keep it together if it is a globe and it's spinning at the rate it's spinning? It would need something to hold everything together.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. So what you should then go learn is hoop stress the mass and do the calculations, and you'll find that gravity isn't sufficient to negate the spin. So even if that were the case, it would actually be deleterious to your position, because the rate at which the Earth is spinning, it would destroy itself.
Do you have the math for that?
Yeah, it's called engineering book, Rim Velocity and Hoop Stress.
Well, because that is a claim, right? So you'd have to back up that claim with some evidence, right?
Okay, fine. Let's play that game. You prove to me that the Earth's spinning, that gravity's holding it together.
It's no game. It's how this works, right? If you make a claim...
No, you made the claim first. You made the claims first, so your claim's on the table first.
No. I'm sorry, but you made the claim that if Earth was spinning at the velocity it was, or the speed it was, or whatever, that it would tear itself apart. That's a claim on you, right?
Sure.
my whole point in coming in here in the first place was
right, but that's fine. That's fine. But I could just drop my if. See how simple that was? I just dropped my if. Problem solved.
You just dropped your what? Sorry.
Now I don't have. Now not only do I not have an if as a hypothetical, I now don't have an assertion, whereas you do have an assertion on the table. So now you're the only one with an assertion on the table.
Wait, no, hang on. How does it? Okay, you just said that if the Earth was spinning as fast as it was, it would tear itself apart. That's the claim.
Irrelevant. I retracted it. So now you're the only one with an assertion on the table, and by the standards you just applied to me, I want you to now prove your point. You have not withdrawn your point. Your point stands as an assertion by you, whereby your claim to bear the burden of proof. Now prove it.
Well, I came in actually with the intention of showing some gifts on the parallel sun rays. That was my whole intention in coming here in the first place. You brought up the thing about gravity ripping the Earth apart, so that would be your claim.
You brought up the thing about gravity holding it together. Correct?
Well,
see, you think that you need gravity to be radial to the center of a sphere to hold the sphere together. That's what you think.
How do you know what I think?
Because that's what you said. You said that gravity holds it in against the spin. That's exactly what you said.
Okay, yeah.
How do you know what I think? Dude, I think you're lost in this conversation.
No, I'm just sorry. I'm a little bit like, I wasn't prepared to speak on gravity. I was coming in to talk about the parallel rays.
But you said that's one of your main questions for flat earthers about gravity, density, buoyancy, etc. So I'm just submitting to you.
Well, my point.
You don't need to know.
My point with the buoyancy density thing was that my example of the plane diving and things would fall forward to the front of the plane, and they wouldn't float if it was just density and buoyancy. That was my point.
Yeah, fair. Let's say that's true. My point is that it doesn't matter to the shape of the Earth what happens in the plane.
Well, in a roundabout way, it does, because that's evidence for gravity, the whole plane thing. And
how is it? Well, okay. What's gravity then?
Well, the law of gravitational acceleration.
Okay, what is that?
It's the law of gravitational acceleration. I kind of doubt. I kind of doubt that being in this conversation, you'd be unfamiliar with the law of gravitational acceleration. It's like
what is
it? Fundamental things. What is it?
Yeah.
The 9.8 meters per second squared that is observed all over the face of the globe.
Okay, let's say that's true. 9.8 meters per second squared. What?
That's a nonsense question. 9.8 meters per second squared. It's an acceleration towards
9.8 meters per second squared up my grandma's butt. 9.8 meters per second squared out of 7-Eleven's dumpster. 9.8 meters per second squared. What, sir?
That's it. That's the acceleration that's measured.
Up my grandma's swim sack. In my lunchbox.
If you don't understand this, right? I'm explaining it quite simply, right? 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration downwards.
Well, okay, perfect. Finally, you said a coherent statement. Okay, perfect. Let's take that as a given. Let's put it on the table as rote and true. 9.8 meters per second acceleration downwards. Okay. I will concede, based on that concession, that things go down. Let's say that's true. Now, I want you to prove to me that down is actually inwards radially to the center of a giant spinning space rock.
I don't deal in proof, I deal in evidence.
Awesome. So let's go with evidence.
No, hang on. It's not the same thing. Proof proof is an absolute. That means 100%.
Synonymous.
No changing.
It's synonymous. Don't
It's
detract.
not. No, it's not. It is not. It's not synonymous. It's not synonymous.
Just for the argument's sake, because I want AI to finish what he was saying to you. Just keep going, AI. Disregard what I said.
Yeah, fine. Let's say your position on the standards of the truthfulness of a proposition only rise to the metric of evidence and not proof. That's fair. That being the case, you admit that you have no proof the Earth's a globe. Let's continue.
Science doesn't deal in proof, so proof is. If you're looking for proof, that's pseudoscience. Pseudoscience deals with proof.
Wrong. Maths deal with proof. Is math pseudoscience?
No, proof in maths is different.
Oh, really? Why?
Because science deals with evidence, not proof. You can't have proof
science
in
isn't math.
You cannot have
science is not math.
You cannot prove things in science. Listen. You cannot prove things in science because science is the ongoing, ever-changing understanding that we come to, based upon based upon the amount of evidence that we have towards certain hypotheses.
Is mathematics science? Is mathematics science?
Mathematics is not science. Mathematics is used in science. Mathematics is used in science. It's a part of science. It's not science itself.
Okay, great. When I say perfect, that means we understand each other. You don't need to say it 3 more times.
I didn't say it 3 more times. I was finishing what I was saying.
You did. You said the exact same thing 3 times in 3 different ways.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said it once. I then said perfect.
I don't argue about things like how many times I said things.
Oh, we don't have to argue. I can just rewind the live stream and prove myself correct.
Sure, whatever. Okay.
Sure, whatever. It's recorded.
Okay, well,
let's
move the conversation on. We don't need to argue about how many times I said something, right? Like, it's just.
Well, you're the one arguing.
Oh,
Slickwood, look at the live stream. Look at the live stream voice check real quick. What I put in 56 minutes after the hour. It's a definition. And you're not. If you can't see that definition, there is saying exactly what I was saying.
That's fair. It's fair. We've decided that different fields have different standards of the metrics of the truthfulness of a proposition, right? That's fine. That being said, I know for a fact that when I drop something that's denser than the surrounding medium, it goes down. And then if I go to Kentucky and I drop something that's denser than the surrounding medium, it goes down. Then I know that if I go to Florida, these are all places I've been, that I drop something, it goes down. I know that these places are thousands of miles apart. So now I know that in 3 locations that are thousands of miles apart, down is down. And I know that down is perpendicular to horizontal. So that would lend me to believe, right, based on that evidence, that I have a planar surface where parallel, perpendicular, level, plumb, all exist in angles to each other that are right angles. When you say gravity,
what's your evidence that the verticals are at right angles to each other? From what I understand, they converge or diverge, whatever.
Oh, really?
Reciprocal zenith angles are more than 180 degrees.
From where? From where?
What do you mean from where?
Oh, your mom's dress? Your mom's Winnebago?
Okay. This is very frustrating how you seem to be.
I know it's frustrating to have to specify your point.
You're trying to get me to say certain things so that you can.
No, I'm not.
Argue
I'm trying to get you to actually make a real.
This is the second time now that you've done this. I didn't say exactly what you wanted to hear. So you started saying things like, "Oh, your mom's blah 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 blah. Your grandma's blah." Like, can we just have like an honest conversation here? And like, instead of trying to lead me into saying certain things, let's just have a natural back and forth.
You're leaving things out, and I'm drawing to attention the fact that you left out the nouns. Do you understand?
I don't understand if you're saying, "Oh, your mom's blah 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 blah." You're like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know what you have.
I don't know what you're talking about. You said reciprocal zenith angles, and I'm saying to what? Your mom's dress?
I believe I was in the middle of talking. Was I not?
Irrelevant.
I haven't interrupted you.
You sure about that?
Yes, I'm actually pretty sure I haven't interrupted you.
Never interrupt me in this entire conversation. That's what you want to talk about? Or do you want to give me the answer to what these reciprocal zenith angles are that you're stating?
Reciprocal zenith angles. They are measured all over the Earth.
Well, cool story. At your mom's house?
Again, see, I came on here to talk about the parallel rays, right? Like, so I'm not prepared to be talking about this subject at the moment, and
he's asking about specifically where you got this information from. Do you have
well, specifically, reciprocal zenith angles to what?
To each other.
Yeah, what?
You take a zenith angle at one point. You take it with a theodolite or something like that. You take a zenith angle. You look down to another theodolite or something like that, and you get more than 180 degrees between the two zeniths.
What?
Where did you do this?
I didn't do this.
Zenith of what, dude?
A theodolite. It measures angles, right? So you set it up. You establish where your zenith is, which is 90 degrees to the horizontal plane at that point.
Sure.
You sight it down to another theodolite, and
right. A certain way.
And you end up with over 180 degrees between those two zenith angles, the zenith measurements.
You mean the plumb?
The first time you guys have heard this?
No, I
You mean the plumb? You mean you set up in a theodolite, you level it, right? Assuming that level's horizontal in your local area. You then assume plumb would be straight, perpendicular to level, right? You draw that out as a ray in free space, in conceptual space.
No.
You then put another one over there. You do the same thing. You draw out the ray from the level in conceptual space. You sight the one. You see that it's a little bit below what you would expect.
Yeah.
And then you do some math on a piece of paper, invert the reciprocal angle, and then say I have an excess greater than 180 degrees.
Well, it's the fact that the one theodolite that you're setting to is lower than lower than the horizontal from your zenith angle shows that you have excess there. It's over 180 degrees.
It doesn't. No, it's not that simple.
So
first, you have to be at the same elevation.
What? Yeah. Okay. Obviously, at the same elevation. That's a given. That's you're trying to establish whether or not the Earth's curved and the one you're sighting to would be lower than your horizontal eye level.
Okay, so if the Earth was curved, something in the distance would be lower than something in the present location. Something in the distance appears lower than in the present location. Therefore, the Earth is curved. That's your claim?
They're measurements that are made, right?
Okay. Again, let me restate the claim to see if you agree.
Okay.
If the Earth was a globe, something in the distance would be lower than horizontal to something in the present location.
Yep.
Something in the distance appears lower. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. That your claim?
No, it's measured because you take into account the refractive index for the locations that you're measuring from, and you add that to your calculation, and you end up with more than 180 degrees between the two points.
Perhaps with someone like
Elijah, you're hot micing.
Sorry, guys.
Elijah. What distance are you using this theodolite at?
What difference does that make?
Well, it's only used for a certain amount of distance. You know what a theodolite is.
That's when you're studying a story pole. You can use them for any distance.
Yeah, 2 kilometers seems to be the max.
This for studying to a story pole, yes.
Yeah,
but not just using it to measure angles, and you can use it for as far as you can see. It's like you have a telescope on a. Are you
talking about a theodolite or a total station?
Either one. You can use.
No, you can't. They're both different.
Okay, well, I'm not familiar with the actual details of what each one does, but there's one of the two you can measure reciprocal zenith angles.
How you
claiming? Doesn't have a powerful enough telescope to go beyond 2 kilometers. I'm sorry.
2 kilometers max.
The other problem is
I've heard different.
In the way that he explained it, like I don't even know what's reciprocal about it. You know, we're talking about reciprocal zeniths, and he's talking about the difference in what a total station looks like from one point. How is that reciprocal at all?
Well, wherever you're set up with each device, it sets a horizontal plane from the plumb measurement that it takes, and if one is lower than the other, and you're at the same elevation, then you have an angle there. It's like 1 degree over 1 degree over 69 miles. So it's not going to be that really easy to establish, or it's not going to be that easy to.
Okay, but let's be clear what he means.
That's the problem, because they don't go 69 miles.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
Okay, let's be clear what is meant by lower. You can measure. You can measure what is meant by lower. You can measure more than 180 degrees from reciprocal zenith angles at less than a distance of 69 miles. It's going to be very, very small amount, but because it's going to be obviously less than a degree, but it's still measured.
Do you own a theodolite? Have you used one personally? Have you used one?
No, I have not. That's why I didn't come into this voice chat to talk about theodolite. As I stated already,
can't be used for what you're saying. Can't.
As I already stated 3 times now, I came here to talk about parallel sun rays. Okay. That's what that was my purpose of coming in here.
Okay. Well, the theodolite in that scenario doesn't work. Sorry.
Doesn't.
Well, that's a claim. That's a claim that's a claim that I'd like to see some evidence for, but I've seen evidence for
that's
the difference. But
no, that's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. It's one of
a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
I don't know why you feel like you have to interrupt me to assert your religion. Okay, if it's true, let it stand on its own, even in the face of a rebut, which is what I'm trying to give you. You know, only people who are dogmatic in their religion.
Okay, continue with your rebuttal. You don't need to continue on with this.
Don't want to hear a rebuttal.
Shut up so that you can continue.
Okay. I still don't understand what reciprocal zeniths have to do with parallel light rays then.
This is the thing. We got into talking about this stuff that I wasn't planning on talking about coming into here. I want to talk about the parallel light rays, and I have a couple of gifts for that.
They do. Dude, I'll answer the question. Okay, what they have to do with each other. Okay, what they have to do with each other is the assumption of physical locations from visual information. Because that's what happens when you're talking about parallel light rays, especially in regards to Eratosthenes, or any of these other things about determining things in the sky from measurements taken from the Earth. You get visual information, that's all you get. You then infer, using whatever methodology you use, right, to the physical location of the object you're getting visual information for. That's why they mesh together. So that being said, if he wants to segue to parallel light rays, I think he had some graphics he wanted to present.
Yeah, if you're gonna put anything, put it in live stream voice text, Liquid. You have the permissions, so.
While you're doing that, I will submit to you that I can provide you a paper from a university professor demonstrating same field lines for gravity from a flat Earth. So put that in your bonnet and smoke it.
I'll take that.
Now, how he arrived at that is he just changed the substrate. Because the general assumption is that the Earth is a flat disk, and then they make these silly assertions that gravity would pull you like diagonal as you went away from the center. Obviously, that would be silly. But that's also assuming that gravity functions in a radial manner towards the center of mass, and not just in a ubiquitous up and down fashion.
Well, that's just them taking their globe gravity and then just trying to apply it onto us.
Well, yes, everyone experiences down. This is the problem with the theodolites. Both people on either end of the theodolite assume that down, right? That where they get their level, then you have a perpendicular, which is plumb, right? And they assume plumbs are down. And so if they get any math that shows them that their assumption of what a plumb line is off from each other, they then say, well, it can't be the case that we're on a flat plane but canted to each other. It must be the case that we're on a radial gravity pattern, which, by the way, isn't even true. There is no radial gravity pattern on the globe Earth model. How many people know that? Very few.
Well, they say plumb lines are curved.
Yes, they're curved all over the place, but generally, if the Earth was spinning and you had gravity, your plumb lines wouldn't be going to the center of the Earth anyway. Not to mention that you have differing substrates, which have different gravity pockets, right? So your plumb lines would be all over the place.
Ever been to a carousel? with the seats hanging from a chain? But anyway, yeah, because instead of proving this premise, they'd like us to take it as true. I mean, but if it were true, then we wouldn't be arguing about whether it's a globe or not. Like, so obviously, begging the question is not going to suffice here. That is why I thought it pertinent to make a new housekeeping question. Is there any evidence that level is equidistant to the center of Earth? Can't just assert it, fam. Can't just assert that my down is not everyone's down and that it's relative. Like, you're gonna have to prove that.
Yes, I will draw attention to the fact that he made claims, right? Like gravity holds the Earth in against the spin of the Earth, right? As soon as I said something else, he demanded evidence for my claim. Where did he provide the evidence for his? His was just a bare assertion at that point. Now, notice how I played the game. I just retracted my statement and left him with the burden that he put on me by the standard which he presented. Did he provide any evidence after the fact? Of course not. He just said, I didn't come to talk about that. But hey, whenever he's got these parallel light rays proof up there, let's look at it.
Well, that's been a hot topic today, I tell you what. Parallel light rays. There's like 3 conversations we got in already that talk about that. We got an influx coming in from the parallel light ray server.
What parallel light rays? Talking about lasers? What are they talking about?
But there's no practical, like, again, like, all of these weird arguments are derived from reification anyway. Why would you feel the need to say that light behaves? Well, here's the thing. Even in their paradigm, light still behaves the way it behaves. But they have to have us imagine that the sun is so far away that we're only getting the rays that for all intents and purposes, are mostly parallel, almost parallel. And it's like, well, you got to justify that.
So in the two GIFs that I showed there, one on the bottom is what you see from above, and the animated GIF shows that when you're on the Earth, looking towards where the sun's coming from, you get the same effect as train tracks. They look as though they're going to converge, but they don't ever converge.
Oh, that man. I'm sorry. Did you post something?
Yeah, they're diverging.
At 8:13.
Excuse me.
It's just an illusion of perspective, just like train tracks.
Top-down pick isn't parallel.
Yep. Those are divergent, bro.
They look about the same thickness all the way across those shadows there.
Dude, I can see with my own eyes. Which, by the way, I want to submit to you, my friend. Sorry, let me cough real quick. I want to submit to you that I've already drawn lines on this picture that you posted. For another person attempting to make the argument that this is an example of parallel rays. And when you draw the lines on it, you see that they're divergent.
What about the top animated GIF? That shows parallel shadows, and as the drone lowers, they look like they're converging or diverging, whatever it is. Just like the crepuscular rays.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, right, then these upper clouds should be doing the same thing, correct? But they aren't, are they?
But also, how can you tell with the posts at such a short distance as well? You're talking about 2 meter shadows, yeah?
Well, the shadows of the posts and the shadows of the clouds do not look like the normal pictures that we see of crepuscular rays, which are at a very sharp angle. So that's why we say that the sun. That's why we say sunlight is near parallel.
Do you know how much near parallel they need to be for the sun to be allegedly at the distance that's claimed? This photo of these clouds, bro, the angle is off enough that it's not even close.
Personal what? Can you show the mathematics for that?
I don't. What do you mean the second? When I walked in, I seen one.
Yeah, I could show you the mathematics. It's called I just draw the lines right in this photograph you have.
Lines aren't mathematics.
Elijah, this is what.
Oh, hot mic, bro.
Sorry.
Now, my friend, notice how you want the mathematics now. Where's your mathematics? You just wanted to appeal to the way this image looks without providing the data. So here's what you're going to do, my friend. Get the data of the angles. Get the data of the angles, right? Then come back and make your claim.
I'm showing the picture to show that what we see as crepuscular rays is an optical illusion of perspective. That was my whole point. I wasn't claiming any distance to the sun. I wasn't claiming any mathematics. I was just pointing out that you're looking, when you see the crepuscular rays, they aren't pointing to a near local sun.
Dude, okay, so cool. Now put the angles on these images that you just showed and draw them out. Get AutoCAD, do it so you can make a cohesive claim.
My claim is merely that crepuscular rays are an illusion of perspective shown by these posts, and how from above they look parallel. As you go lower to the ground, they become
That's the
converging or
problem.
diverging.
That's the problem.
They
From
look
above,
parallel,
they're not looking parallel.
but to me, I'm looking at the image right now, and I could clearly tell they're not parallel.
From above, are they at the same angle as you see them when you're on the ground? No, they're near parallel. That's the whole point of my. That's the whole point of my argument is that they're not pointing to a near local sun. If you looked at the crepuscular rays from above, the picture, like the bottom picture that I have there, you can see they're clearly not pointing to a near local sun.
That's not your argument, sir. Listen, no one here is even making the claim that you can use the sun to triangulate its position using what appears to be crepuscular rays. Like, we're not making a claim. Your claim is that light rays are parallel. Either that's justified or it's not.
So why was I seeing pictures of crepuscular rays paired along with the argument that light rays are not parallel? That would to me that would be an argument that you're making.
No. The word crepuscular is birthed out of what we experience. Has nothing to do with a claim.
Hold on, let me post this image real quick, and we'll see how parallel these are. Gonna take me a second because my phone sucks.
The globe skeptics were making the argument that sun rays are not parallel, showing crepuscular ray pictures as their evidence or their argument towards them not being parallel. And I'm trying to just merely show that if you looked at those crepuscular rays from above, they are near parallel.
Oh my goodness, dude. You showed us images of non-parallel stuff to try to show it was parallel?
Did you notice the word I used before, parallel? I said near parallel.
Yeah, but that's not
near parallel, especially for that area. Near parallel, especially for that area of clouds that we're looking at, or whatever that is, obviously doesn't work for the claim of Eratosthenes. Just to throw that in there, there's no way they can be that almost parallel and work in any other explanation that anyone else has given us for the shape of our Earth. Like, you're just gonna have to stop asking us why this and why that, and just accept that you can't justify your claim. Regardless of what the sun looks like, if I point at the sun, if I point at the light bulb that I'm looking at right now in my room, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is there's no such thing as a light source giving off parallel rays. As a matter of fact, light rays don't even exist. It's a concept.
I'd like to see some evidence for that. But my point is, the reason why I brought these... Can I finish what I'm saying, please? I let you finish what you're saying. Can I please finish what I'm saying?
Are you contending what I'm saying? Because I can just go ahead and put that to bed before you go ahead. Because I just said something.
I'd like to continue what I was saying. I'd like to continue what I was saying, because I've been trying to be courteous enough to not interrupt, and that's all I'm asking from you guys. My point is that in the argument you guys were having earlier, the evidence that you guys were showing for light rays not being parallel was crepuscular rays. I'm trying to point out how the angles that crepuscular rays display is completely just an optical illusion shown by the drone footage, that they're not exactly parallel, but they are very down near close to parallel. They're not anywhere near as convergent. They're not anywhere near as convergent as the pictures of crepuscular rays that you guys were showing as evidence towards it not being near parallel. And that's my whole point.
All we did was show you things not having parallel shadows or light rays. I don't care if it's the sun. I don't care to what degree it was. You cannot justify the statement that light rays are parallel, point blank.
I'm not making the argument that they're parallel, near parallel. That's
You
a
just,
big.
you came in the room. That was your opening gambit. That you wanted
near parallel. The argument that the globe side makes is near parallel. You do not claim that they're exactly parallel.
All right, but the divergence in those clouds is not near parallel enough for any example.
Divergence in the clouds. The divergence in the clouds.
I'm sorry. I was almost. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
That divergence isn't near parallel for the claims that people make about the Earth.
Do you have the math for that? To show that the
what do you mean? Do I have the math? I'm looking at
you show me evidence?
Why would I have to? You asking for evidence? Math is not evidence.
Math is a description, and is
a description of what?
Is a way to describe things around us.
Maybe
you can use math to describe many different things.
Yeah, maybe if you've experienced it first, you can also use math to lie. So we don't care about.
Okay. What do you mean? We don't use math to lie?
We don't care about. You ever heard of statistics? Okay.
That's not math. It's not math.
What do you mean?
That's numbers. That's numbers. That's taking and doing polls and working out percentages on certain things like that, and then you can use those percentages in a shifty way to make things look a certain way. Yes, but that's not mathematics. That's not. Like, math is pretty straightforward.
What do you mean? Like 2 + 2 is 4?
Well, one of the only places where proof exists is in math, and
okay, you mean like if I literally have 4 items, and I can set them 2 by 2 aside and say, well, this 2 and this 2 will equal 4. You mean that?
Sure. That's very simple. Very simple.
Right. So when it comes to things that we can't do that with, that would be where people could potentially lie because they don't have any firsthand experience or a posteriori data for the math that they're claiming.
And which math are you speaking about right now?
Any math pertaining to the geometry of the Earth, because no one's measured it.
That okay. If you're just going to deny evidence, because there's plenty of people that have measured the Earth, and there's plenty of evidence out there for it, and if you're just going to say, "Oh, no one's ever measured it," then there's no.
What's the evidence?
The evidence for the measurement of the Earth has been shown multitude of times in these debate forums. And to expect me to be able to just bring something up right this second to
one.
Volumes of proven data, numbers, figures. There are fossil records.
Yeah, my whole point was just to show that you're using. Can I finish what I'm saying, please? Can I finish what I'm saying, please? Without being interrupted.
Play the other part, bro.
Fuck you guys.
Have you seen these fossil records? Have I? Huh?
Fucking rude ass motherfucker.
Poured through the data yourself, the numbers, the figures. Well, no. No. Oh, interesting.
Well, what's weird is to claim there's a multitude of evidence and then not present any of it.
Did he rage quit?
It did.
No, I muted him. Now he's unmuted. All right. Well. I mean, we're for God's sakes. This is 24/7 flat Earth Discord. Okay, you're not gonna come in here talk about how you just wanted to prove parallel rays, which he could not. How you want to try to put a button into the reciprocal zenith angles, which he could not, or relating that to a globe Earth. Ultimately getting to a point where he says there's tons of evidence, and then when we say, well, where's the evidence, say, I'm not going to be bothered. Here in this Discord that I logged in and connected to, I'm not going to waste time giving you one shred of evidence. Well, who cares if you leave then? You wasted our time already. Mountains of evidence that it was measured. You mean by Eratosthenes, who used the assumption of parallel light rays that you couldn't justify just for the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes? That person that claimed to measure it, using that assumption that, again, you couldn't justify? Anybody know of any other methods? Maybe use Al-Biruni, who utilized the flat plane and triangles to figure out the height of a mountain to then try to prove a spear with. Any other methods?
There are fossil records.
I wanted you to play that because that's exactly how he sounded. And I was just like, well, okay, well, care to give one?
Yeah, man.
There's a
multitude real quick because he sounded exactly like that.
But there's a multitude, but he struggled for like half an hour to not even give one.
It's the same thing the last guy did. We just wanted one little bit of evidence for, the measurement of the Earth or whatever. And there's tons of evidence. There's, all this. That's because that's what they've been taught. That's what they hear. They believe they have the high ground. They don't have even a stool to stand on. It's ridiculous.
And they set up this additional burden for themselves before they can even get to the part where they prove the globe. Like, first they've got to prove parallel light, and that completely falls apart and just goes nowhere.
Well, parallel light is the new hotness, guys. Seems like that's what they've been on about today. Parallel light rays, parallel light rays.
Well, and
shows a pic of light not parallel.
When they show us this stuff, they know. That's the problem.
It is evolving just backwards.
They're always banging on, wanting us to give them a map as well.
And then he said near parallel. It's like
either
almost
parallel or it's not.
Yeah.
Oh, so not parallel.
Going off in the chat.
Almost parallel.
Well,
Not really.
essentially, what they're always asking for is like, sorry, I haven't spoken all night, but they have this story like that. Each and every one of them, if you ask them individually, they'll tell you a slightly different story, but they're all similar. But they all have a story that explains all of the questions of the universe. And they want us to replace that story for them.
Yep.
Yeah, notice how quite frequently it goes from them providing evidence to them asking us what is the evidence against it, or what evidence do we have contrary to it. Well, which is probably against. Well, one would be against, and then another would be, do you have a replacement?
Yeah, they start getting sturdy all of a sudden.
I like that word.
I just don't understand how they think that they can go back to some 2,000-year-old observation, and that should put up a big red flag right there. You're going to try and use something that supposedly took place 1,000 or however long years ago, a long time ago. And you supposedly have all this technology, you have all these instruments, these measurements, you have all these telescopes, you have all this body of science behind you that should make these questions very easy to answer. And you go back to 1,000-year-old example of something that is nothing but assumptions, assumption after assumption. There's no real, it's not real. I mean, all he did was assume that light rays were parallel and assume that the light rays were infinite distance. And that's what this guy's trying to say in an essence. The light rays were parallel. No, they're not. And why are you going back to 1,000 years ago?
Yeah, but he was using the theodolite, God Rockin', when you were telling him. Like, I think you mentioned it to him. Hey, have you used the theodolite? He's like, well, no.
I have many times.
But no, I was just saying he was speaking on it like he actually used the thing. And I was like, well, how are you speaking on something? It sounds like you used the thing when you're saying that you've never used the thing. What is this? Like, wouldn't you speak on it if like you actually were out in the field using it and he's like using all these angles? And I'm like, well, sounds like he's pretty familiar with the device. Like, and then you asked him.
Yeah, I could tell right away he had no idea because I use one. Anyway, 69 miles is the distance he was giving us between points for the 90-degree angle to be off, like just a tiny bit off of the ground floor straight up. 69 miles. You know how far a theodolite barely will shoot a mile. They say 2 miles, but I disagree. I've used one at a quarter of a mile, and you got to have a big story pole with big numbers on it to see it. I mean, they got little tiny telescopes on them. They're like,
but there's there's no actual practical use there's no reason to use it in the way that they're using it.
No, not for that purpose.
I wish Rakim was in this server more, but just him talking about what he does with his work, and then over at Geo's, them calling not calling. There's a guy who was working with like some big engineer, and he asked him. He said, "What would I do to create a level, like over X amount of distance or whatever?" And he just told him it had nothing to do with the curvature of Earth or anything. Yeah, I think he asked him about a theodolite and if you would use it beyond a certain distance, and he's like, no, why? And it's like, exactly, because you guys have only thought about trying to piece this Frankenstein of an argument together, but there's no practical use in any of the things that you do. It's just all theoretical. It's just all reification. It's all make believe.
Obviously, you heard someone say one time that a theodolite could do these things or whatever, but you can't. Not with a theodolite. You cannot shoot those kind of distances. They're not made for that purpose. They're made to shoot grades and angles, so you get a square building and you get a level building. That's what they're made for. They're not made for the shit they're talking about, the 69 miles to find out the distance between the top and the bottom of these parallel lines. No, that's not what this theodolite is built for. It's not what it's used for. It's
get them, God Rockin'.
Can't use it for that.
Let them know. Let them know how long you were doing that in that industry, because they don't know.
Many years. Put it that way. I built the conference center in Salt Lake for the Mormon Church. It was $100 million. I built the Sam's Club cold storage unit in Corinne, Utah. I don't know how much that building was, but it was the biggest cold storage unit in the Western United States. I built the ice skating rink in Salt Lake City for the Olympics. That's just 3 buildings over the last 20 years that I built. And I shot all the grades. I laid out the datum. I figured, I got the frame of reference off of a manhole cover out in the street, which told me exactly how many feet above sea level we were. Then I figured it out from there, because it said on the blueprints how many exact feet and inches above sea level I was supposed to be for the top of the footing. So I went and found a manhole by myself, found the grade, how high above sea level that manhole was. Then I did the math, set up a datum on the job site, and we used that datum, either plus or minus whatever we were shooting, plus or minus off the datum I set up. So I've done it a long time.
That Salt Lake City, that like when it comes to like the Winter Olympics and like Olympic speed skating, it's a big oval. It's a 1/4 mile oval. and it's got to be. Yeah, exactly.
It's called a super flat.
Yeah,
it's got to be within like a 16th or 32nd of an inch level. The entire thing. It's got to be extremely flat. It's called a super flat. They have a special screed that they make. It's laser. It's controlled by lasers. It has a little aluminum screed on the front that spins at high speed. So it screeds it and finishes the concrete almost in one move. As long as you break it up to the screed, this long 4-inch spinning aluminum tube that is controlled by laser grade on each side. You got laser beams that are set up off of data points that are constantly adjusting that 4-inch spinning screed, and it spins and grades the concrete absolutely perfectly. And you got to set all that shit up. All them grades got to be set up with a theodolite. And I did all that on all of those buildings. And so these guys don't know what they're talking about. Don't use theodolites for that kind of shit. They don't. They're for building buildings, for hell's sakes.
That's what we keep telling him. Bob the science guy doesn't think so though.
An idiot then.
Yeah, he's pretty much.
You know what he's good to help you with though? Like medical marijuana. He'll definitely tell you what strand to use, like for your condition.
He's probably good with that, yeah.
Yep. That's what he's a doctor in.
I'd like to get some CBD stuff because I can't do THC. I get too weak. It makes me feel like it's too weird. And I smoked weed my whole life until 32 years ago. I stopped, and I tried smoking a little bit a couple weeks ago, and a few weeks before that, I take 1 or 2 hits, and I got so paranoid and weird feeling. I don't want nothing to do with that shit. But the CBD stuff, I've never tried it. So I want to try
drinking that wine too much. You're smoking them tweeds and everything.
I want to try some CBD stuff, but one of these days, I guess maybe.
Alex, you forgot smoking lamp. This is bullshit. It's like Cypress Hill concert in here.
Is that all the Globers got? It's like 4 proponents talking about light rays. They tap out.
Come on. Look, I mean, I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Like, come on. That's a false equivalency.
They got nothing.
You missed all the action, CB.
I know.
Most of the action was happening today. I was like, we missed some of your famous, little clips there. You should have. There was one about Neil deGrasse Tyson with Eratosthenes, where he says the Earth is with Eratosthenes, it could be flat. Also,
well, there are 2 possible explanations. First, we could have a flat Earth with the sun that's small and close by, so that the light hits the second well at an angle.
Well, if you don't think the sun is close, go outside and stand in front of it for a few hours. It's so close it'll burn your face.
93 million miles away.
No.
That number sounds so ridiculous now.
It wouldn't.
And it's 3 million miles closer right now, too, in the wintertime for us in the northern hemisphere. So remember that, too. That makes perfect sense. The one thing I noticed about that guy that was here a little bit ago, I think Elijah, he was talking with him, and he asked him repeatedly for a measurement. And just how arrogant the guy was, he said there were so many that I don't even need to provide you one. And it's like, wow, you got some brass ones, bro.
They say that in the YouTube chat.
That's just sheer ignorance.
That is crazy. Are they embarrassed now of Eratosthenes? Are they like, no, we can't say that guy's name anymore? Or
these guys are
because who else do they have, right?
Proven data.
Those answers are programmed to trigger you. Okay, like these people are coming in here and saying these things just to fuck with you. No kidding.
But I'm saying I know people like that.
I think
I've met people like that. I've spoken. This is the attitude that of a lot of people. Like, there's so much evidence, I don't even need to give you any. In fact, there's so much evidence, I don't even need any of it to believe it. It's so much. This is how people think, bro. There is so much evidence, I don't need to present anything, not even to myself. I mean, it's lunacy. It's like denying objective reality. I'm losing my mind dealing with people like this. I don't even know how to deal with some people in my life.
You're the guy earlier that I was talking to? I don't know if you were here.
Just the last guy that you guys had in here? Yeah, Elijah asked him very simple, like, hey, well, yeah, who's measured it? He's like, well, so many people. And he's like, great. Like who?
No, the guy who denies objective reality, the one I was speaking to earlier. And I gave him the...
is that Monkey? Is that Monkey?
Yeah.
That guy's a troll, bro. Come on. I've always thought that guy's a troll.
I was like, okay, so we're just gonna go based on your experience. So, tell me, like, are you sitting down or are you standing up? And he's like, no, I'm sitting down cross-legged. I was like, okay,
yeah, pretty sure,
right? And he's like, yeah. So, do you know that to be 100% sure? Well, I'm gonna have to say no. I'm like,
oh my god,
that's amazing. I like that. I was like, I'm
gonna have to. What?
I gotta remind people, like, it's been a while since I was big playing video games and stuff, but like gamers, which, remember, Discord is a gamer platform. Like, gamers pride themselves and give each other trophies and medals and shit for trolling people. It doesn't matter if they agree with them or not. It's just to trigger a response. Like, they pat each other on the back, slap each other's butts and all that stuff for doing it.
Oh yeah, they're butt slappers.
Well, I think most of the globalists actually respond in like manner. So I would say that's par for the course for those guys.
Yeah, I was going to say it's weird how many parallels there are.
Yeah, it just seems eerily similar to the...
What does almost parallel mean? Isn't that an oxymoron, by the way?
It means not parallel. So.
It's like almost a globe.
Yeah, he was getting flamed on in the chat. For that.
Oh, it's almost.
Get out my theodolite. It's only 69 miles. This will work just fine.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And he got mad because CB started playing those clips. You guys are messed up.
You ignorant son of a bitch. Did you hear him say that?
Yeah.
That's why I like CB's clips, man. It just makes him rage quit. Rage quit, bro.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
You know why? Because they don't know it's season 9, man. That's what we're in right now.
Season 9, mother. Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
I guess we exhausted all the remaining Globers that were for today. Nothing left to do but some simple cleanup.
The last two was kind of like a garbage dump cleanup. Get rid of them.
It was like a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
I know we don't have a model, guys, but has anybody? But a lot of people have measured, the height or estimated what they think the height of the sun might be, like consensus 3,500 or 3,000, and it's 30 miles across. Whatever it is, whatever people. Has anybody ever modeled that to see what the sun rays would actually be like if that were actually the case, just the angles, and compared that with reality?
Was it Samuel Rowbotham in that kind of put it at that 3,000 and something mile range that you pointed out.
There's a couple. But the point is anybody kind of modeled what the sun rays would actually look like or what they might look like with those dimensions instead of 93 million miles, blah, blah, blah.
I'm assuming, like, here's my assumption, is that it's going, there could be many, many models. His is probably just as valid as anybody else's for distances. Like, it would look like what we experience. That's the goal, is to come up with a model that looks like what we experience. It doesn't. None of it. You can present dozens of models that simulate the same thing. It doesn't mean that any one of them is true.
That's agreeable.
So, what are you gonna do?
Almost parallel, guys. Just remember that. I'm gonna demonstrate to you how light is parallel. The rays are parallel. But then I'm going to show you the demonstration that they're almost parallel. But light is parallel. But my demonstration will be to show that they're almost.
He was saying that they don't actually claim that they're parallel, but they actually claim they're almost parallel. I've always heard them say it was parallel. What is the actual claim?
Parallel. They're parallel, but he's saying they're almost parallel. Well, the demonstration.
No. I'm saying, what is the Helios?
In Eratosthenes, for Eratosthenes, which, by the way, like, they have to prove that he even existed. Which, even on their side, there's a debate on whether or not the guy even existed. Okay, like, so give them that this guy existed. Now, was it Wells or was it Styx? Did he do multiple or did he do one? What were his assumptions? Like, all this kind of keeps changing, like, throughout the years of this debate. But the thing is you're always going to have to make the assumption. And what I've read for the assumption of, like, the distance is, yes, Eratosthenes assumed an infinite distance because he assumed it to be so far away, so unfathomably far away, that you might as well consider it to be infinite, right? That was basically it.
No, Lou, what I meant was the consensus heliocentric model. Do they claim parallel rays or almost parallel rays? What's
They
their claim?
claim almost parallel. They claim so close to parallel that you could never detect a difference, but still.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me post an image. This is coming straight off of a website. So,
But once again, they claim both. Parallel means parallel and not parallel.
Right. Well, they simplify the almost parallel.
How can you lose an argument
parallel,
when every single term for debate is given a dualistic and contradictory meaning?
See,
you can't lose that argument.
No, but see, almost parallel isn't the picture he just provided.
Yeah, we don't worry too much about the guy who comes in here, right? It's about what the actual experts on their side are saying.
Right.
And that's what we're discussing right now.
What the experts on their side are saying has nothing to do with anything that we can use in reality. Like, so there's nothing that they can present. Like, they're not supposed to be like, oh, look at these pictures, this is proof. They're not supposed to be like that because, for all intents and purposes, from the mainstream side, it's so parallel that we need not be worried about how not parallel they are, because just from our experience on Earth, they're basically parallel. That's not what these guys are saying when they're coming in here giving us pictures of things.
Yeah,
like
they're saying they are parallel, even though that's not true.
Illinois the past year, just from a security standpoint, making sure people are safe and secure. I mean, that's a really
Even in their models, that's not true. They're close to parallel in their idea of a 93 million mile distant sun.
securing the intersection.
But even still, like, they're actually not. But this is, like the contradiction that they have constantly. Like, I was debating them in this over in one of the other servers, Tartaria, I think. And it was about is it a perfect vacuum or not? See, like they'll pick and choose. Like they'll say in a perfect vacuum when it suits them, but then they'll say, but it's not a perfect vacuum when you start talking about second law thermodynamics violations. And then, then the gradient thing comes up, and then blah, 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 blah. And it's like, so you're going to talk about a gradient. How far does the gradient extend? Like, at what point is it all just like this homogeneous fucking, like, super low fucking vacuum? And then they're like, I don't know. One guy is telling you it's perfect, and another guy is telling you it's almost perfect. But it matters. Like, they don't see why it matters, but it's a small difference that matters.
Turnouts for those parades.
Yeah, you see the image I put up? That's their argument.
It's so tiny, it's such a small amount that you do not notice. The only time you notice is when it's extreme, like in the face of
Everything's just bent and spaghetti. Crazy.
You won't know it's happening. That's pretty simple, right?
We don't know the fraction exists because we see
Donato, you got some background noise?
Yeah, they do. Here's us sneeze. This is their argument, though. They're so confused. They don't know. I just want to expose their confusion every time they come in here. Every single time. Can we see the curvature? No, we can't see it. The Earth's too big. But the boats are going behind the curvature. Also, we do see curvature. Yeah, definitely see curvature for sure. But it's not just curvature we see. We see the evidence of curvature. It's the evidence we're seeing. Confused.
I've seen this a lot lately with the they seem to have dropped every other argument and just said, well, how can we believe in flat Earth if it doesn't have a map and it doesn't have measurements? It's a very popular argument, and it's ridiculous. It seems to be their most popular argument at the moment.
I mean, we should have been able to, like, with what we've done with laser tests and mirror flashes and long range observations, we've definitely shown that there is no visible curvature. Now what they want then is the measurements, right? And I can't say, we as flat earthers, we can't just like forever say, well, we don't have them. It would be nice to like try to get our own map and our own measurements, but we're a long way from that. We're just getting organized basically, whereas the other side has been around. They're the current thing, and they have all the funding, and they even put a certain portion of their funding to suppressing us.
Well, what seems to really confuses me is they just don't get the fact that the globe model is just that. It's a model. It's like a model car, like a race car that you build with glue and plastic. It's the same thing. It's a model that sits on your desk. Literally, it is a toy model. It is not reality. And you put anything you want on that globe, all the different, longitudes and latitudes and all that stuff that is on that model, it's still just a toy on the desk of your teacher's desk. It's nothing more than that. And as far as accuracy, we know that it's horribly inaccurate. And why can't they get that concept? It's not reality. It's a toy. It's exactly what it says, a model, like a toy car model that you build when you're a kid. Same thing. Literally is the exact same thing. those models that you build out of little race cars, they got the proper engines in them and stuff. I mean, they make them look authentic as they can, with headers coming out the side of your 66 Corvette, your little side pipes or whatever. It's a model. It's all. It's not reality.
God, Rockin', exactly. That's pretty much what I was thinking. It's like, I can pull up to your house with, keys to your favorite car, or you can have a model of it. What would you rather have? Well, I need to have the model. No, you can either drive it, here's the keys, or you can play with a toy. What do you want?
You're absolutely right. Like a model, a map, or any of this doesn't prove anything. No matter what, it's a what's the fallacy about it? It's a
Reification.
Reification fallacy. Yes. Like, however, they have one going and people accept it. It would be good if we could come up with something. Now, that's a very tall task. I understand it's a daunting task, but until you can replace theirs, like functionally in society, like you're not going to make a difference unless you can replace theirs. You have to do something to present to people.
Well, I could probably design one as to what I think it is, but that doesn't mean it's going to mesh or jive with all of you guys. Probably there's going to be a large handful of you guys that don't agree with the model I build. But I could use the current information available, maybe all the way out to the 60th parallel. But beyond that, you wouldn't have any information to build other than, or to create a map or whatever.
Well, let's be honest about this. Like, yeah, we keep telling people, like, we want you to find it for yourself and know it's true. Like, yes, that's awesome. As a truther, I love that. But if you want to have the masses don't give a fuck about logic. They'll never figure it out. And that's why they're winning. They're relying on the masses. We've got we've got the numbers, the ad populus fallacy, ad populum, whatever it is. Yeah, ad populum.
And we're gonna have to build a model. You're gonna have to build one with a container.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to pick, right, on what it looks like.
But this is how you get stuck. Like, all of a sudden you're going to be dishonest. You're going to present a model you don't really stand behind because you have to win over the fucking ignorant.
Well, I could build one that I would stand behind, but I couldn't say that it would be 100% accurate. But I'd stand by the fact that it's contained. Where the container starts and ends, I could only guess. And you have to put that in there. Look, this could be anywhere from, it could be 1,000 miles inaccurate. But is a container, but exactly where it is, I do not know. But so you just, I don't know if it's worth even trying to build, draw a map and a model that, pretty much takes care of all the issues, like a container and whatever else. I mean, you're right, it would be a tall task, Lou, but it's probably going to, be honest with you, I'll bet it would be, if we put our heart and soul into it, it would be more accurate than the globe, obviously. It's because it's mimicking reality, at least to some degree, because we got reality to go off of.
Yeah, how would you even do it? Are you going to base it off of the motions of the sun like they did with all these other projections and stuff, or are you going to do something different? We have to set our presuppositions. How are we going to model this? Like, what is the framework for it?
Well, as far as the sun goes, pretty much know what kind of a pathway the sun, the circuit that it's locked into. Just be guessing. Of course, you're just going to be guessing, but it's going to still stay within certain boundaries. I don't know, Lou. I really don't know what to say. All you can do is try and get a bunch of shit for it. You just have to present it. Say, look, this is my idea. And half the people on the server.
I've pretty much gave ask questions and then given rebuttal questions that go contrary to what I said before. These are the problems that we're facing, though. Like, I'm just kind of pointing all of them out. Like we have they're demanding this of us, and we want to present them with as much as we can, but we want to remain truthful. But we also know that we're fighting, powers and principalities and whatever it is. We know that most people are dumb. We know that popularity wins. We know this. And we're actually gaining steam on the popular realm with certain celebrities talking about flat Earth. That's awesome. But then those people come in without any real knowledge. So are you supposed to educate everybody who came in? Are you supposed to just give them answers that sound good to get them by when they come in? I don't know.
Isn't that what we've been doing for the most part? That is kind of what we've been doing, isn't it?
Yeah. It is. So far, I think we've done pretty well so far. But we're kind of getting to a point where, in my opinion anyway, we got to stop going in circles with the same Globers that are just literally there to slow us down and keep us back. We got to start reaching more people. We got to get them in here. We got to get better at educating. We got to, but that means getting people on the same page. We can't be fighting each other on everything now. But if you do that, then see all kinds of issues. All of a sudden, it's like a religion. It's you all have to believe the same thing, and I don't like that either. I think outside of the box.
True. We don't all have to believe the same thing. Maybe similar stuff, but I think I could draw a model or build a model that I would say maybe 30-40% of you people agree with for the most part. Not all of it, but for the most part. Maybe you or I think you could probably do the same thing. You could probably build a model and draw one up, a map that 30-40% of the people here probably say, yeah, that's pretty close to what I think, or whatever. You know what I mean?
No, I couldn't do it. If you think you could, good for you. Because no, I don't think I could do it.
Well, maybe I can't, but I would just be, as far as the map part of it going, I would just be using maps that are available and transferring them onto a flat plane. I mean, I don't know what else I could do because I've never been there.
Again, you're gonna have to have a framework. Are you basing it off of a globe, or are you basing it off of a flat plane? Are you basing it off of the sun, the motions of the stars and the sun and whatever? Are you basing it off of, I don't know, magnetics, your polar, what other options would there be? I'm not sure. The toroid,
Well, you could propose all of those things and say, take your pick. I don't know.
I agree with you, Lou. I've thought about that before. I brought it up before, and people beat me up for it. But it feels like I've heard other people say it, and I think what they did was they wrapped a round sky around a flat Earth. So I wonder if we already have the information that we need to reverse engineer.
Yeah, I've heard that. Maybe everything that we're seeing is literally just the flat Earth, but then the questions lie in all these 5-year-old questions coming from the Globers. They've already been hitting the right questions. Then, if that's true, how does the sun work? How does
what I'm saying is, if what they're saying is that they've mapped out the sky, right, and that's how they know what the Earth is like, maybe they've already given us the information that we need to reverse engineer it into what it actually is, a comprehensible model of what it actually is in reality.
You're saying the data's there, it's just been misinterpreted.
No. if you reverse engineer, I'm not a mathematician, a map guy, nothing. I'm not that smart. What I'm saying is for people who are intelligent with that sort of thing, is the data possibly already there and it just needs to be reverse engineered? And what you would round the sky and flatten the earth with the information that they've already given us.
Like oh man, the way that you're phrasing this like leaves it open to interpretation. Are you talking about like us living in like a digital paradigm, universe?
No. They're saying that, aren't they saying that they have mapped the land because of the sky, and because of that they know it's a ball? Isn't that one of their main claims?
They base the maps. Yes, they base the maps.
Right.
They base the maps based off of the travel of the sun, how we track the sun.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're saying because of that we know the Earth's a ball. And we're like, no, we know it's flat, dude. But what if the data that they've given us on the correlation between the Earth's radius and where the stars are and where the land is could be reverse engineered by a program?
See, that's where I got into the digital paradigm that you were like, no, dude. Like,
I'm not talking about, you talking about like we live in a simulation or something? No, that's not what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, but what program did this?
You're saying it would be nice to have a real map of the Earth.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm saying,
it would be nice.
Does the data already exist within the public record to reverse engineer? If that's true, if what they did was wrap a round sky around a flat Earth and then told us the Earth is shaped like the sky.
Yeah, no, I get what.
I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not even saying this is a coherent concept. I'm asking, has anybody thought about this? Is it a possibility?
Is the data actually there? Yes, it's been thought of. Like the idea basically is this: is like all of the projections that they call globe projections are actually already flat Earth measurements that they made the wrong supposition on and wrapped it around a ball.
If the Earth is flat,
yeah, but like the AE map, what they're saying is the continents are not the same size as they actually are in reality. And what you're saying is, hey, it'd be nice to have a map that match reality, because we don't have that.
Who said that? Someone said if the Earth is flat, something.
It should be easy to create a flatter map. Yeah, they are flat. You say that all the maps are flat, then it should be easy to take all the maps of the world together, put them together.
Well, that's actually, see, that's the thing is like the maps that they give us in textbooks for world maps and shit like that, and for geography class, and they're not maps that you navigate with. Like navigation maps are always done in Cartesian coordinates, which means like straight lines, like X and Y axis. Like that is your Cartesian coordinate system.
Yeah,
so
then get the flight charts.
Works, yeah. So what you're saying is we can just combine all of our navigation maps, Cartesian coordinate maps, and put them together. And yeah, that would be a flat 2-dimensional map automatically.
Just do it.
Well, the expert navigational person, one that's actually navigated the waters, the oceans of the Earth, and has been to these continents, they know how far they've sailed. They pretty much can tell how far away it is. So I don't know if there's people out there that would be willing to help navigation wise. Maybe so.
I mean, it should be easy for people in America. You can get the whole world, like flight charts, maps, easy to get for you Americans.
Actually, there's problems with that though too, because those maps.
I haven't finished it.
Maps, no, well, hold on. The Cartesian map thing, putting them together, there's an issue that needs to be addressed before you finish. So, it's all those are smaller, like more local maps that are based off of how magnetic declination works in that region. So if you ever look at like how a compass will read in your area, if you look at like a world map, you'll see that it doesn't take a straight path from you to the North Pole like every single fucking time. It actually bends and kind of like weaves its way around. So especially in places like in the southern hemisphere, it gets really distorted. Things start going sideways and shit like that. And so north could be pointing due west according to the map. Like so like if you were to take these maps and try to put them together, you'd have to do some kind of adjustment for magnetic declination.
It's just like a puzzle. If you know like 3,000 piece puzzle, just put all the maps together so they match together. That's all. What's the problem?
Well, that's
Is
not
it because
reality.
the Earth is globe?
It's because it's not reality.
Come on, map you drive by is not
So you
reality.
putting puzzle pieces together is now where we live. Is that what
It's
you're saying?
easy. If it's flat, it should be easy. Why is it so difficult? Just take all the maps, put them together, and get a flat Earth map. Finally,
That's the dumbest
somebody will
shit
do
I've
it.
ever
No?
heard. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Well, because the Earth is globe is not flat.
So because
That's
you
why you
say
cannot do that.
because you
That's why
say
you can
put
do it.
puzzle because you say put puzzle pieces together of each map, then the world is a globe. That's what
I
you're saying.
said, just it should be easy if Earth is flat. Do flat maps. I don't know. We have a flat America. Like each state is got its own map. Yes, you drive. You can navigate using the map. Yes, it's in the scale. So find the whole world in the scale, put it together, and you got your flat Map. No, what is the problem?
We've been navigating before the Earth was a globe. So what's the difference there? There's always been navigation.
We are talking why nobody made flat Earth map.
Look, it's not so hard. It's not so hard to do what you're talking about over land and large continents and stuff. Like, yeah, you might be able to do this in the United States and piece together the whole United States for a better map. But when you start connecting continents, like that area between them, that water, it becomes a lot more difficult to know your actual position, your actual speed, your actual things like this, like putting that stuff together takes presuppositions.
But why?
You can't measure distance over water.
Well, you just have to keep track of your speed and the distance you've traveled, and I don't know how hard that is.
I wonder how do flights find the speed and distance? How did the airplanes find the speed and the distance?
How do you track? They do it with a GPS, but that's got a presupposed map in it. So that's why that works out. But you can't track distances over water because it could say that you're going a certain speed, but that's only because of that presupposed map saying you're covering this amount of distance because you're going this fast. But if that map's not correct, then your speed is going to be different from what your GPS is saying. So there's no way to actually make sure that speed you're going over water is the speed you're going over water. Do you know what I mean?
Are you sure there is no way?
Well, how are you going to... On land, you can do it because if you've got a wheel, you can measure how big the wheel is and how many times it spins around. How do you do that on water?
How did the boats find out their speeds?
Yeah, but you're going to be traveling in a current. A current's going toward you or away from you, and speed you're going to be traveling is going to be changed because of the movement of the water. It's going to be
but it's not going to change significantly. Also, they can check the position based on the
I'm
stars.
just saying you just have to keep all that in mind.
So you can measure your distance from the stars.
Yeah, I can just find out how far away am I using the star navigation.
Well, you did this before, and before you were in the North Pole, and then you moved down, and then your angle changed, and then we asked you if you'd done it before, and you said, no, I haven't done it. So how are you doing this now?
I'm not a sailor, but I mean, there is a sailor.
Oh, so you don't know.
So whole university is in the city.
Yeah,
just
so
beside
it works in maths, but not in reality. Yeah?
What do you mean maps? You haven't got map.
Maths.
Maths. Okay.
M-A-T-H-S.
Math is a superior to anything.
Math is superior to reality.
To anything. To anything.
So
if 1 + 1, it's always 2.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
It's
a big
if you have 1
claim.
plus 1, it's always 2.
What about in reality when you have 2 minus 4? Do you have minus 2 in reality?
Yeah, you borrow 2. It's called
Do you have
borrowing.
minus 2 apples? Start off with 2 minus 4 minus
Yeah,
2 apples. I got minus 2
it's
apples
called
sitting on the table.
borrowing. It's
Not
called
reality,
borrowing.
mate.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
called
it's
credit
made up.
card. It's called
Yeah, that's
credit
only
card.
to do. Yeah, exactly. That's the
It's
monetary
credit
system,
card.
mate. It's not.
You're
It's
owning
not reality.
You're owning money. You're owning
Yeah, but
money.
it's
You
not
don't know
reality,
He didn't ask you
mate.
that. He asked you. He didn't ask you if you can borrow 2 apples. He asked
Yeah.
you if you can have negative 2 apples in physical reality. Do you understand the question?
In math or in reality.
Yeah. So I can write down on a piece of paper 2 apples minus 4 apples equals negative 2 apples. So he's
Yeah.
not asking you. He's not asking you if you can borrow 2 apples. What he's asking you is, can you have in the realm of physical reality negative 2 apples?
You can you can owe someone for 2 apples. How's that?
But I was just trying to explain to him that's not what we're talking about. Why are you saying that again?
Yeah, reality.
Okay, so
In
can we?
reality,
wait,
you can owe to people
wait,
2
guys,
apples.
let's not distract him now. Let him answer the question or see if he can. Can you have negative 2 apples in physical reality?
Yeah, it's called owning somebody.
Nah, come on, mate.
But you're
So
gonna.
we've
say
got another.
yes
We've,
to that.
we've got,
Yeah, somebody gave you 2 more apples. Otherwise, you cannot.
Oh my god!
Cannot
Oh my god! Guys,
do minus 4. Where do you get 4 then? Wait, I'm answering. So if you take
It's not
2
reality,
apples,
mate.
my apples, yes, then yes, you can have 0 apples. But where do you get the other 2 apples? In reality, you borrow the apples from somebody. And that's
Okay,
how you own
dude, can you
apples.
hear me? Testing. Can you hear me, dude? Can you hear me? Right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so did you hear me when I just said that we are explicit? We are not talking about borrowing apples. Can you hear me when I say that?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you say the word borrow again, you understand you're not talking about what we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's start over. Let's take it slow. You can write down on a piece of paper 2 apples minus 4 apples equals negative 2 apples. And the math works out on paper, correct? You follow me?
Yeah.
All right. So then the question is, can you have in physical reality, can you hold in your hand negative 2 apples? Yes or no?
Oh, based on your predisposition, no. But
really?
in
All
math,
right, so
in
you can say
reality,
no to that.
it's
All right,
called
all right.
owning money. In reality, it's called owning money. Now, okay, if you are so... Let me finish.
Stop.
Because you steered away. What I was talking about is physical flat map. So physical, you can touch. If you have a physical map, can you put physical flat maps all together to create flat map of Earth? Physical, you can touch it. I'm not talking about magic or anything else. I'm talking about physical flat map. Do you know?
You said map.
You can touch map. You can touch.
You said
map.
math is
Physical
superior
map.
to reality, bro. You said math is superior to
Map
reality.
represents reality.
Now you're
Map
asking us for a
represents
map.
reality.
Let me ask you a question, bro. What's 2 fairies plus 2 fairies equal?
What to what?
Fairies.
Fairies or theories?
Fairies with wings and pixie dust, bro.
That's not reality. I don't believe in
Either
magic.
a
I don't believe in God.
What do 2 fairies plus 2 fairies equal, bro?
What are you talking about? We are talking about reality. Why are you steering away from reality, from flat Earth map? You want to talk about? Okay.
You don't know. He doesn't even know 2 plus 2. Guys, come on, man.
Hey, are we talking on Discord at the moment?
I started to talk about map. Why are you talking about fairies?
Are we
you
talking
crazy?
on Discord? Are we talking on Discord at the moment?
Yeah, Discord.
100% sure.
Yeah, I have it open in front of me.
Oh, good. I wanted to know whether you actually realize what reality is and the difference between reality and math.
Yeah. Do you see a picture on my screen?
On your screen? Why would I see a picture on your screen?
No, on my screen, on my... What's
I
that?
live in reality.
Avatar. Do you see the avatar? Do you see the avatar near my name?
Did you say Baltar? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's Jupiter. Yeah, it's a CGI picture of Jupiter. Yeah.
That's not CGI. I did this picture, and I saw it with my eyes. I did it with my eyes, my own eyes. Jupiter's
you did
moon.
that image with
Let me
your
to
eyes.
finish. I will explain. Okay, there is a Jupiter's moon Io crossing in front of Jupiter, so it's causing shadow on Jupiter. And if you knew something about Jupiter, you also know that you cannot see a red spot right now. Why? Because Jupiter rotates every 10 to 11 hours, between 10 to 11 hours. So you cannot see the red spot all the time. It rotates. You can see it. You can see rotation. You can do a little time lapse, and you can see it rotates. You can see it also with your naked eyes. Yeah.
How many photos and overlays did you take to get that image?
I was doing some little time lapse video.
Yeah. So how many photos and how many overlays did you take to get that image?
Overlays. This is stack of 3 minutes.
Are you saying that? Yeah. So it's not one image. So you took many images over 3 minutes and overlaid them. Yeah.
You take the best pictures and you stack them together so you get the best representation.
Yeah. So it's not the best representation of what you see. So is that reality?
You see that with your naked eye. You look at it and you see it.
So why did you have to take 3.5 minutes of images and then stack them and overlay them? If you can see that,
because of the wobble of atmosphere. I unfortunately don't live near equator, so I don't have really good view of moon. I have my where I am. I have it kind of like 45 degrees or near the horizon, and it kind of wobble. I live in the city, and the buildings, heat, everything, the wobbles all the air.
Do you realize what I was just saying? So is that photo a real photo?
Does it make it fake?
Is that photo?
Yeah, because I stuck it. Does it make it fake? Does it make it fake because I stuck it?
Because you stack it, it's not a real image, is it?
It is a real image.
A real photo. It's not a real photo.
It is
a photograph, bro. Not a photo. Is it?
The sound I hear from you, is that real or not?
It's not a stacked. It's not a real photo.
It's compressed. Your sound is compressed. It's coming through the internet. It's compressed.
It's not real, is it?
Does it make you fake? Does it make your voice fake because you're compressed? Your sound is compressed coming through my earphones.
That's sound. It's got nothing to do with what I look like.
Yeah, but does it make you face? Does it make you fake?
Well, it makes my voice not real. It makes it a digital image of my voice.
But I can still hear you. I can still know what you're talking about. I can.
That doesn't
assume
mean that's my
that you're
voice.
real.
Look, this is a stupid argument, man. Because like you know what I'm talking about, and you're just arguing for the point of it. So, the conclusion is the image that you've got there is an image and not a photo.
So it's so it's not real. So it's not real. Real Jupiter, not real Io.
It's a real image, but it's not one photo. You had to take 3.5 minutes of images and stack them to get an image like that. So therefore, it's not a real image. It's not a real.
I can
photo.
give you a single one. I can give you a single one. But it will not look as good as this one. It will be a little bit more blurred, but you can see it. You can see it wobble. You can.
I can
give you a whole video. I can give you a whole video. It doesn't make it fake. Jupiter is real. It rotates every 11 hours, and it's got moons that cause shadow on his surface. So there is no denying that. You can't deny it. I saw it with my own eyes. You cannot reprogram my eyes. What they see.
I can't deny that I live in reality and you live in an overlay image.
My eyes are overlaid image. What are you talking about? Are you crazy?
Well, you stacked it, didn't you?
I saw it with my naked eyes, you idiot. Sorry, I shouldn't be
You don't need to get personal, mate. I didn't call you anything.
Yeah, sorry. But I saw it with my eyes. I saw it like is it on the picture. I saw it exactly as it is on the picture. I saw it with the naked eyes.
You
I
know
just
why you
couldn't
just got
see it very well.
You know why you just got angry with me then?
Because you say that I live in reality. I saw it with my own
Because
eyes.
you know what I'm saying is the truth. So you're getting angry defending yourself.
What is true? That you cannot make a map?
True that you stack. Well, we don't have to make a map, do we? We don't. We're not claiming a map.
Yeah, you don't have a map. If Earth would be flat, it would be easy to make a flat. Why you didn't make one? Come on.
Wait. Can I say something more?
Yeah, do it.
Go for it.
Lupo, so does the town you live in, or city, or whatever, not exist if it's not, documented on a map? Can't navigate it, can't go to the shops, can't do anything.
Why not?
What are you saying? Well, this is your reasoning. I'm asking it back to you. So the Earth can't be flat unless it's mapped out on a piece of paper. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, that's the first thing if you need to do if you want to persuade anybody that the Earth is flat.
So again,
let me to finish.
No, but
if you want to persuade anybody that Earth is flat, you need to create a flat Earth map that will match the real distances between the cities.
Do you know the real distances between continents and whatnot? Have you verified them?
Between continents are big. Between which cities do you want to measure the distances?
Well, I'm sure you can get the distances between cities. Can you get the distances between continents without referring to some authority?
What do you mean?
Well, as I asked, can you get the distance between two continents without referring to some authorities, so that you can then reference it against any kind of map we come up to say whether it's right or wrong?
Do you know continents have coastline and it's a different part of the continent have different distance to another continent? You have to specify which city to this.
So you're basically saying you don't have the distances already. So how do you know that any globe map is correct?
You ask what's the distance between America and Canada?
What? They're on the same continent.
Yeah.
What about Australia and South America? Do you know the distance there?
Australia. What part of Australia? What part of South America?
Oh, let's go Perth to Santiago.
Okay, let's try Perth to Santiago.
Without Googling it, how do you verify it?
No, I'm having Google Earth. I'll Google it. I don't know coordinates between Perth. I don't live in there. I don't live in there.
That's not verifying it, though. That's just... He just said without going to authority. So how are you going to verify it?
Sorry. Perth. Here's Perth. What do you mean? How I'm going to verify between the distances between?
How do you verify it?
You can take a flight.
Can you go measure it?
Airplanes aren't measuring devices.
Well, roughly you can measure. We're using airplanes. Airplane speed, airplane ground to airplane speed.
How do you get ground speed when you're in the air and over water?
They have measuring distance. I'm not a pilot, so I cannot tell you exact details how do they do it. But you can also just get your ass on the plane, get the average. They usually display the average speed of the airplane and roughly how long time it takes to go from Paris to Santiago. You said
Paris? No, I didn't say that. I said Perth, but anyway.
Yeah, Perth to Santiago de Chile. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are you a Google Earther?
Yeah, I'm at Google Earth. Do you want me to share the screen?
A Google Earther. You can't share screens in here.
No, you can't share screens.
You can do a screen. I don't know if you've got permission, but you can take a screenshot and put it in voice text if you want. But I know I've done the same thing, mate. It's nothing new to me. I'm just wanting. Well, obviously, he was asking you. Do you want to continue, mate? Sorry for butting in.
It's okay. If you want like measure it at home, you can just do. If you have an accurate globe,
You're
like
going to
the
measure
globe-
Perth to Santiago
You
on
can have
home,
this-
at home.
Yeah, at home using the globe, you can do that.
Yeah, he's an armchair Arthur.
What do you mean? Are you going to put a sewing?
You know,
like
tape,
sewing
measuring tape. Yeah,
over
or
the globe?
in China you can get bendy rulers. Actually, they are plastic, but they're bendy, very
So-
bendy. You can just bend it over the globe, and you can just if it's like the good globe, they will give you the scale, and you can just multiply it by the
Yeah.
scale, and you get the distance.
And then flip that globe upside down and see if it says for educational purposes only.
Yeah, because some of the cheap globes are really bullshit.
Oh, they're all
they just make
bullshit.
it.
Yeah, they're all bullshit.
No, there are some good ones, but it's really hard to get the good quality ones in China.
You know what's hard to get? A globe without curvature.
Like the I got the curvature.
You've got curvature? Can you
Yeah,
show us?
yeah.
Well, that's
Still
we're waiting for that, man. So show us it.
Quick.
I cannot share. I need to find it.
You need to find curvature. Yeah, so do we.
Oh, my picture. I need to find my picture. Oh, it's been a long time.
You've got picture of curvature. Is it going to be like all the other pictures of curvature?
Okay, I will explain to you before I will find it. So I got a picture of a sunset from the mountain, and the sun is lower than the mountain.
Okay, and how
that
far
make
away
the-
is the mountain?
How high is the mountain, or how far
How
from
far
what?
away?
How far
How
from
far
what?
away from the viewer's point is the mountain?
What do you mean from viewers? I'm on the mountain. I'm on the mountain.
Yeah,
I'm
so
looking
how far
down. I'm
and how
looking
far
down
away-
at the sea, and there is a sunset, and I can clearly see the sun is lower than the rest of the mountains. Even I'm standing on the tallest mountain in the whole area.
And what height is the mountain?
Post the picture, Lubo.
Yeah, I will try to find it. Maybe it will be easier actually just go to my YouTube channel where I have it.
No, picture suffice.
Thing is, I
YouTube
think
channel link would be cool too if you got one.
Yeah, I got one. Yeah, I'll go to YouTube because I have it on my few. I have a few hard drives like these Astro pictures. They take lots of space, and I have like 3 hard drives. I don't know where exactly is it. Okay. No. It's hard to search through China, so I will try to be fast.
Hard to find curvature.
No, I mean,
Where is it?
YouTube is it's not as fast as in America. That's what I mean.
See, it's even hard to find on the internet, let alone reality.
Okay, I got it.
So, a personal file.
Okay, I got the link. I'm going to send it to you.
So you took this picture, or somebody else took it?
Yeah, I took it.
But you
and
needed to look on the internet for your own file.
I made a little video about it it was Mr. Sensible channel. I made a video for the kind of competition he's got. 1 minute debunk it's called. How can I go to chat? I hate Discord, always changes the layout, and I have a problem to find where do I post it?
Live stream voice text channel.
Live stream.
Right above this channel.
Where do I switch? Oh, okay, I got it. Is it? Oh, yeah. I don't have a permission to send messages on this channel. Okay, I don't have permissions. Sorry.
Just direct message it to
You have
one of us.
capability. Yeah, you have capabilities to post links. You have the capability to post links.
But I don't know where.
You've been tagged.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I can post it to some Timbo. Maybe I can send it to you.
I'm driving, preferably not me.
Oh.
Well, I'll tag you and just post it where you get tagged.
Okay. Tagged. New mentions.
It's the channel right above where
clicked.
all the
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Well.
New to Discord too.
Okay. So posted it over there.
Doesn't really show much.
Oh, you need to open.
Oh, so it's a video.
Yep, it's a video. It's 1 minute. It's not long.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it.
I may have my voice sped up so it fits into 1 minute, as was the requirement by Mr. Sensible. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. And it shows really the sun really cannot work on a flat earth. I'm going to mute myself. I got a little problems with my son. He's getting a bit angry. Excuse me, you can watch the video for now. But I will mute myself.
Come back though.
Okay.
I see a mountain.
Yeah, me too when I go outside. Live right next door to one.
So what did anyone else watch that video? I can't understand what he was trying to say.
Which video?
Like he just posted. If you go into so Lubo in China, he posted a video, just 1 minute. Horizon debunks flat Earth.
So the mountains in the video, they're below eye level? But they're appearing above it? Did I get that right? I don't see how that would help the globe if so.
Yeah, so he's saying that the mountains are appearing above the horizon, even though they're actually physically below his eye level. They should be even further below it if the ground is dropping. So what's the point?
Yeah, it just seems like another guy that struggles to understand how perspective works. I mean, I can't say for certainty, but that looks pretty eye level. So I don't know what he's having to look down upon.
That's a weird point, though.
He's looking straight out.
It's a weird point. It's like he's saying that the mountains are appearing above the horizon, even though they're physically below eye level, but that's supposed to help him prove that the ground is dropping? Am I missing something?
I have to wait for him to get back for him to actually explain it.
Yeah. I got some questions here. So it was like a mountain that was half the angular size of the sun he could not see. Well, what were the angular sizes of the things in the foreground closer than it?
On a side note, I just noticed that YouTube is now advanced to pushing that nonsense Wikipedia banner inside the video as well. You guys see that?
No, I didn't see that.
We must be making waves,
Big time.
Yeah, now it's like a watermark. It's like you can't get rid of it.
Have you been in the Cosmology Tartaria server?
Nah. What about it?
All of the hardcore copium heads have gone over there, and they are just malding and coping all day. It's so bad. So yeah, they're losing hard. Yeah, they're so.
Aren't most Tartarians like fly earthers already?
Oh no, I don't know. It's just called Cosmology Tartaria server, but it's just crawling with those like Zanuck and those types.
Oh, it's exhausting sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, like the most hardcore globe copium heads out there, they've all chosen to congregate there for some reason.
Well, it's open platform. They just let them go with all their bullshit. So they stay there, I suppose.
Oh, they're like giving up debating, people that know their shit.
They're just seething.
Went over to, Tartarians with just all their fucking assumptions and.
No, it's not
whatever.
really. It's were you in here? You know Shane St Pierre?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's organised they changed the name. It used to be something else. I can't remember what it was, and then they changed it. But they're having a lot of debates over there. So it's not really anything to do with Tartaria.
Yeah, Witsit's in there a lot, crushing them.
Yeah. And is that Battle Mod that's in there as well? Yeah.
Yeah, he's there. Yeah. Bunch of other good ones.
Yeah, well, they're not having an easy fucking time if they're sitting in front of Witsit in battle mode.
Yeah, not at
I know
all.
how they're going to cope over there.
That's why they're so angry, because they're just getting crushed all the time and they're in denial about it. Just spazzing nonstop all day in the chat and the VC. It's just craziness.
At what point they just look in the mirror and they just say, "I am ridiculous," you know?
It's never going to happen, I don't think, at this point.
Why?
They're too far past it. There's just no chance of them coming to their senses, I think, if they're this, they're this bad.
I can't bloody type fast enough to keep up with your guys' answers. You see a heretic in there all the time, just smashing out the keyboard. I can't be bothered typing because I can't type that fast.
Well.
Yeah, but the waves of butthurt when you start saying things in there are just insane. There's like 10 of them just getting triggered at like one thing you said. But everything they say is gravy, though. It's just like, oh, this is another great thing to jump on. I'm going after this now.
I wonder if some of these guys think that NASA's going to post them out free tickets to Mars, like the first Mars colonies, if they put in enough of this work or something.
No, they all think that if they just wish hard enough that they'll become uber rich and be able to buy a ticket.
Even if the globe was real, it's not fucking cool enough to spend that much time in your life defending. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck, if the globe's real, and who the fuck cares about this, little supposed niche group of people that deny it,
Yeah, exactly.
It's just fucking weirdos, man.
I think they're insecure about it because deep down they must know, or at least have some sort of like semblance of, just sort of an idea that we might be right.
Fuck yeah, they know we're right.
Yeah, they're triggered and they're in denial. They're coping. They're just literally coping.
I wasn't listening very closely, but you were talking about like how it turns into like a 10-on-1 or whatever. What server were you talking about?
Cosmology Tartaria.
Yeah, that's the one I was in this morning, and yeah, like I got suckered in. This is something that I know better too. Like I don't do it around here. I don't get suckered in by the trolls in the text chat. I'm focused in the voice on who wants to actually engage with us on a level where we can get some kind of emotion. You can understand sarcasm. We don't have to like use the context of, like what we typed and keep typing the same thing over and over and over again. But I got sucked into it there. I was just listening and was watching the side chat and I decided to like answer a question for somebody or correct somebody, whatever it was. Next thing you know, I've got two people asking me questions. And now I answer the question and I answer that question.
Yeah.
And then the answer's not good enough. They want you to specify. So now you have to get more specific. But then another question comes in. You've got a third actor, and then a fourth, and then a fifth. And I know we do this around here too. Like we gotta remember this works both ways. So like when you have a guy in here, we shouldn't be dogpiling because you're gonna disengage that person. That's what I did. I got to the fifth person and I was like, I can't keep it straight. Like who asked what? Like which conversation should I ignore and which one should I answer? Because I'm not answering all of them anymore. This is not going to happen.
You got them actually just asking legit questions, though? Because for the most part, I just have them like kind of spiraling and throwing ad homs at me.
Yeah, they try to do that. But no, I very carefully worded my responses in a way where I didn't like make any claims. I just asked them to reconsider their beliefs and whether or not a certain option was a possibility, one which they like. It was about like, they say it would be impossible. And I basically threw at them like,
So is it a possibility that all governments are working together and that they would have a shared common interest in deceiving you about space? And I got them to, by wording it properly, I got them to admit that would be a possibility. But typically, no, they're not going to let that one slide. You're crazy. You have to be very careful about how you choose your words. You gotta dance into it.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm back.
Yo.
Sorry. My son is in the age when he doesn't want to listen, and these COVID restrictions don't really help. Right now we are at home. We have online classes.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
It's a bit naughty. Yeah, he's naughty right now. He was smashing the doors. Okay, anyways. So I'm not really sure if you watched the video or not.
I have a question about it.
Yeah.
So it says that you've got mountains in the distance that are physically below eye level appearing above the horizon?
No, they're missing. They're below horizon, so we cannot see them because they're too far away.
Okay.
But perspectives based on the field of view calculator, we should see them still half a degree above the horizon.
Okay.
So that's on the flat Earth. We should see them if the Earth is flat.
Any idea what distance the horizon is at?
No idea.
That would be a key factor.
Not really, because what is missing is the mountain, it's not the horizon.
The horizon has to be where it would be on the globe if it's globe curvature obstructing the things beyond it.
If you can't see them, you just can't see it. It's obstructed by the horizon. But you see,
but
the sun gets... But the sun gets obstructed by the horizon too.
You're claiming what's obstructing the sun there is geometric Earth curvature. Physical location, correct? So,
well, not really geometric because
so it's not geometric. So now, this is an apparent horizon, so it's optical.
Well, still.
So optical effects can obscure the sun then, which would go against your argument.
No optical anything can obstruct the sun.
So it's a geometric horizon, it's physical.
Yeah, you see how he works. He just, dismisses it and just, keeps going with it. And, how many hours has this been going on?
I don't know. I'm here for altogether like half an hour.
Yeah.
But what I want to say,
he came back from zero earlier though.
Yeah.
I was coming in and out, so I altogether
He's very dismissive to everything we have to say.
Well,
but we can't question him. But he wants specific answers, but he won't answer any of our specific questions.
Well, here's the thing. In the first half of the video, before he gets to the second point, the one that you were just talking about, he does say that there's mountains below eye level but appearing above the horizon. It's in the first half a minute of the video.
No.
What does he say then?
They appear below the eye level, and also some of them appear above the horizon, some of them below the horizon.
Right, that's the point, right? No, hold on. So he says they're appearing above the horizon, yet they're physically below his eye level. That's what he said. That's supposed to indicate drop over distance?
I'm talking about the mountains that are behind the sea.
Well, why don't you watch the video again? Just see what he said in the first half a minute. Maybe I got something screwed up, but
first I was talking about the horizon that if the Earth will be flat, there would be basically horizon would be over the mountains, because if the Earth would be flat, it would rise to eye level. Horizon would rise to eye level.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. It doesn't do that.
Okay, so
there is a slight.
You are not the Eric Dubé's.
No, I'm not saying it rises to eye level. It rises towards eye level. It's slightly below eye level, but it will be at eye level if you're looking at it like right at sea level, zero elevation, because the ground isn't really below you there.
Yeah,
to
that's
point
right.
out,
But
the way it would work, if you were to model rising up above a sphere versus rising up above a plane, in both cases, the horizon will drop. But in the case of a ever expanding plane, it'll drop at a far slower rate than it would with a spherical object. So you like with a sphere, you don't have to get very high before the horizon becomes very apparent. With the
it depends on the size of the sphere too.
Well, right, but I'm talking about a sphere with a radius of 3959, the one that we've been modeled.
Yeah, that's quite. I don't know. It depends from position where you stand. Also, the condition, the air condition.
What altitude are you at there, Lubo? I don't want to go through the video again.
Well, if you want to see exactly, like, you can have a look at 55 seconds.
50, yeah.
"55 seconds." If you just stop over there, there's a picture of the sunset. I'm quite nicely zoomed in, and you see like the sun is more than halfway below the horizon.
Well,
it's below the mountains too.
What's the elevation of the mountain? What's the elevation of the sun? What's the distance to both? What are the angular sizes of all the things in the foreground from that mountain?
Okay. I can.
Okay, that was a bit of a shallow at that.
No. I mean the height of the mountain is exactly 1,000 something, over 1,000 meters, 1,100 something. It's in the video. I can't remember.
Are you talking about the
1,150
mountain in the background that's supposed to be there over the other side of the water? Is that what you're talking about?
Not just that. Yeah, there is another. Like, there should be another mountain where is the sun on that location.
There's a mountain where the sun is.
Behind the horizon. It's below, actually, not behind.
So over the other side of the water, yeah?
Yes, exactly.
You're saying that's missing?
Yeah, exactly.
So how far away is that, and what lens are you using?
It's in the video. I don't know. Let me to check again.
Is that
282 kilometers.
200, so
between the two of the mountains.
And what lens are you using?
Fucking A, man.
If you go to 45 seconds. At 45 seconds. There's the elevation profile over there.
What lens are you using? What camera?
Oh, it was a Nikon, and the lens was 115. So basically, not really long focus, but
not very good. So the angular, you're not actually going to pick up that mountain in the background anyway.
You should, because it's the same size.
75 miles.
Too small compared to the other things in the foreground, and also, do you think the sun has higher elevation?
Let me to explain, please. Is the sun too small to see it?
No, the mountain that you're trying to see is that its angular resolution is too small to pick up in that lens.
I explain in the video.
You're not going to see
the mountain. I explain in the video. The mountain should be same tall as the half of the sun, and I see half of the sun, but I don't see half of the mountain. Why?
Okay, so did you do the calculations? Hold on a second.
Yes, He's trying to make
it's in the video. He's trying to make up. Hold on. You don't even know what I'm about to say. You haven't heard what calculations I'm asking about. So he's trying to shift the burden onto us here. He's got a positive claim that what he's showing us in the video must be Earth curve. Therefore, to substantiate that, you need to know the distance to the horizon, the elevations of everything in that frame, and the expected drop rate at all of those distances to see if any of those things are observed. So far, you just have, mountain should be visible, but is not with none of those other details. So
it's in the video.
No, it's not. They don't have the distance to the horizon in the video. We need that first and foremost. It's the first part.
You don't need distance to the horizon to see the mountain.
Yes, you do. You do need the distance to the horizon if you're comparing it to the globe math. You need to know that horizon is where the globe predicts it, because that is your physical curvature that is supposed to be blocking everything past it, right?
I don't need that.
In most of these pictures that Globers present to us is saying, see, this demonstrates things disappearing bottom up. And we just automatically assume that that's due to Earth curve. In almost all of those, probably all of them actually, it's already beating the globe math for the size of your ball. You're seeing too far, even in your pictures most of the time.
Yeah, all he did was the angular size of one distant mountain. He didn't tell us any of those other details. He did give us the observer height, but not the horizon distance.
Yeah, again, Lubo, you're just making the baseless assertion that the only thing that could obscure the sun is geometric Earth curve. Therefore, whatever that is geometric Earth curve. But you don't actually know where the geometric Earth curve has to be.
I don't need to know where it is.
How can you possibly know that's geometric Earth curve? You don't know where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, you definitely do need to know where it is. Like, let's go to something very rudimentary in this conversation, like boats disappearing in the distance as they go off into the horizon, right? This is like a very basic claim, like from start. It's a very simple claim. If you don't agree with it, yeah, speak up now. I'll give you a chance.
Really pity I cannot stream. I cannot show you my screen what I'm showing you.
No, you don't need to show anything right now. Like, do you think ships disappear bottom up because of the curve of the Earth?
Well, depending on the distance.
It depends on the distance. Thank you. Yes, exactly. So now you just agreed with our point.
Yeah,
so that's why you need to know. That's why you need to know the distance to the horizon in these other instances.
But this is 1,000. This is 1,424 meter mountain. It's like 3,000 feet. I don't know how much is it in feet, because I don't work with feet. I work with meters. So
right, we're both going to have trouble that way. We have to convert. Yeah,
it's like 1,100 meters is like 3,000 feet. I don't know. Yeah, around 3,000 feet. Let's say 3,000 feet, and another one is like 3,500 feet or 3,600. So I should see them from the distance of 282 kilometers. But I don't see. I see only the sea.
You're talking about these mountains, but that's why I was saying let's get to something very basic. Yeah, like
boat is too small
on the mountains, but
boat is too small.
The boat is too small.
Yeah.
So you don't want to talk. You're just saying you don't want to talk about boats. Because are you saying that is not a globe proof when boats disappear over the horizon?
Oh, well, the bigger ones, when they disappear over the horizon, yes, but the video has to be good quality.
Is it a globe proof? Is it a globe proof when is it a globe proof sometimes, but not all times?
Oh, weather conditions are very big issue. Okay, I went with the telescope. I went with the telescope. Try to do a video of boats going over the horizon, but the water was like 15 degrees and outside was like 6 degrees centigrade. So there was kind of heat coming off the water, and I could actually see it very wobbling. It made kind of mirror, so I wouldn't be able to measure anything. I wouldn't be able to measure anything. So anything higher, too high points, they shouldn't be so obstructive because it's.
Look, okay, I'm bringing you back to Earth, like real things that we can like work with and measure with. So that's why I bring up boats. This is one of the big globe claims, and you don't seem to be sticking too closely to it. Like, is the reason boats disappear bottom up because of the curve of the Earth?
Yes, but you cannot see it all the times.
Okay, but you cannot see it all the time. All right. So
the weather is beach.
So if boats disappear at a distance that works with a 3959 radius, is that accurate?
I'm saying the weather, depending on the weather, like
right. So
if you get a really stable condition, like the temperature of the water and temperature of the air would be the same.
Boats disappear at a rate that is much farther than what your globe predicts. And we have another argument that you may or may not be familiar with called the black swan. So if we want to deal with distances and the horizon, I think this is a good thing to get into. I'm not sure if you're familiar. Could you please tell me if you're familiar with the black swan argument?
I saw the picture, but mostly what stuck with me was the other pictures that the rigs disappearing below the horizon. That was really great.
Even the one picture that shows what looks like a horizon line on a really bad weather day with big like swells and waves. Even that one has a distance that is farther than what your globe predicts.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a black swan as well.
Didn't do the measurements. I didn't do the measurements, so I don't know how high was his position, how was the weather affected, the humidity and the temperature of the water and the air. So I don't dare to say anything about that because I didn't do the measurement.
All of those pictures debunk the globe.
Yeah. Oh, which ones?
The one you just brought up, even where you said that you see the horizon in the foreground in front of the rigs, it's still way too far for the globe math. Way too far.
As I said,
even that one, what I'm saying is even that picture is debunking the globe.
Then what is obstructing the rig then?
Well,
if you say the water is always level.
Yeah. So it's an optical phenomenon. Look, here's the thing. Look, I could give you all sorts of answers, but what you're trying to do now is turn it into a positive claim from me so that I'm in the position of having to defend that. I've got the burden. But you are the one coming here with the positive claim that the reason things are disappearing in the distance is because of geometric Earth curve. When we go to check to see if they're disappearing where they should, in order for that to be true, they don't, and you try to put the burden onto us. So you got to follow through with answering to that.
Answer what?
Why it's not appearing where it would be if it was geometric.
Like, yes. Can you understand that if you live on a ball with a certain radius, any radius, but we'll use the one that they give us, 3959. If you live on a ball of a radius of 3,959 miles, go ahead and convert it to kilometers if you like. Somebody's probably got it.
Miggy has already gone over this with him.
Or 6,000 kilometers. Yeah.
If you live on a ball with a certain radius that is fixed, then you have physical limitations to what you can and cannot see. Is that correct or incorrect?
Still didn't get your question.
If you live on a ball, then you will have physical limitations to how far you can see. Is that correct or incorrect?
Yeah, that's right.
That's correct. So we have a maximum distance at which we can see based off of our elevation on a ball, right?
It depends if you look straight ahead or if you look up, if the object is up on the sky or not.
Matter. You're not going to see distance looking up.
What do you mean? I'm saying you cannot. You have limitation based.
We're looking for the horizon. We're looking for
horizon.
the horizon.
Yeah. Okay, if you look for horizon, then if you look down, you will meet the horizon. Yes.
Do you look down at the horizon?
Down.
Yeah.
Our Globers are going to the beach side, looking at their feet, trying to find fucking Earth curve.
It's curved sandals.
No, you always point your eyes a little bit down. You always
talking. I mean, you're just playing.
You already mentioned. The horizon doesn't always rise to the eye level.
I didn't say anything about that.
Unless you're at the sea level. Unless you're at the sea level.
Which direction do you look for the horizon? Stand on the beach. Put your toes in the water. Where's the horizon?
Okay, it's right in front of you.
Yes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So?
Okay. So now you are looking at the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a limit to the distance you can see based off of the size of the ball you live on. Correct or incorrect?
Yeah, and also depending on the weather.
Fine. You might be able to see less, but can you see more depending on the weather?
You mean more curvature or what?
Can you see farther? If the weather can the weather get better than perfect conditions to make you see farther than the maximum distance?
If you can see further, it doesn't mean that it's better. It will be more blurry, but you can see further.
You're not answering.
Obfuscator. Hey,
you can. I said it. You can see further. You can see further.
Horizon.
How
about physical horizon.
Can I see farther than my physical limitations?
How far can you see?
Yeah, you can.
How far? How far?
Yeah, because the light bends. Light bends especially near the water.
Bendy light. Got it.
Here we go.
What can I see over my neighbor's fence then?
Is it an infinite bendy light?
It's a claim of geometry. It is a claim of geometry. Okay? It is a claim of geometry, not refraction. It's a claim of geometry.
If I get a telescope powerful enough and I look through it, can I see my own ass from the bend all the way around the Earth?
If the conditions are right.
All right.
Probably we joke, but fucking globers believe this shit. If the conditions are right, if the refraction is intense enough, you can see your own ass. It's not.
I can see the back of my fucking head.
With enough optical technology.
I can explain to you. There's always a limit.
Yeah,
I can.
You're going to explain to us by asking us a question.
No, I can explain. There's always a limit to whatever we can.
Do you think this is the first time?
Okay, one by one.
Do you have a special explanation?
Yeah,
that way.
At least 5 times this week.
He's already given at least 5.
Yeah.
That's how long we've been dealing with this. And him particularly.
So why isn't the horizon where it should be for the claimed globe geometry?
He doesn't know where it should be.
Now you might want to start there.
Yeah, come back when you find out.
First, you would need to measure that it's not there, or it is there. You would need to get a tape and measure it, or do something else to measure the horizon. How would you measure distance between the horizon and
that's the point of the pictures with the rigs.
Yeah, you're supposed to have a physical horizon.
That's the point of the pictures with the rigs. The rigs are basically the measuring tape. They're there as demarcators of distance, right? They're known locations. So that's basically your measuring tape, right? To see the horizon beyond the furthest one in that one famous picture means that it's further than 9.4 miles when it was only supposed to be at 1.2. What gives?
So how did you measure the distance between the rigs?
I just told you. They're known locations. And it's not about the distance between the rigs, dude. It's about the horizon being beyond the furthest one. Forget about the first rig even. It doesn't matter. It's just about it being further than the furthest rig, further, therefore, than 9.4 miles. That's the point. So why is it out there? It's supposed to be at 1.2. Explain.
I explain because of atmosphere.
How do you know that?
Then it's not geometric.
Because I pointed my telescope towards far away.
Can you present us with a refraction model, a model of refraction that could give you the results that you're talking about seeing?
It was presented many times. You can go.
Once he claims refraction, listen. Once he claims refraction, he concedes the horizon is a geometric physical location. Why can't people understand this?
Yeah, that's what I was working on, but I'm giving up. Like he knows, and he's dancing around it.
He's been doing it all night. How many times I got to say that? So many times as he's going to keep explaining it. He's been doing it all night.
Well, what's your next comeback, Mr. China?
I'm ready to rage leave. All right.
Okay. Thank you for letting me talk. Okay. Refraction cannot make magic. It can bend a little bit, so we can see a little bit further, but we cannot do magic like refract the sunlight 15 or 20 or 30 degrees under the sea level.
Can refraction explain us seeing almost, just according to the Black Swan, almost 10 times farther than we're supposed to? But even in that picture, I would tell you that the horizon is closer to 30 miles away. Can your refraction model explain us seeing 30 times farther than we're supposed to see, or 20 times farther than we're supposed to see?
At 1 foot above the sea level.
I don't know what are you talking about right now.
Which you have any model for refraction?
Which picture?
The Black Swan picture, the one that you're
Black Swan.
Can you send me a link, please?
It's in live stream voice text. It's SimCord posted it for you at 16 minutes after the hour. And I actually want you to read the syllogism before it.
Requires work.
And also, it's not just a little bit of a difference to have a ball with a ball edge horizon that far away at that observer height. That ball has to be about 250,000 miles in radius. That's 2 orders of magnitude bigger than they said it is. So it's not just a little error.
Anybody send it to me? Can anybody send me the link?
Oh my god, dude, what's your name?
You can right-click on it in
China.
I'm not really working with Discord.
Work around chat rooms.
Where?
So
is it in the chat? Okay.
Where we tagged you at an hour ago.
Yeah, Lubo, if you're in this conversation, your attention should be on the conversation and the voice text.
So Lubo,
there thinking it's BS.
I don't want him to overpay attention to the voice text either, because there's plenty of people who will distract him in there too. But yes, get him in the right place. Get him in the right place so he can see what we're talking about. Live stream voice text. It's the text chat room that's directly above the voice chat you are in.
I'm gonna simplify it. I'm gonna send
live stream.
He knows where it's at. He dropped his YouTube video there.
Yeah, Lubo, I directed you to it like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, I got it. Sorry. They always change this. Okay, I got it.
It
never changed nothing, dude.
You just fucking pretend to be this incompetent, to be honest.
So when you say that it's just a little bit of a difference, right? That light just made it look a little bit different. Well, actually, what you're saying is that the way that refraction is in the atmosphere, it made the ball look like it was 250,000 miles in radius when it was only supposed to be 3959. Is that just a little bit of a change?
I kind of can't believe that this was 1 foot from the water.
Here, hold on.
Okay.
Let me send you the YouTube video then.
Okay,
yes, please.
Wait, do you know how high you have to be in order to get a 10-mile horizon on the ball with the claimed dimensions of the 3959 radius?
It seems to me like it's pretty bendy air.
Oh, wait. Do you know how high you have to be to get that horizon to 10 miles on the ball, the 3959 ball?
Tell me.
You have to be about 60 to 70 feet. So there's absolutely no chance that video was taken from anywhere near that height. I'll give you 5 feet. It doesn't matter. It won't make any difference to that horizon being where it is.
Lubo, just a quick question for you here. Do you know what the curvature rate of the Earth is agreed upon to be?
Curvature radius?
The curvature rate.
Curvature rate?
Yeah, do you know what it is? Do you know what it's supposed to be?
What's that? I don't know. Depending on the height of the observer.
I'm not surprised, to be honest.
Yeah.
Very low effort.
Other people know that. Other people know that. You come in here
acting like an intellectual. You don't even know the absolute basics to having this conversation. It's pathetic, to be honest, but whatever.
We don't have to berate him because he doesn't know how to repeat 8 inches per mile squared. But that's what he's looking for.
That's wrong formula. That's wrong formula. That's from the.
It doesn't matter. No. Present the correct formula if you disagree with it.
Yeah.
So he didn't know it, but he knew what it wasn't. Fucking him.
Hey, it's like you talking about Earth or Sun. We don't know what is it, but we know it's not Earth.
Shut the fuck up.
The same.
Present the right formula. If we're wrong, present the right formula.
Okay, give me a second.
And will that formula give us something for 10 miles of drop other than 66.6 feet?
I don't know feet. I don't do feet.
Well, let's just figure out the formula first.
Well, it's just going to say this
formula.
Okay. It's just going to say the same thing as 8 inches per mile squared up to about 1,000 miles, but whatever.
I know.
You're absolutely right. We this is fruitless, but we need him to do it. Otherwise, he's going to fucking obfuscate. We got to keep him on fucking task.
Teach him homework. It's like last night when I taught Deus. I walked through lesson with Deus. Do the research. Keep him on task.
So you didn't know where the horizon was supposed to be. Sorry. I'm going to let you stay on task. Never mind.
Yeah. What website are you looking at? Or are you just doing a Google search?
Really, the point is he's just saying it's the wrong formula. He has no fucking clue what he's talking about. He's searching it now for the first time in his life.
Right. It's just okay, sorry, my VPN kind of shut off.
Oh, that's okay.
I needed to restart. So sometimes it's hard, difficult to do anything from China, you know.
I mean, just so you know, there is a formula. There is a formula for 24,901 miles in circumference and 3,959 mile radius. There is a formula. We'll wait for that formula. You give us a different formula than the 8 last week.
Yeah, we'll accept either one. But neither one matters because they both are the same for any observation you're going to make here on Earth. 8 inches per mile squared is accurate. In fact, it's accurate enough for any observation you're going to make. And in fact, it gives you get the benefit of the doubt. Our error gives you the bonus.
Okay, so the h is a h hidden this height equals r. That's the radius of Earth. That's 6,371 kilometers divided by cosine of s. That's the distance between observer and target. Divided by r. We have it the radius minus r cosine r, the radius of Earth, divided by r plus a height of measured from the surface of the globe minus r. Okay, so that's a proper distance.
And what does that equal for 10 miles of looking out?
10 miles?
Yeah,
okay, what's observer height?
1 foot.
How much is in meters? 0.3, yeah? 0.3. Distance, target distance?
Whatever 10 miles is.
10 miles? 10 miles is like 16 kilometers, yes?
Sure,
16
we'll go 16.
kilometers. Target size. How high is the rig over there?
The base of the oil rig.
You're not looking for the object height, like the height of the rig. You're looking for the horizon behind it.
You can see the legs injecting themselves into the water.
Okay.
So 0 feet. 0 meters. You can see the boat that's floating behind the first oil rig.
Refraction. Okay.
And it wouldn't matter anyway, because if the rig were disappearing, the thing have to be disappearing behind would be the horizon.
We're talking about the wrong formula for this. He's trying to compare against 8 inches per mile squared. Black Swan is actually about the accepted formula for finding the distance to the horizon based off of your model is 1.225. It's listed there in the Black Swan image, by the way.
Yeah,
1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet.
Okay. Now, I'm at the video of the Black Swan, but I don't think he's at the sea level, to be honest. Like, when he's zooming in, I don't see any waves.
The camera down to the ground.
I just went over this with you. Do you think it's possible that camera is at 60 feet elevation?
No,
do you think 60. It's possible that camera is up? Okay, do you think it's possible it's up at 50 feet?
No, but
40?
Okay.
20?
Okay,
it doesn't matter. It's moot.
Well, that's what the refraction does.
Okay, now we're up to refraction. Okay, so now your claim is, yes, that is a 1.2 mile horizon, but due to refraction, it looks like that instead. How do you know that's actually a 1.2 mile horizon?
I don't know.
Yeah, I thought so.
I don't know what they're talking about. That's the thing.
This is what you're talking about. Though.
No.
And so let me
explain. Okay.
You don't listen. Let me explain to you because I know your argument better than you
Black
do. Okay.
Are we talking about Black Swan?
Cogdis. I vote for Cogdis.
Yeah.
Look, he's just argumentative. He's not in Cogdis yet.
Are we talking about Black Swan? Yes or no?
He's got to freak out before he goes there.
Yes. Okay. If you see the cranes of that rig, they are hugely distorted. I can see how
Red herring. The argument is about the horizon. Address the horizon. We're not talking about the rig.
I'm addressing the horizon. You don't let me to finish.
You're addressing the rig, which is a red herring.
Is the horizon, if you're addressing the horizon, is it before or after the last rig?
Is it in front of or behind? The horizon.
Problem is the horizon.
The photograph is behind the horizon, and of course I'm going to explain to you, but you don't let me.
The horizon is behind the oil rig, correct?
Yeah, in this picture, yes, because it's affected by the refraction.
Okay, so you're saying
no. We don't care about your reason. We don't care about your reason. Is it before or after the rig?
I know you don't care about truth. I know you don't care about truth.
No.
He has said it's after the rigs.
Let's get this right here, though. Here's what he said, though. Here's what he's actually saying. He's saying because that rig appears refracted, that therefore that horizon we're looking at, it's actually a 1.2 mile horizon that looks like that instead. How do you know that?
Because I can see the cranes over there. If you look at the left side of the crane, have you got a picture in front of you?
Okay, so I just asked you how you know that horizon's actually at 1.2 miles, and you're saying it's because the crane looks the way it does. This makes no sense.
If you agree that the horizon is after the rig, then you agree that the horizon is more than 10 miles away.
Of course. Could be.
Welcome to flat Earth, buddy.
The Earth refracts. Let me to finish.
Hang on, mate. I want to talk about your cranes because what runs the cranes? Diesel motors. Do diesel motors run the cranes?
Mm-hmm.
So what do? They combust fuel. Yeah. So what happens when they combust fuel? They produce heat. So what's running the cranes? Diesel fuel, and it's heated. Do you think that might be causing the refraction on the cranes?
The crane over the sea, the left crane over the sea, there is no diesel, so there is nothing. The crane on the left side.
That's a non-sequitur too, though.
Let me to finish. Why don't we?
It was a bad question. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, it's a complete non sequitur from you, though, because you're going, if I see a distorted crane in the distance, that means that the Earth is a globe with a specific radius and the horizon is actually here when it's actually there. It's totally non sequitur. So
no, and I see the crane.
Listen, bendy crane, therefore globe, is a non sequitur. It's not an argument.
Say that.
You've got to address the horizon. That is what you're trying to say. Because all you talk about is the rig. The point is the horizon. You got to tell us why it is where it is instead of where it would be on the globe. Instead of where you're saying, he doesn't realize that what he's actually saying is that the horizon is at 1.2 miles, but it's refracted so that it looks like it's there instead. So that's what you have to prove is how you know that. Stop talking about the rig and start showing us the horizon that you say is actually there at 1.2 miles.
I'm not claiming anything. I'm just claiming that because of the refraction in there, you cannot take these pictures as any evidence of anything.
You're claiming refraction. Show us.
You're hand waving it now. That won't do either.
Yeah, because look at the crane. The crane bends upwards. I know you don't care about truth. I know you don't care about truth. That's always truth. You always say that.
No, acknowledge the truth. Acknowledge the truth that the crane looks bendy. That's okay. I'm not bothered by that. It's just a red herring to the point, which is the horizon, which is too far to the Earth curve.
You cannot take this picture as evidence of anything unless you want to take it as a picture of the evidence of refraction. It's evidence of refraction.
Can a bendy crane change the horizon from stopping and starting behind a physical object to being in front of it, or vice versa?
So like your physical horizon, if it is before the rig, should be a solid line in front of the rig, because these are physical, solid lines that we're dealing with. So if the horizon is stopping and starting behind the rig itself, is that due to refraction?
The bendy crane is no reason of the horizon, you can see. The air in front of the crane and behind the crane is the reason why you can see horizon behind the rig.
The physical horizon should be at the very bottom of that image for you. At 1.225 miles, it should be nearly at the bottom of the image.
All the water should be blocked pretty much. Everything you're seeing in that should be blocked pretty much.
Have you got what I just said? The air in front of the rig, between the rig and the person taking the picture, causing the extreme refraction you can see. It's not clear. It's very bendy.
I heard your baseless assertion the first time.
No, it's not baseless.
The horizon is not bendy.
It's not baseless. You look at the crane. It bends upwards. It brings the things that are down up. Look at the crane.
It's a red herring.
That's
it means you're not addressing the point.
I'm addressing the point, but
no, you're
listen.
not. You're not.
You just say red herring. Whatever I say, red herring. Red herring.
You can't fucking point at distortion
That's what you do.
in an image and then assert that the refractive conditions are perfect to eject the fucking geometric horizon 10 times further.
Yeah, you're saying
how do you come to this conclusion that the refractive conditions are what they need to be to put the horizon 10 times further than where it should be?
Do you know
how you get to this conclusion besides just staring at the fucking image and then I believe the Earth's a globe, therefore this must conform to it being a globe somehow?
I believe that horizon is actually at 1.2 miles, but because that rig is bendy, it looks like it's at 10. How do you know that?
I mean, even if we're going to address the red herring is the distortion in this image, you can clearly see the distortion's not uniform across the image.
Yeah, I know, and it's bending upwards.
But the horizon is uniform.
Well, can I ask a question?
Yes.
What reason do we have to even think that the horizon should be at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
It's literally based off of their claims. There's no reason to think it other than the radius of 3959. That is what the math says it should be.
Let him answer it.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Answer that question. Why should we think that the horizon should be at 1.225?
No, not should be.
Miles.
Is. That's his claim. It is at 1.2 miles, even though we see it at 10.
Why is
I didn't claim any horizon.
No, listen. You just saying that now proves that you don't understand what you're talking about. Be quiet. It is what you just said proves you have no idea what you're talking about.
I even didn't start to answer.
With refraction.
That's your claim, dude.
Yes, you got to understand that is your claim.
5 miles away.
I don't care about horizon. Do you understand?
Well, the horizon's the problem.
I care about missing mountain. Do you understand? Missing mountain, 3,000 feet mountain.
You're claiming you're claiming the mountain
you're asking the wrong question then. You're asking the wrong question then. You're asking how does a flat Earth explain things disappearing bottom up? That's your question. You haven't asked that.
Yeah, where's the sun? Where's the second half of the? Where's the second half of the sun? Tell me.
You don't know anything about that observation either.
I know exactly. I was there.
You don't know anything about it.
You don't know how a lens works. You don't know how a lens works. Your eyeballs are lenses. You don't know how a lens works.
I know how lens work. Do you know how lens work?
Yeah, so then you would understand perspective and you'd understand that everything narrows into a focal point, right?
Okay, tell me, how do you calculate the resolution of the telescope?
Okay.
How do you calculate the resolution of the telescope?
Yes.
Now we're getting
the maximal useful resolution of the telescope. How do you calculate that?
Why don't you explain?
This is not relevant.
Yeah, we're getting right off the point now.
He said I don't know anything about the lenses. He said I don't know anything about the lenses.
You're obfuscating away from the black spawn like hell, so.
Yeah, we got to move it back to the point. We got to move it. Listen, China,
okay,
Mr. China,
listen to me.
we got to move it back to the point. We got to move back to the point here. Okay. The point is that we've shown you a picture where the globe says the horizon must be at 1.2 miles. It's at 10. Your claim is now that it is at 1.2 miles, but what we're seeing is a distortion. We need your proof that it's at 1.2 miles.
I can't provide it. I haven't been there.
Well,
how can I give it to you? How can I give it to you if I haven't been there? I'm showing you a picture.
It doesn't matter if you're there.
I'm showing you a picture.
It would be the same.
I showed you a picture where I was, and where there was big mountain missing. You say we see too far.
You didn't know anything about that picture you took either. You couldn't tell us where the horizon was there either. Just like you can't in this picture either.
Relevant to the point. I'm telling.
Yeah, Lubo, we don't need to address your video because it's a low effort and basic.
This all started.
You don't even
this
have
all started. This all started because of his picture. He's correct, but in his picture, he was asked, "What is the distance to that mountain? What is the distance to the horizon?"
I explained the distance to the mountain,
and your answer was
280 kilometers.
No, your answer was I don't know.
I said it's 280 kilometers.
No,
280 kilometers.
That's not what you were asked.
It's in the video.
It's not what you were asked.
45 seconds.
That was Lubo. That was the distance to the other mountain range.
That's what he asked. What was the distance to the mountain? It's 282 kilometers.
No. That was the first one. Maybe you answered that one, but the one to the horizon, you didn't know. Like, where is it being cut off? That's important. So
it's not cut off. It's
missing.
Much
is missing and all that?
It's missing completely. Do you understand?
Okay, behind what? The geometric horizon? Did you check if the horizon is at the correct distance for it to be geometric and for the obstruction to be Earth curve? Yes or no?
If the Earth would be flat,
so that's
there wouldn't be an inch missing. Do you understand that if the Earth is flat, there wouldn't be an inch?
Just be honest and say
if
no.
If the Earth is X, it should be should do X. It's like fucking intellectually dishonest. And
here's Bone. You're breathing into the mic, mate. Here's Bone.
Right. Why can't you just be honest and say no, buddy? We know you didn't measure the distance to the horizon, so you don't know that it's in the correct position in order for what you observe to be Earth curve. Why can't you just say, yeah, that's true? What's the problem?
I didn't claim that I can measure the distance to horizon. I'm saying my claim is there is a missing mountain. Now
I'm telling you.
Explain.
You did it wrong. You would need to know that.
Maybe we all fucked up by going into the Black Swan, but I don't think we did.
I think
his question now is explain on a flat Earth how things can disappear bottom up.
I need you to explain the missing mountain, man. Where's the mountain? I looked at the video. I looked at that video.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that is the most blurry shit. Oh my goodness, dude, you gotta clean that up a little bit.
Oh, I feel like we should show him the Canigou observation at 255 miles.
Yeah, I was gonna put that one. Does anybody got that one? Oh, there you go.
I mean,
255.
Lubo, there you go. There's mountain ranges that should be obscured by like 3 miles of Earth curvature.
I kind of like what Lunatic just said, though, about maybe we kind of fucked up with the Black Swan. Like, we should just let him bring his stuff to us, and we'll just tell him where the hell he went wrong. But yeah, we can show him Canigou also, whatever.
Canigou was slick with that one because he was the one that took him into the
Canigou, man. Canigou is a ball buster, man. That we should be using Canigou more often, is my opinion. That one's beautiful. It's like, go figure that one out.
So this is kind of the same argument that you're using, China, but it goes the other way. This mountain, it's 255 miles into the distance. It's supposed to be blocked by 3 miles of vertical Earth curve by that distance. It's about 7,000 feet in elevation. 3 miles is almost 13,000 feet or so. Yet we see the whole mountain pretty much. So what's up?
I'm opening the link. Okay. Which mountain are there? Like, I cannot really zoom in. Do you have like original picture? Where can I find the original? I cannot even see the names of the mountains.
Yeah, you can go open original. I think you'll get a better resolution version of it.
There's horizontals. Have you got the link? I can actually not that.
Yeah, that would be good. I don't actually have it right now. If somebody else has it. Because he's right. You can't really make any of the words out or anything. Can't remember the exact name of the mountain. It's one of the Tet ones, French word for head. I'll get it. One sec.
BT cannot share. Screen share.
Yeah, Tete de Garnasse. I can't speak French, but it's that one.
Is that the furthest one? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 255 miles is where it is. Observer height, 9,100 miles. So at that observer height, at that distance,
9,100 feet.
9,100 miles.
Did I say 1,000? Yeah,
10 miles.
Yeah.
I got it's a feet. Yeah, feet.
Oh, yeah. Nobody's been 90. I don't think anybody's been that.
But he works in meters. You got to translate all that shit for him. That'd be good.
First, where is the mountain then?
255 miles away. And we're standing 10,000 miles. No, I'm just kidding.
Is it in the country of France? Is that where?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Spain and France.
It's Spain into France, yeah.
Yeah.
Spain into France. There we go. Okay.
Doctor, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing, man? I was just pissing in the YouTube chat for the last hour or so.
You're a brave man being in.
I was listening to you guys the whole time, man. Thank you, man. China, welcome. I love your observation, man. You were right. You're pretty close there, dude. But you got to explore this Canagoo one, man. Check it out, man. Canagoo is like, just let's focus on Canagoo because that one, it's a big observation.
And it's in infrared too, so it kind of eliminates the refraction too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Somebody.
Yeah, so it's a good one, man.
Okay, I put all the metrics in the voice chat so we don't have to rattle them off. I mean,
there we go.
Yeah, just listening to numbers in a conversation, it just kind of usually goes in all lost anyway. So
it's like throwing shit in a dryer.
Do you remember where the geometric horizon is supposed to be in that observation?
Yeah, nowhere.
Yeah, I'm asking. Well, obviously nowhere because it doesn't exist in reality.
I like his astrophotography. That's nice. Orion over there. Oh, he's got solar eclipse. Nice. Really cool.
Focus, Lubo.
He's a good photographer. Where should I see the Reunion Island, or where is it? Reunion Island, or infrared photography. Okay.
What are you doing? If you try to post something, just post it in live.
No. I'm trying to find the photograph you sent me. Oh, can't really see that. Gallery. Mm-hmm. It's very slow from here. Sorry.
Yeah, please.
Oh, dude. That's what those IPAs do to you, mate.
Yeah, right? Fuck. No, I'm drinking wine, man.
That wine doesn't make me burp.
Yeah,
I
don't think it was a tool I had here, man. Just
you don't chug boxes of wine like dude does.
Box. Dude, I had a box. I had a box of wine.
Now I drink bottles. But
Timbo, I thought this was a safe space, man. Don't make fun of me while I'm at the gym.
Wait a minute, Lou. Dude, I drink the finest wine made in the world. I don't drink box wine, man. Get out of here.
Shut up. It was good for comedic effect. You should have gone along with it.
Hey, shout out to Ben and Dale. These guys have been hammering me up there in the YouTube chat, man. Trying to get me to commit to something, maps and tides. Now he's got me trying to commit to tides. Of course, I commit to tides. Tides are real, man. How about that?
That's what Lubo from China's been trying to do as well. He said you just add all the maps together and like a jigsaw puzzle, and you've got a flat Earth map.
Well, hey, do I believe that I live about 10,000 kilometers from Timbo, roughly? Right.
Probably
Do I agree? Thereabouts. Might be 9,500 something. I don't know. It's a long way. Do I agree that you and I live that distance? Yes, I do. Therefore, all fucking maps work on a globe. That's basically where we're at. You know, like
then you've got to agree that you live antipodal to me as well.
Oh, wow. That's a big commitment. I might not want to jump there yet. Hold on. Let me think about that. So yeah, I'm going back and forth. I wish these guys would come in the VC, man. Jump in, bring some, pictures.
Guys on there would come in the VC. Terrified.
What do you think of all this, Mr. China? Where are you at right now?
He was doing some work there. He's doing some Googling work.
Denial. That's where he's at.
No,
yeah,
I'm
sorry I didn't have a higher res.
I'm trying to find a picture. He's got plenty of pictures here. They're amazing, but I can't find the exact picture.
We posted you the picture.
Yeah, but he's looking for a higher res version of it because he can't read any of the text on it or anything. I know there is one. There's a super high res version, but I don't know where it is right now.
I don't have it either.
All right. There's plenty of observations like this in China, man. Take your time trying to look through all of them. We'll get the best quality ones to you soon enough. We'll go ahead and we'll get them there, man. Just hold on, man. Don't rage quit or something.
No rush.
No, that's not me. If I quit because I have something to do, I got 2 kids at home.
He had that opportunity about 5 hours ago.
I know. I was
missing Kosa's stream, and then I discovered your stream. It was quite interesting that YouTube showed me your stream live. So I said,
yeah,
check this one up.
I know that's amazing. How did it do that?
Can I ask you a question, Lubo?
Yeah.
Do you have a college degree? If they're too personal, you can say you don't have.
No. I haven't finished. I started, but I found mechanics and.
What are you trying to get a degree in?
No, I in Europe. I tried, but the mechanics and the statics and mechanics just put me away. It was just too much math for me.
What type of degree?
Oh my God, Ben!
I haven't got.
It's not nothing that deals with math. He just laughed at math. He's not good with that. So,
but you said before that math is better than reality.
Do you have any profession in teaching? Do you have a profession of teaching or geography or geology?
What are you going to school for? What do you hope to do with your degree?
I don't go to school. I'm 42. I got 2 kids.
Man. Okay, he's working, man. He's working stiff, just like you.
Well, I'm only asking because I'm wondering if you have like a vested interest in making sure it stays a globe. Like
I studied civil engineering, so one of the subjects in there I really loved was the perspective drawing, and I love that. I still use it for the classes now.
When you build stuff, build stuff, do you make adjustments for the curvature?
Well, I do. My hobby is amateur astronomy, so I do astrophotography, like the nebula and like moon. If there's a nice comet, I take a time lapse of.
Excellent time lapses. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, cool, man. I do the same thing. I've been doing it for like 8 years.
And I like bring kids to see the shooting stars. It's always amazing.
I love the shooting stars, man. What a cool thing.
We can all like agree with that. Like flat earthers and globe earthers can take ecstasy together and watch the fucking stars, like, and get along great.
Flat earthers love shooting stars and eclipses and everything else. We love it too, man. Don't get us wrong.
I understand. It's just like recent times, like since the LEDs were introduced, it's got a lot of light pollution. So I have to drive further away, like 3 hours from the city, just to get to a good dark sky. And another thing that really, really bugs me is the amount of satellites recently, like that Musk put in the space. It's destroying my photographs, man. I take I have to throw maybe one third of the pictures. I haven't finished yet. I haven't finished yet.
Ask one question.
Yeah.
I know you're talking about stuff that like nobody can verify. Got it. I want to ask you if you can verify something for me.
Yeah.
If a line does not curve, what does it do?
What's this question?
What are the two types of lines that you can have? You can have a curved line or a.
This is a dichotomy, and he's non-binary, dude. He's non-binary. He can't answer this.
Second one is difficult to pronounce.
If line doesn't curve,
what does it do? If you draw a line and there's no curve in it, what does it do? What does it?
You mean if it goes straight line?
Straight line, yeah. A straight line.
Okay, if it goes straight line, it goes straight. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
A straight line is straight line. So if you draw a tangent to a ball, it will leave the ball and it will go away. Like if you put the flashlight or laser on a basketball, the light will leave the basketball's reference frame and will keep straight.
Right. And if you draw an adjacent, eventually it'll meet the horizon and the horizon will fall away, right?
Hmm?
If you draw an adjacent straight line to the horizon, eventually the ball will fall away, right?
Well, to be honest, I don't really care anything near the horizon because as an astrophotographer, the closest and the most accurate pictures I get, they are at the zenith. So I try to, whenever I do my astrophotography, I do between 30 degrees and zenith. I don't go lower than 30 degrees. It gets distorted. I did a little bit lower when there was a conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, and that was amazing. I could do with my 2 meter, 2000 millimeter telescope. I put Barlow lens, and I still could see both of the planets in the view. It was amazing. And it was just before lockdown. I got so lucky.
Again, you're speaking about planets. He asked you about dropping a distance.
Yeah, I don't do horizon observations.
Right, yeah.
Because they're too distorted.
30 degrees, so he's not going to drop down to like 10 or 0 or anything like that.
Mm.
No kidding. The horizon's the key to all this stuff we're talking about, though. So that's why we go there.
No.
That's where we live. Hey, man, guess what? We live at like 0 degrees, dude. You understand that? We live at 0. This is ground zero. Right? You got me? I look on across the horizon. What am I looking at? 0, right?
You're looking at the Cherokee Indian tribe that has adopted you as their native.
I want you guys to know, man, everybody looks at 0. If you're at the beach, you're at 0 degrees, right? Everybody agree with that? Anybody want to dispute that? That would be cool.
Hey, Lubo, did you see what I put in the chat?
Wait a second, I have a look. I had a picture of the photographers. Let me see.
I was just looking at that same picture.
What did you put?
You know what the zenith is? You know what the nadir is?
Come on.
You know what the astronomical...
No time for me.
You gotta look out at the horizon a bit more, man. That's all I'm trying to say.
0.
Oh, the high resolution. Yeah. High resolution one?
No, I wasn't it.
No, the very last one that I just dropped.
The milk carton. He wants you to look at the milk carton. Do you know milk? You have a milk carton?
Milk.
It says missing.
Look at the milk carton.
It says missing on it. You see it says missing?
He's got a
8 inches times mile squared.
Hey, Giz, man, he ain't gonna understand American humor shit with the missing milk carton shit,
I know,
man.
but you know what? He knows what a zenith is, and he knows what the nadir is, or the nadir. He knows what an astronomical horizon is, so then he should also know what the true horizon is.
But the picture is wrong.
Is the true horizon.
He'll get there.
The picture is wrong. The picture is wrong.
Why is
it wrong? How so? What's the deal?
Because it only works. It only works if your eyes are at your feet, and in here it's not at your feet.
It's called 1 foot. 1 foot. It's if you're laying on the beach. Let's say you're laying on the beach, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got your feet in the sand. You're kicking back. You got a girl next to you, and you guys are getting some sun. And you're like, go down to the beach, and you lay in the water, and you're like 1 foot above.
So, Can I ask a question?
Out of the water.
Honest question.
You're out there swimming, man. Your chin is in the water, right?
I want to ask you an honest question, okay?
What would it be?
If you want to see the shape of the Earth, will you look at the ground, or will you try to go as high as possible and take a picture? Or see?
The ground.
I like to look at the ground.
Yeah, but you cannot see the shape of Earth if you look at the ground.
Yeah, I live on the ground.
You must go high to see the curvature. You must go high to see curvature.
How high?
We will not see the curvature.
How high do we have? Wait a minute. How high do we have to go?
He said something that everyone wants to respond to.
I've got a solution, all right?
How high do we
do this? Hold on. I'm dropping a link right now, Lubo. All right? I'm going to tag you in it because I don't want you to have any confusion. All right?
He might not get the
no,
he might
going to get
the context.
He's going to get this because this is a teacher team.
Oh, okay. That's a okay.
How does a horizon work?
All right, you go watch that. Hey, China, go watch that. Come back. We'll be here, man, 24/7.
By the way, none of us are claiming a shape. We're claiming flat. Flat is not a shape.
Hey, I don't claim a map either, man. I got called out for I'm like, all maps are flat. That's my answer to all maps are flat, dude. If you
have a map that works and the Earth measures flat, then there's your flat Earth map. Next.
Oh, that's it. Next. That's my position. That's your position. And we love that. I mean, it's a simple position to take, but these guys want to complicate everything. It's flat, man. I mean, it was like a circular pizza inside of like a dome, bro, man. Why doesn't it work on it? And they just like, wait. You just assumed like 47 things that I don't believe.
Like your eyes are so good at seeing things, it needs a micrometer in order to do certain measurements.
Yeah, you need a micrometer to visually see the globe. I found out. Anybody got? I got a micrometer here.
I find interesting that most famous astrophysicist is saying that we cannot see the curvature even if we go I don't know how much up.
Exactly. 250 miles.
200,000 feet.
Even 250 miles. They say you shouldn't expect to see it.
And that's wrong. That's wrong.
No, that's not wrong.
That's wrong.
Okay, you're gonna tell Paul Larson from the planetarium that that's wrong.
Okay.
Because he did the math on the globe. How much of the surface of the Earth you should be seeing.
An astrophysicist? Get out of here! Come on, you can't do that.
Lubo, you said that you are doing astronomy like a hobby.
Yeah.
And that guy finished the astrophysics, and you're saying that he's wrong.
Right. Remember,
that means that you should to be there, not him.
Yes, I agree.
Basically, we've got the top people representing the globe saying that any altitude that pretty much any of us will ever travel to, we should not expect to see curvature from. So that doesn't seem like a good way to check for it. What we need to do is measure it right here on the ground, the same way Globers claim they measured it in the first place to figure out it was a globe. That's what we should do.
So, I want to say this too. You've seen the Red Bull jump before, right, Lubo? The Red Bull space jump?
Red Bull space jump. It's a stunt man pulling a stunt, going up really high in a balloon and then jumping out of it with a parachute. That guy?
Yeah.
Felix Baumgartner. I've never heard of him. Carry on.
Yeah. Well, isn't Neil deGrasse Tyson an astrophysicist, or is he just an
astrophysicist? Yeah. Yes. Neil deGrasse Tyson is an astrophysicist with a PhD.
With several PhDs, right? Like a couple.
At least one I know of for sure.
At least one.
That's pretty good. That's good enough in my book. He's got one.
He said, based off of that jump, how high up was that? Was that 150,000 feet?
I don't think it was even that high. It was like 140 or something.
It was 2 millimeters above the beach ball.
It was
2 millimeters. That shit is flat. You don't see curvature at that height.
He said that shit is flat. You don't think
that stuff is flat.
So the highest most of us will ever be is maybe 40,000 feet in a plane. None of us are going to do a Felix Baumgartner jump. None of us are going to 250 miles altitude. None of us are doing that. So what we got to do is just measure the ground right here.
Are ever going to be above 47,000 feet, man?
It's not happening.
Likely, good luck. 747, I think that top altitude on a 747 commercial jet's about, I think 45 probably is probably like a safe 45,000 feet. That's about it. Good luck.
48 is a good safe one.
I'll go 48, whatever.
I think the rest of the quotes, he says you'd have to get to like 700 to 1,200 miles to start seeing some curve. Or to really start to see it as a ball, basically.
Well, I've seen that video where Neil deGrasse Tyson says, yeah, you got to be like 1,000 miles out, man.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Really start to see the curvature. I was like, what?
That's 1/3 of the radius.
Yeah, it's more than
Or 1/4. 1/4.
Yeah, 1/4.
Round it 1/4.
Yeah.
A quarter of the radius in order to start to see any curvature. You know how much bullshit that is?
So, who are we to believe? We got
exactly
astrophysicists telling us we can't see curvature from 200,000 feet to 1,000 miles out. We can't see.
You know what, though? I will say that that's kind of strange when we should be seeing it at 1.2 miles from just 1 foot.
Hey, I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
1.25 miles at 1 foot. I was out surfing recently last summer. And I was like, I had my eye like right on the water line, kind of right there.
And now
measure any dip angle, flat Earth, dude?
Well,
right at the water line.
I don't understand now. What is the mainstream narrative? We can see the curvature or we cannot see the curvature?
Well, that's the whole thing, Sash. They want to confuse the narrative, and they constantly. Yeah, you can see it from here. You can see it from there. You can't see it from here. You can't see it from there. It's constant back and forth, man. Called the dichotomy of both sides of an argument.
You can measure curvature. You can measure curvature.
How can you do that?
How do we measure curvature? Oh, wait.
Oh, man. I got curvature.
Everybody mute up. Mute up, everybody.
We got to hear this.
Okay. I got to hear this.
So you can go high on the mountain, take a picture, and make sure that your horizon is right at the sea. Like the horizon is in the middle of your lens, okay? But it must be sea. And if you're elevation high enough, and you have reference frames like a straight bar, steel bar, or something, I don't know, level. If you want a level, you can use level. Then you can take a picture of the curve and measure the pixels of curving. That's one way. Okay. Let me to finish.
This is very important because you said you go to the mountain. The guy went to the mountain. The guy won the Guinness record of the photo shot 275 miles. And the guy didn't record the curvature. The guy shot the mountain, what should to be 3 miles behind the curvature.
He said those conditions are very, very, very rare, and he went there every day. Many times.
Okay, I'm telling you now that the guy was on the mountain. I told you, guys was on the mountain. The guy won the Guinness record of the long distance shoot. And it was 275 miles, and it was a mountain, and that mountain should to be 3 miles behind the curvature.
Well, look at this. He just told us what to do. We responded, yeah, we've got a guy who did that, right?
No,
and it didn't show the curvature. It didn't show the curvature. Yeah. And then the very first thing he did was hammering
you got it
right
wrong.
After he told us that that's what we need to do.
You got it wrong.
I understand what you're talking about.
I'm talking about left to right curvature. Left to right curvature.
You know what your problem is? You know what the problem is?
No.
If you're seeing curve in front of you, and then you turn around 365 degrees you turn around 180 degrees to your back, and the horizon is still at the same level, then where has that curve disappeared to? Because if you're seeing curve in front of you, then it'll go down on both sides. But you turn 180 degrees behind you, and the horizon's still at the same height. Is it going like a McDonald's sign or what?
So do you want to say we shouldn't see curvature on a globe?
You can't see curvature on a ball or on a globe or a flat surface.
You can see curvature on a ball. Yes, you can.
You can see curvature.
They say right now he say we cannot see curvature on globe or flat Earth.
Slide.
I'm saying you're saying you get a level in front of you.
I didn't do that. The other people did that. They posted videos about that.
Yeah, but the problem is you turn around 180 degrees and the horizon's still behind you at eye level. So where did the curvature go to? Because the curvature's got to continue.
It's a field of the view thing.
Did it come back up?
Curved,
Did it come back up?
Balls.
Field of the view. For example, you don't see whole globe.
Impossible, mate. That's impossible.
What left to right curvature?
Okay,
anyway? Let's see that.
Let's just see that. Now, let me to explain the quote from other people. What they say: from which height you should be able to see the curvature.
Awesome.
So I think
Let's hear this.
I think
I want to hear this because I want to nail him on it. I want to hear this.
I know that balls curve. We got that.
Yeah, it depends on your frames of reference. If you have something straight right in front of you, then you should be able to distinguish from 30 kilometers high if it's curving or not. If you have straight line...
What happened?
The Chinese
probably lost my VPN. So if you have straight line in front of you and you can compare, then you can distinguish the curvature earlier from the lower elevation. If you go as high as 100 kilometers, then you may be able to use your own eyes to find out if it's curved or not.
100 kilometers, right? So like what, 60 miles?
Number one, try that. Number two, why would I see something at 100 kilometers altitude that I was supposed to see at 1.2 miles in the distance from 1 foot elevation and didn't?
How dare you?
Talking about left and right curvature.
Yeah, it's the same thing. If the left and right curvature is there, then it's there everywhere. It's the same thing. You're talking about the same curve I'm talking about that should be visible in the form of a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles at 1 foot height. Same exact thing you're talking about. So if I didn't see that, why would I suddenly see that when I go to 100 kilometers? Why would I see something that wasn't there in the first place?
It was there, but your eyes don't have resolution to notice that.
Why wouldn't I? Wait, I had the resolution. Wait a minute. I had the resolution to see 10. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm responding to what he said. I had the resolution to see 10 miles, but I didn't have the resolution to see what was at 1.2 miles. Okay, go ahead. You guys can take it away.
Don't get your question. Sorry. Don't get your question.
In which case?
I said, doctor!
Yeah. In which case?
Let's talk.
Let's say Earth could be with a flat surface. In which case?
Can you ask again? A little bit cut out.
In which case, if we make observation, Earth could be, let's say, with a flat surface.
You're a builder. So in which case do we subscribe to the idea that the Earth is flat?
I'm not a flat earth. I don't know what are you talking about.
I'm asking you how, if I make a long observation, in how I will distinguish the flatness if I look something flat.
Well, you would see to the distance. You would see very, 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 very far away until the things get blurred. Basically,
how far away I will see?
I don't know. If you climb mountain, for example, you should be able to see. I should be able to see Mount Everest, for example. If I should be able to see over the sea.
If I can make a photo 275 miles straight, what that mean? If I make that shot of 275 miles straight, what that mean?
But you should be able to do a photo of 1,000 miles and over 1,000 miles.
No, nobody did it. Nobody did it because
you should do.
No, nobody cannot because this is the record.
You should check more weather reports.
Yeah. Why can you take pictures of something 1,000 miles away? What would give you the idea that you can take a picture of something 1,000 miles away?
So what happened to the sun then?
No, man, listen, leave it.
How far away is the sun? How far is the sun?
Answer my question. Don't non sequitur this.
Yeah.
Don't obfuscate and go off into a different direction.
Yeah.
Stick to the point. What gives you the idea that you can take a picture of something 1,000 miles away?
If the Earth would be flat, you should be able to do that.
Why? Have you ever looked down a road and looked at your streetlights down the road? Does it look like they're getting smaller? Even though the road looks flat? Have you ever looked down a long hallway and everything converges together?
Hell, have you even looked at a weather report before?
So the lights get smaller,
We'll get to the air density in a second. I just want them to know, when you look down a hallway, a long hallway, does it not converge into a point?
Do the things get smaller? Do the things
Everything
get smaller?
Gets smaller. Yes.
Yes, they get smaller.
Yes.
Do the things get smaller
1,000 miles away?
From left to right get smaller, or up and down, or do they constantly get smaller?
Everything converges into a focal point.
Thank you very much. So you just debunked local sun.
That's how your lens works. That's how your lens works. Now, what lens do you have that can see 1,000 miles away?
I can use my telescope to do infrared pictures.
Oh, on what? Taking pictures of what?
Anything. I decided to take pictures of anything.
What can you take a picture of that's 1,000 miles away?
I can take picture of Andromeda Galaxy that is, I don't know how many thousand light years away.
How do you know that it's that far away?
Because we can measure that.
How?
How?
Okay, have you heard of Hubble Variable Nebula? It's like, okay.
Pick any star out there. How do you know how far away it is?
You calculate angular. It's based on the speed of light and angular side of the telescope.
How do they measure that?
So the sky has to be a vacuum for these distances to work, doesn't it?
No. Hold
it's
on.
Not complete
how did they measure that? How far away is this nebula?
Vacuum.
Irrelevant.
Okay.
Real quick. Hold on. How far away is this nebula? I just want to hear the number real quick.
I don't have it from my head, but I can have a look for you.
Just give me a rough estimate. Just give me a rough estimate.
I think it was around 5,000 light years away.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. 5,000 what?
Light years away, but I have to check it out.
If it takes light a year to go a certain distance, who stayed around and measured it for 5,000 years? And then measured another 5,000 years for the return.
Doesn't work like that.
I mean, look, guys. He was asking why he can't.
You're making it up.
Look, it was the old. Look, guys, it was the old "why can't I see to China" thing, right? He just needs to check a weather report. Visibility is like 10 kilometers usually. That's why you can't see China.
It doesn't matter. Everything converges.
Yeah, but even without that, even if you increase the angular resolution limit, that's what he's going to go to. He's going to say, I can see nebulas that are hundreds of thousands of light years away. That's the next thing he's going to say. He thinks he has the angular resolution to resolve these things. So, just a weather report, just that's all you need to look at. Weather visibility on a nice day is like 20 miles. That's a clear day. You think you're going to see 7,000 miles? You're out of your mind.
Yeah, from the plane you should be able. From the airplane, you should be definitely able to see the Mount Everest from where I am.
We have a footage. We have a footage from an airplane showing 1,200 miles of flatness. And do you know how much is that of the whole Earth?
I don't know. I haven't seen that. Cannot talk about it.
Oh.
Okay, I'd just like to see what he thinks about the claim that is made that I posted in the live stream voice text.
I will post it now.
And the other thing, too, is when you say we should see to Mount Everest, to all these different places, we already do see further than your globe said we would. So more non sequiturs.
Because of the air.
Oh, excuses, yeah, but you already couldn't prove
they're not an excuse.
No, it's an excuse because you already could not prove that horizon we showed you was in fact at 1.2 miles like you were claiming it was. So that is just an excuse and a hand wave.
So you don't know how.
Okay, now
Can I get a clarification?
Can you give me one minute?
Yeah.
If you want to know about the distance to the stars, I can explain to you, but you really have to let me to explain, not to jump into me.
No, we don't care. No, look, it's all based on a worldview that requires a measured radius.
You can't.
You can do it yourself.
You can't.
You're going to talk about parallax. You're going to assume the vacuum.
That's not parallax. That's not parallax.
One sec. I posted something from your own side, which is saying that you're incorrect in the live stream voice text. So you have to take it up with your own side. No measurements of distances in space.
Still haven't received that. Where is it?
I don't know the answer to this. That's why I wanted to ask the question.
Go ahead.
Is not refraction too much of a constant to be considered?
Refraction
is constantly changes. It constantly changes. Like the environment, it could change. 10 minutes from now.
Exactly. That actually is a good point, because like what he said with the rig that's bendy, it's going every which way. It's not this consistent curved line that they're trying to say light is traveling in. It's just chaotic. Light's deflecting here and there, and it's not a consistent uniform thing like they're trying to make it out to be.
So it could interfere for maybe a split second every 10 seconds.
Yeah, like why does he think it's going to just travel in this perfect curve over the curved Earth at the same rate that the Earth is curving? And it's just going to be random. It'll deflect this way, that way, the other way. Yeah.
Hey, it's because the lights are so far away that you can see them with your eyeballs, okay? That's because they're so far away. Duh. Come on, you guys know this.
Hey, Lubo, what if I told you I took a picture of Jupiter with its so-called moon with a telephoto lens?
I haven't understood what you said there.
I don't need a telescope to see Jupiter, and I can use my telephoto lens.
Did you understand him? Can somebody tell me, please?
Am I too far away?
Yeah, going a bit quiet.
It's cutting. Right. It's kind of like quality is like a telephone line.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So instead of using a telescope, what if I told you I can use a telephoto lens to zoom in on Jupiter?
Yes, you can. You definitely can.
So you believe that telephoto lens can take pictures of a planet 391 million miles away?
Well, I guess yes. You can see it with your naked eyes. You can take a picture. You can take a picture with your phone. You can take a picture of the planet. It depends how big a resolution you want.
3,000 millimeters.
Yeah, you will see them. You may take a picture and you will see the moons of Jupiter, but you will not see any of resolution. You will need to. No, you would see a dot with the dots with the 300 millimeter. My telescope is 2,000 millimeters, and I also use the Barlow lens that make it 6,000 millimeters lens,
and you'll have
like 10 times.
You'll have to allow a computer program to decide for you which frames are the best and stack them all together to create an image that you never saw with your own eye.
I told you I saw it with my own eyes.
No, you did not.
I said it.
You did not. No,
why you lying about it? I said so many times, my eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. I said it so many times. You just ignore what I say.
You're not talking through people, man. Speaking of ignoring, you're talking through them. Let them finish.
That is not what you saw with your own eyes.
I said it was the same what I saw with my naked.
Stop talking through them. Let them finish.
That is a computer processed image. If it was what you saw with your naked eye, then you would just have to show a single frame. And that would equate to what you saw with your naked eye. Or what you saw through the telescope yourself. And not what was produced on a screen for you by a computer.
Have you finished? I guess I can talk now. Okay. So I saw it in my naked eye. If you know something about how brain
doctor.
Our brain also computes. So whatever you see with your naked eye, our brain transforms into our brain to what we see. And our brain usually, when we talk about sharp things or making things sharp, usually our brain does the same thing. It's looking for something, looking at something, and it takes the best parts best times, and it remembers the best parts, and it remembers that even your eye doesn't take it right at that moment, but it remembers it that way, because that's how we can look away, but we can still see clearly because our brain remembers that. It's the same way. Our brain stacks too. Otherwise, we would always just see very small part of color in the middle of the frame and black and white on the outside of the frame. That's how our brain works.
My memory of an image is going to lose a lot of detail over the image itself.
Yeah, but if you look straight at something, it will get sharper and sharper. Because the brain stacks that information too.
And what that has with the curvature?
If you keep looking, it will look to sharper and sharper until it will reach, of course, the limit. It can be even more sharper, but it's the same thing.
And what that has with the curvature?
I don't know. Sometimes somebody asked me about Jupiter.
Oh, Jupiter. But can we turn it back to the... Yeah, I can watch the stars all my life, but on the end, that will not tell me nothing about the Earth.
To sum it up, we got this black swan. You know why it's a black swan with the rest of the white ones? Because you only need one to disprove something.
Black swan.
So this proves the white swans, yes?
No. Like if I tell you that there's a black swan out there, and you're like, no, they're not. They're all white. And I show you a black swan, you can no longer say they are all white.
This argument is not relevant to flat Earth. Flat Earth cannot be
he literally just said that.
Flat.
He said no, and repeated it. That's the thing. Like, yes, that is what a black swan is. A black swan disproves all the white swans. He is correct.
Yeah.
No way.
The all part is disproven.
Well, it doesn't disprove white swans. Like suddenly, it wasn't that no white swans existed after they found a black one. It just debunked the idea that there was no black swan.
The funny thing is, though, is they all seem to be black.
It only requires one.
And I know that's the point, but the funny thing is they all seem to be black swans. Like even that picture that they like to use where the horizon's in front of the rigs, still a black swan. Are there actually any white ones?
I can show you the Australian
one I showed you the video. The video I showed you.
No, but
the
only time you have a video that shows you a 1.225 mile distant horizon or at 1 foot or whatever, the only time it matches your math is during like inclement weather where you just can't see very far,
or you didn't zoom in on it.
Lubo, how about this information? Everywhere on the Earth, on the beach, on 10 mile distance, everywhere it must be 66 foot of drop. Everywhere.
All the way around
country. Yep.
In every country, in every beach, in every sea. There is no such a thing in reality.
All the way around.
There is. You
went out into the middle of the ocean.
I actually happen to live at the place where I have seas from the three side, and there is a high mountain, and I can see really. There is no way I could see across the ocean.
So when you say, but we're already seeing too far for the globe metrics to come into it. And when you say
it doesn't work because the
hold
sun
on, I wasn't done. When you say, there is, we do see that drop. Well, you're back to saying that that's a 1.2 mile horizon in that picture that we showed you, where it was actually at 10 miles. So we need to get the proof of that.
I haven't been there. I don't know. I don't think it's from.
Look, did you miss everything that everybody just said? It doesn't matter.
If it took
it's the same drop everywhere.
If it took a picture,
it's the same drop everywhere. Look, you don't have to go to that location. You could go to the beach where you are. You should have the same drop, same 1.2 mile horizon, You got some oil rigs or anything else in the distance that you can use to judge the horizon distance by? Good. Just do the same thing. Doesn't matter where you are. It should be the same drop everywhere.
Yeah, if you live near a bay, that's perfect. Like with a breaker wall or something. Maybe it's very large. You can shoot along the horizon, and you know damn well the distance between you and that other place. There's probably a road that connects the 2 points, and you can like drive it and put it on your odometer or use GPS or whatever else. You know the distance between here and there. You can shoot along the horizon. You know that water is your baseline. That's your flat. Okay. Now you're trying to prove that it's curving, of course, but that's our flat, I should say.
In fact, what the Black Swan did was forced Globers into a position where they had to deny that we ever see a geometric horizon. Not ever. There is no such thing as no Atmo day. There will always be a certain amount of refraction. They're claiming that that nobody ever sees this mysterious geometric horizon that's apparently blocking boats and buildings from view.
And they claim to know. Yeah, sorry, Tuan, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. So now you're claiming refraction is blocking boats and buildings from view, not a geometric horizon.
They claim to know what it looks like in a vacuum.
Lubo, listen to this. 2017, Globe Earther. The horizon is geometric, flat Earther. No, there is a refraction there. The horizon is refracted. 2022, Globe Earther. The horizon is refracted.
Yeah.
Did you hear me, Lubo?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. They've reversed the argument. We've reversed the arguments on each other. We've now studied what they thought they knew and beat them at their own talking points.
No, sorry, I don't really work with Horizon, so I don't know what's your point over here.
Lubo, 2017 year, 5 years ago, debating Globe Earther saying the horizon is geometrical. Flat Earther is saying, no, there is a refraction there. The horizon is refracted. 2022, Globe Earther. Flat Earther saying, we see too far. Globe Earther, there is a horizon is refracted. It's not geometrical.
Okay, so I just uploaded a picture, and I would like to ask you one question.
Can you repeat what did I say?
I don't know. I haven't been there. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, he's too busy on .ws. That's where he's at. He's at .ws.
No, it's just like you don't care whatever I want to say. That observations I did myself.
My question is this.
Yeah?
Why people who are on Globe Earth side using the horizon like a geometrical 5 years ago, then change idea when we were saying that it's refracted. Now they are saying that it's refracted, but we were saying in the first place that it's refracted.
I don't know why, because I haven't been at all interested in flat Earth.
Do you know why? I will tell you why. Because 2020 came out the Black Swan picture. That's why. Because people find out more proof, more, how to say, my English.
I would say that they're behind by at least like 7-8 years because they haven't given it critical thought, and we have. Like, they're still just trying to stop us from thinking. That's all it is.
They didn't expect us to go out there and actually do the work.
Yeah.
Like a map, creating a map?
No, like a measure the Earth.
But it can't
really measure the Earth.
With the given numbers, geometry, similar like a basketball. Only this basketball is big. Doesn't matter. It's big. Let's measure it.
Yeah, don't try to change the subject.
Yeah, I didn't change the subject. I didn't start to talk about Horizon at all. Wait,
yeah, but that's the problem. And actually you did, because you gave us a long-distance observation where the thing that you were telling us was blocked was supposed to be blocked by the horizon. So without knowing it, yeah, you did bring up all this horizon talk.
Well, and I would tell him also that it doesn't matter what he wanted to talk about. What we want is proof of curvature.
Yeah.
So, and then also, what he showed in that picture is automatically fail on a globe also, because even at a foot height, you can still see past 1.22 miles.
Yeah, that's it. I know. I've talked about that one already. That it's just the one they always bring up. They're like, "Oh, here it is. Here's the normal horizon. It's a black swan. It's 5 to 6 miles. It's supposed to be at 1.2. Already, the ball has to be much bigger for that to still be a ball."
Yep.
Did the math. It's about 70,000 miles in radius now. So that's their white swan, one that where their globe has to be 70,000 miles in radius if that is the geometric horizon. Good job.
So it's obstructing the bottom of the tower.
Did you hear anything I just said?
Tell me, what is obstructing the bottom of the second tower?
I'm not taking your burden reversal bait. Did you hear anything I just said?
No, I was talking with my son, sorry.
Okay, well, what I just said is that horizon to be geometric on a ball, the ball would have to be 70,000 miles in radius instead of the 3959 that they're claiming. So that debunks the 3959. I don't have to tell you what's actually going on there. Your purported cause of what's going on there has been dismantled.
But I haven't claimed it is geometric horizon. I'm just showing it. There is obstruction.
Okay,
I'm just saying there's obstruction to the bottom of the second tower. Even the first one is obstructed. So
I don't care though. Look, I don't care though because
I
know you don't care.
No, listen. We already went over this. If you claim that you live on a ball, that is a geometric 3-dimensional shape with physical limitations.
Yeah,
you cannot see behind a physical limitation.
Right. So you want to say that that's Earth curve blocking the bottoms of those rigs? Okay, then the Earth curve has to be where it would be in order for it to be that. It's not, the horizon is not where it would be if it were Earth curve. Therefore, whatever it is, it's not Earth curve. So who cares?
I think you should care the most. You want to prove that Earth is flat?
All I wanted to know was whether or not it would be Earth curve that's blocking it. It's not, because it doesn't match the metrics of the globe. It doesn't match the dimensions, so it's not that. Next.
He said from the get-go that he didn't care about the horizon anyway, so I don't even know why he's still going on about like how we should care about the horizon when we do care about the horizon. We see too far.
He's got to understand that he has the positive claim, though. He wants to keep putting it onto us. Every single time his positive claim doesn't hold, he wants to try to put us in the corner with some sort of positive claim. I never made one. I didn't make a positive claim about the horizon. You did, and claimed that it was the Earth's geometry and all that. We checked that out, found it didn't hold up, and so just deal with it.
Yeah, we don't have to replace it.
Nope. But we can build on it.
Hey, guess what? We live here. We don't have to replace it because,
we can build on it, though.
We live within Earth's realm, man. That's it, bro. I mean, it's simple. Keep it. Kiss it. We don't have to claim Earth, for fuck's sake. Yeah, we live here. That's what we're doing, man. We're claiming Earth. We live here. We can check it out. Period.
Hey, I got a question. I got a quick question. This is complete non sequitur, but I just want to get some more understanding from where he's coming from, so that way he can understand where we're coming from. Do you think we were all born flat earthers here, Lubo?
Hey, China. You get that one? He's muted.
Yeah, sorry, I have to go to pick up some delivery. I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Sure. All right.
Can I call you China? Or he go? No, he's muted.
No, he's got to pick up delivery, which makes no sense at all. He even contradicted himself on that.
You guys are brutal, man. Fucking love it.
Dude,
I love it.
How do you go pick up fucking delivery? Kiss my ass.
Like we all thought we knew the globe, and then we actually went out and researched the globe, and now we know the globe even better, and we know that it's more fake than it ever was.
The problem is I don't know if the people that I'm talking to half the time have any clue what the hell I'm talking about.
They don't, because they never did the research.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about half the time. I swear.
.ws.
My God.
.ws is their go-to, man. That's their go-to. .ws.
I'm making it too complicated. I gotta dumb this shit down.
You gotta dumb this shit down, man. I'm like,
you do, man. I keep telling everybody that you gotta. We got to make sure that we establish the fact that they know the difference. What a circumference is, what a radius is, what a diameter is. We need to do basic geometry with them first, so they understand why we're saying the things we say.
Shouldn't it be basic though? Like, the ground's curving at a certain rate. That horizon therefore has to be here. Like, I mean, that's pretty simple to grasp, right?
Right, but they don't understand that.
It's way further. Therefore, it's not that. Oh, well, then what's causing it? I don't know. Not your supposed cause.
Right.
Can I say, else? Man? I mean, China. He came in here with a video tonight and said, "Hey, man, this is what I got. Yeah, where's the mountains?" And it was like, "How far away from the horizon are you?" Well, I don't know. Like, well, oh shit, damn. Well, that's the first problem in your observation, man, is how far you were away from the horizon at whatever 1,000 meters or whatever he was. I think he said 1,026 meters or something like that.
That's 1.26 kilometers.
Right. So he's up there. Yeah, I can measure meters. Yeah, I know you guys can. Yeah, but yeah. He's got a video. We've got Black Swan. We've got different. We're just going to go back and forth with it between these pictures. Oh, I got a picture from NASA. How about that one?
It's meant to just keep us going in circles. Like we already know. Like, we need. I get it. We need like a front line. We need people who are here to fucking meet these guys and greet them, right?
Yeah.
But dude, we already fucking know. It's so stupid. It's asinine.
It's asinine.
Hey, what do you guys think about this? I don't know. Like, I see that we kind of all jump on them all at the same time. I think we need to ask questions and let them lead the conversation. And I say let them lead the conversation so that way they can see where they fail.
Well, what you got to do is get them to make it. Well, they're just going to come in here with their globe claims, and then you just hold them to scrutiny. Just
but we know how it works, so let's ask the question that makes them do the work.
Exactly. Ask them the questions you have to.
Right. Make them do the work. Make them do the work on their own ball, their own math.
The only thing is,
show them, and then once they've completed everything on that knowledge, then show them this is where you fucked up.
With this room, though, with all of us in here, everybody really wants to jump on everything a guy like that says, so it turns into kind of a mess.
Right. Well, I'm going to say let's come into an agreement. One person talks. If one person engages, one person talks, and then when that person says, you know what, I'm done talking.
That's an impossible agreement to make. Like, nobody can...
How long did we talk to this guy?
How dare you?
How long did we talk to this guy?
Impossible?
It's only impossible for the drunks.
No, I'm dead serious. Like, dude, when you've been here for a while, you'll see what I'm talking about, man. It is not possible.
Lou,
I sit here and wait.
Oh fuck!
As soon as a guy like that talks, everybody wants to jump in on it.
Yeah, but I sit here and wait. I'm patient. I keep my mouth shut.
No, not all the time. See, like, you're gonna hit a point, no matter what, where you're gonna have to bust in and be like, I'm sorry, but shut the fuck up. Like, we all get to that tipping point. All of us do. Like, and everybody has their own spin, how they want to explain the conversation. They all think that they can do it better than the other guy, and so instead of letting one guy do it, 2 or 3 or 4 guys have to give their own little take. Next thing you know, we're all talking to each other, and he slips out the back door.
Right?
Yeah, that always happens.
But that's why I'm saying let one person speak. It's a mutual agreement. Let one person speak. And when they say, I don't have anything else, the next person can talk. Then we just, whoever's moderating can give the floor to the next person. I don't understand why that's a hard thing to do.
Hey,
we're all adults. We can wait patiently.
Hey, first of all, Giz, man. I mean, Miggy, even Sonny, Creation Bear. I mean, you guys, AI. Fuck, the list goes on. We handle people coming in here at the most utmost respect, bro.
Oh, I know.
We do a great job of this. And yeah, we fuck up. We all want to jump on Dogpile, jump in there and go, hey man, what about the fucking curvature? Whatever. We jump on a Dogpiler. That's cool, man. It happens. I dig it, man. But
a good sport.
For the most part,
there's another thing too that I noticed. Like a lot of people often want to try to belittle a person in their side.
It's not our style, man. It's not our style. We don't.
It has been, but
we don't have. It is the style of the people you just mentioned in your list.
Well,
Lubo.
We want to chop some heads off. I get it, man. I want to chop some fucking heads off too, man. I mean, come on in here, Globe. We want to grind it and just bury it. Yeah, I get it, man. I get the frustration, and you want to let it out. That's cool, man. We can do that.
And I find kudos to Lubo. Kudos to him. He's actually held himself well. He hasn't spiraled out of control.
Yes,
there was a little bit of name calling, but he got over that. Really, really well done to him, I think.
Yeah, he didn't spiral. Most of them get way worse than that.
Yeah, exactly.
He was a good person to have in here to bounce ideas off of and whatever else.
Guess what, man?
He's still hard-headed though. Like he's just playing dumb in so many areas. Like he knows.
He's not playing dumb, man. He was
doesn't get it.
Educated dumb, man. You guys know this shit, man. He was educated dumb, man.
Yeah.
The thing is when everybody's amped up in here, it can be kind of hard, but the best thing to do is to just stay real chill and almost robotic and just ask them questions, right, where their worldview comes under scrutiny, and most of the time they'll just end up spazzing while you just stay totally calm.
That's why I was saying.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was talking about earlier over in the Tartaria server, where I was saying, just ask them questions to get them to, you kind of bait them into it. You don't let them bait you; you bait them. That's just what it is.
If they bring a claim, how do you know that? Oh, and then follow that. Usually they end up realizing actually I don't really know how to come back to that, and they get really triggered, and it's pretty funny.
But that's the whole thing I've been talking about recently too, is just I'm so freaking, I keep coming in, of course, but it just seems, like I said, asinine. It seems redundant. It seems like we're just recycling the same people over and over again with the same arguments over and over again. And by design, we'll never progress because we're going through that same fucking garbage bin over and over and over again.
Yeah.
We have an audience. We have an audience too that may not come in here and into the voice chat, and they might be watching and listening and learning and all that. So it's good in that way.
Yeah. Well, we got to reach a tipping point where we don't have to have these remedial conversations. And we just move beyond it and find out what the hell is actually going on here beyond the Earth's surface being flat. Can we get past that point and figure some other stuff out?
We can't because everything else beyond that is a server violation, and you know it.
No, I know. I'm just saying in general for the flat Earth conversation. I'm not necessarily talking about the server here. I'm just talking about the rest of everything. Can we just stop talking about the horizon not being at 1.2 miles? It's obviously not. Why is this something that we have to fight over for 2-3 years?
Yeah, that's a good question, man.
It should have just been simple.
Look, I can take this beyond flat Earth. Take a look at, without getting too specific, the shit that's been going on around us.
The cocoa.
People been calling out since before it was a thing, and had it correct the entire time. Okay, the entire time.
Yeah,
and people are starting to just on the fringes. If you look in the mainstream, they're starting to pick up on bits and pieces of it. It's going to take another 5 or 10 years before they get to where we are on that.
Yeah, it'll happen though.
It's
listen. How many people have come in here and said, "Hey, man, I'm here because of that shit that went on for the last almost 3 years." I wouldn't be here asking whether I live on a flat stationary plane or not. I mean, this Discord is named Flat Earth, man. I mean, you can't get more obvious than that. And if they come in here, they've gone through some shit that was like, what else are they fucking tricking us with, man? What else? Damn. And I've seen at least, 10 or 12 guys come in this year into this server and say, hey, man, the only reason I'm here is because of this stupid shit they put us through for the last almost 3 years, whatever.
But that's 10 or 12 in the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Out of the
small number.
Out of the 10 or 12 that we get a day.
Hey, I like those numbers, man. If we can get 10 or 12 new.
Okay. I don't know that. What do you mean 10 or 12 a day? What are we getting 10 or 12 a day of?
Radical. VC verified.
Globe defectors.
Globe defectors.
People who just come in here in general, not because of what's been going on for the last 2 or 3 years, for whatever various reason. There could be any reason. They're laughing at Flat Earth. They think the government's lying to them. They've seen some fake moon landing video. Whatever that is, they're coming in here for all these different reasons. And that thing that happened over the last 2 or 3 years is 10 or 12 people out of 10 or 12 a day for 3 years. Is what I'm saying.
I'm not a negative person. You guys know I'm very positive. I love reaching one person, say, hey, man, guess what, bro? They tricked you. You don't live on a globe. Hello.
For example,
I love that, man.
Back to the Cocoa Pebbles. So you guys know the documentary that went around recently, Died Suddenly?
Oh, my God. People were like, drop.
Actually, you know what?
But Lou, I know you've been working the family for what?
My whole life.
Your whole life, bro.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. That's what's so hard. Like, yes, I am having some successes with a lot of members of my family, but it's only in these very drastic times, and only after like 20 years of warning. Like, you know what I mean? And like, what chance do most average people have?
Yeah, man. Dude, that's okay, man. That's why we were placed here, man. It might be 10, 12 people that you affect. You don't know, man.
You having trouble breathing, man? Are you all right right now?
He's excited about the 2020. He wants to talk about 2020 instead of flat Earth. But that's when people come in here to talk about flat Earth. They don't come in here to talk about 2020.
Really? You think? No.
Come in here, dude. We don't care. Like, look.
Hey, we're talking about observational reality, okay? And when we got all like shut down and said,
we can do that in chill chat though, right? We don't have to do it here in the live stream, right?
No, there's certain things as long. What? Fucking A. Dude, I'm a pseudo mod. Don't question me. You can think of me as mod, even though I'm not a mod.
Dude, I'm not even close to a mod, so.
No, check this out. Like, as long as we're like, all of this stuff is connected. We are definitely talking about a bigger picture, a problem, a scheme. Like, what is their goal? Like, what are they working towards? This is stuff that's valuable to talk about for sure, especially considering the fact that, like, literally, the shape of the Earth is probably a secondary problem compared to what we have going on right now.
Hey, Lou, I'm going to tell you straight away, man. Back in 2020, as Giz likes to refer to it as, we were like, oh my God, why are these people doing all of these crazy things? Oh my God. How they're going saying it's a problem for a long time, and the geometric shape of what they told us doesn't compute in our observations. And if you have evidence to the contrary, that's cool, man. I appreciate it. If you don't, that's cool. I'm good with that too, man. But the reality of what we see and can measure according to what we've been given doesn't add up. And therefore, that's why we have a controversial situation here between we live on a globe or we don't. Or it's a globe that's way, way bigger, man. That's like another class. That's 2.0 class. But can we see too far on this globe? That's the question. Can we see too far on a globe that's a radius of 3,959 miles? Can we see too far? I think we see too far, man, to be a globe. I don't know. I'm a realist. I've been to the beach. I went out. I looked, measured. Yeah. I didn't go to school, man. I didn't go to higher education. Didn't go there, man. That's okay, because I went to higher observation versus higher education. Oh, that hurts. Oh, fuck. How dare you observe where you live? You live on Earth. It provides all the observations that you could need. Oh, what a cool place. Rivers, mountain, ocean, deer, fish. Yeah. Oh, what a cool place we live, ladies and gentlemen. What a cool place we live. Damn. Ain't that a bitch? Oh, it's a spinning ball through outer space, traveling at millions of miles an hour. And I can prove it because of refraction that produces of course, without a doubt. What? You produced evidence that we're spinning through space at millions of miles an hour. And you can provide me with such evidence of spinning millions of miles an hour through space, through an empty vacuum of nothing. Okay, that's cool. What do you got, man? What do you got? Anybody?
I think the China guy wants to pipe over.
That was a nice long monologue.
It was. Thank you guys for listening, man. All right, China.
What time is it over there? Where are you, in America?
America, in Southern California, Pacific time is 12:02.
Oh, we're midnight right now. Oh.
Midnight.
Yeah, midnight on the West Coast, which means it's only later as you go east. Yeah.
I see.
That must be a globe. Has to be a globe, Lou. If you're 3 hours behind me, oh my God, or two.
I'm 2 hours. It's 2 o'clock in the morning for me.
You have to go to bed. You're on a globe. Come on.
The Globe didn't say so. It's my fucking boss that did. You're right. I do have to go to bed.
Go to bed, you Glober, because if you were not 2 hours behind me, there's no globe. I can promise you through mathematics and...
no, is this like, time doesn't exist if you're not on a globe?
Oh, I love that one. That's one of my favorites, man.
Explain time if you're not on a fucking globe.
Explain your time on your flat Earth, man. Come on. That's funny, man. I hope you guys let a laugh. Lou and I are going to go to bed. Please, you guys, carry on. Carry the torch.
I'm going to report back tomorrow, and I want an explanation for time.
And we want an explanation for truth as well. What is truth?
What is time? What is truth?
That's it. Well,
and what does it mean to live? I'm coming back for that too.
Oh shit! That's the ultimate question. What does it mean to live? That's a beautiful thing, man. Damn, we all get to live. Damn, ain't that a bitch? And we all get to experience life. Oh shit, hey, how about that, man? We all get to live. We all get to experience life. And most of us in this Discord will experience a flat stationary plane. And some people come in here and say, no. It's spinning. It's shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. We're going around the sun. And we're just like, no, time out. I was here last summer, man. The sun was right over my head. And it was hot as fuck off, man.
You're in fucking California. God damn it. You can see this any day of the year.
No. But the sun was right over my head. It was like 110 degrees. It's like, man, fucking sun's right over my head, Lou.
Fucking sun?
That fucking bitch sun was right over my head. It was hot. I was dying. I was like, fuck that sun, man. Fuck. I was pissed and like, go away. Yeah, I wished it.
Fuck out of here, fucking sun. Boy, I thought when I was like, when I was partying like in my early 20s and I was like up all night and sleeping all day.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, dude, that was. Yeah, dude, you wake up, you get up and the sun's up and you're like, holy
shit, fuck, man.
Fuck, fucking sun.
That bitch, the sun. When it's over your head, it's hot, right? I mean, you experienced Wisconsin summers, yeah.
Dude, yeah, no, it's jacked up because like we get super cold here, but we also get super hot. Like, we get just as hot as you guys get down in fucking Texas and shit. Like, but it's like humid. And then we, after in 6 months' time, we're going to go to like -30.
Right.
And
it's snowing.
Yeah.
There's no. Yeah. Like you said, man, there's no in between, man. It's like summer or winter. That's pretty much it for you, right?
Yeah, you get. I mean, fall lasts for a little while. Spring is short, and spring sucks anyway because everything is wet. Everything that was wet from the winter is melting, and then it's all sloppy and garbage. Sloppy. But fall is nice. That's when you get like the colors from the trees and crisp air, and the bugs go away. Like that's when it's nice.
Welcome to Wisconsin, everybody. I know some people from Wisconsin, man. They told me all about their experiences of different winters and summers. And yeah, man, what a change in I'm not going to call it geography.
We have 4 distinguished seasons, whereas you in California, you have like 2.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Here in California, man, we got, it's raining and it's...
Actually, you guys really in California, Southern California, you have like 1 season. Let's be honest. You have 1 season.
Nah, dude.
You have like late summer and early summer, and that's it.
Nah, man. You got to live here a little bit longer and say, hey, man, there's this like
you ever gotten snow?
Stoned?
Snow. You ever get snow in LA?
There has been recorded evidences of snow.
You liar.
I'm not kidding. You can look it up, man. Promise.
All right. Okay. Perhaps it's happened, but it's very rare.
But yeah.
All right. Now let me ask you this: when in the autumn, do your trees change color and fall with do leaves fall from the ground?
Yes.
And cover the streets, and you have to rake.
Yes. That happens.
But that's only parts of California, because a lot of it is mostly all pine needles and shit, right? And that stuff is they're almost all the trees are what is it, deciduous trees where they're just around year round.
Yeah, like a redwood, pine tree. Yeah, we got those trees, but we also have the seasonal
deciduous and carnivorous.
That
I forget which one's which though. Like which ones are the needles? Are those carnivorous or deciduous? Like pine trees and spruce and shit.
Well, dude, we have a lot of redwood pine trees up and down the coast here. I mean, dude.
I know you guys. Well, California is a huge state. If you talk about all of California, yeah, you're gonna get everything. Like in LA, though, you're pretty limited to what trees grow naturally. Like you can plant a tree in your yard and water it. That's a different thing, though.
Yeah. Well, we're just like you, Lou, man. We're not any different, man. That's the cool thing.
No, LA, it is different when it comes to the trees. This is what I'm saying. Like, I'm pointing out. What do you mean not any different? We're talking about seasons. Like, you guys have you have one season. You just have
no bullshit.
You have sunny in 55 and you have sunny in 85.
Nah, man. It depends where you are in the state, man. I mean, if I was up in east in the Rockies,
I keep saying in LA,
it could snow in the June or July in the Sierra Nevada mountains. It can. I've seen it, man. I see it with my own two eyes, man. It snowed in June. I was like, holy shit. Oh my God. So yeah, it depends on where you are in the state, man. It really does.
Of course it does. But that's what I keep saying. In LA though, you're in Southern California, you have one season.
No. We have at least two. Come on.
More than a half. I'll give you 1.5 seasons.
There's more than just LA in Southern California.
Yeah, we got San Diego, where I live.
Fine, whatever.
Dude, I live.
What marks the difference between the seasons? What marks the difference between the seasons? Can you tell? Other than
hot and cold.
How hot and how cold? Bro, because this is.
In a lot of places.
Giz, you're robot. But I'll tell you, man, the difference between the summer and the winter in Southern California is
it's amazing. The difference between shorts and in a hoodie,
exactly. That's the difference. You're right. I'm not gonna deny it. I mean, it's like I'm wearing shorts all summer long, dude. For 6 months, I'm wearing shorts.
And then you can finally put on a hoodie, and then you're like, cool, I'm good for 6 months.
No, man, not even that, man. 3 months, I'll put the hoodie on, but 3 months, you don't know what you're gonna get, man. There's this in between, it could be warm or hot. I don't know, man. There's the beautiful climate change that we all in all of our climates, whether Lou's in Wisconsin, and it's a beautiful thing, man.
I said, literally last year we went from -30 to in the winter to a record high of like 100. I think we hit like 107 this year on a certain day, like in the summer. So like we went from negative 30 Fahrenheit to 107 Fahrenheit in 1 year.
That's called climate change, and you have to buy an electric.
No. That's called that's just called like the climate.
Hey, I always love the term of climate change because, hey, guess what, man?
Hey.
Climate change. Oh my God.
Lou, you had 107 degrees for 1 day. Try having 105 plus for like 5 days.
No. Oh, hold on. Oh, drop my headphone. Where is it? Fucker. Yeah, all right, there it is. Found it.
Holy shit. Sounds like you got attacked by aliens. What the hell happened?
I dropped my earbud. It fell out of my ear.
Yeah, okay. You're back.
All right. No, look, we during the summer, we get like the heat of the summer is a long extended period of like 80s, 90s, and sometimes hundreds. But it's very humid. You in the Southwest, you get that dry, like,
yep.
Yeah, like even though it's hot, it's not humid. Like you're not like just sweating through everything. Like, it's completely different. You don't quite understand. Like when it gets hot out here, it's always just ripping fucking wet,
bro. You got to get blasted in the face with the Cajon Pass. You gotta sit there and take the Cajon.
The Cajon Pass?
Yeah, the Cajon Pass win.
Did you say the Cajon Pass?
Yeah,
the
Cajon Pass.
Oh.
I used to live in Victorville, California.
Oh my goodness, you live in Victorville.
It's different when you have like air blowing and when you have 105 degree weather with air that is like 115 degrees below. It's fucking hot.
Oh, it's fucking hot, man.
No, like
it'll blister your nose.
I understand heat is still heat. Yeah, like the sun does damage, but like trust me, I've seen enough YouTube videos of skateboarders in sunny California where they're complaining about how hot it is while they're wearing pants and fucking long sleeves and shit. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. How fucking is it? It can't be that fucking bad. It can't be like.
Hey, I'm going to tell you straight up, Lou, man. I live in one of the most greatest climates that I can personally, confess to, testify to. Southern California is absolutely incredible, man. In January, we'll get 80 degrees, bro.
Yeah, no, I don't. That's like.
Oh God, you're fucking freezing your balls off, and it's like 6 feet of snow out there, and you're like, trying.
We get I said. I mean, you have no idea what I'm talking about when it comes to like negative temperatures. Like, yeah, I mean,
I do know, man.
I mean, you do, but people who were born and never left there, like they don't.
Yeah. Brutal. So, dude. Oh, you get that what they call the northern like chill coming down. It's like minus 40, right? And you're like,
oh, dude, if you include wind chill, like if you include wind chill, like I was talking about real temperature. We hit negative 30 like 2 years ago, where I'm at, and only like 20 miles north of me, they hit negative 50.
Damn. What do you think's the changes in
dude, Lou. The Lubo wants to speak about the flat earth and he's complaining because you're speaking about weather.
Oh, okay. I'm not watching the chat. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you can speak. It's fine. I can come next time if I will time.
We like to speak about globe more than about weather.
Well,
Next time you can interrupt every time.
I don't like it.
Yeah, if it's about comparing like my dick to his, my dick's more resilient because it's like exposed to worse temperatures. Like if it's about that, then you can interrupt.
You're talking about refraction.
You can speak. For example, what temperature was the day when Black Swan was made?
I don't know. I don't care about Black Swan very much because there's lots of refraction over there, so it's not very clear. It's like taking a picture of somebody through the.
It's not geometrical. It's not geometrical. You're saying.
No, I'm saying it's like taking a picture of somebody through blurry glass, or like
it's not blurry glass.
Mirrors, and you take a picture.
One simple question: is it 20 meters behind the oil rig? Is it physical water or refracted water?
It doesn't matter.
I'm asking you only simple question: is it that water physical or refracted? 20 meters behind the oil rig.
The water behind the rig is physical.
Great. That water should not to be there.
But the light coming to you is refracted.
Okay, I don't care about light. I'm speaking about water. That's water.
How we see. We don't touch the water.
Okay, what we see? As we see the water, does we see optical water or real water?
We see light coming to our eyes. We don't touch the water with our eyes.
I'm asking you about water 20 meters behind oil rig. Does we see the real water or we see something optical?
We see the light. We don't see.
I'm asking you, does we see the water? I'm asking you about. I don't care about light in this moment. I'm asking about water. 20 meters behind oil rig. Is that the water or something optical?
That's the water that is refracted. There's the light refracting.
I'm asking the light, you again, okay. Is it
I will explain to you. I will explain to you, okay? The light from the sun. The light from the sun touches the water.
Man, it's very simple. You don't need to explain.
The water is physical. The water is behind that is physical. The light reflected from that water comes to your eyes is refracted. You cannot really touch the light, can you? But it's physical. You can take a picture. You can. It interacts with sensors in our cameras. It interacts with our sensors, the vision sensors. So the light is physical. The touches our eyes. We cannot physically. I mean, if you want, we could swim there and you touch the water with your eyes. It's physical. The water is physical, but the light is refracted coming to you. What I wanted to I don't really want to talk about somebody else's pictures, okay? Because it's not picture I took. The picture
it's not a picture. It's a picture from the video,
Well, he didn't show the beginning of the video. I mean, at least maybe I should check other.
Somebody has the video, can post the video of that, but it's not.
Well, I would rather talk about my own observations.
I would like to talk about physicality. You said that that's the light, but I don't care about light. I care about does I see the water? You said yes, that's physical water. That physical water should to be 1.2 miles.
Sorry, maybe I should cut the sound. Yeah, okay.
I'm telling you that water, what is behind the oil rig, should to be before oil rig, covering that oil rig. Hello.
Yeah, I'm watching the video that was posted right now. Oh, that's a nice video, nice quality. Oh, but it's still bendy. Okay, yeah, now I see. Thank you very much. It's a little better. It's not during sunset, so can see clearly. And I like the fact that it's near the water. It's good. But you still cannot deny the fact that there is some refraction coming on. Yeah, basically, air refracts. That's why we have delayed sunset. The sunset. So the air near the horizon is refracted about 1 degree. That's why we still see the sun while it physically should be below the horizon. I'm talking about the refraction. It's the same thing. That's the same thing.
No.
We see something
behind
because it's refracted.
Physical on 10 miles.
What?
Is it that photo?
Water is physical. The water is physical. The water is physical.
Great,
the water you can see is physical.
That water should stop the curve from 1.2 miles.
Depends on the atmosphere, I'm telling you.
I'm telling you that doesn't depend on atmospheric.
It really matters, man. Have you tried it before? Have you tried temperature of the water and temperature of the air?
You want to go to that direction. Now tell me which kind of refraction and post me publication telling this. This kind of refraction extending. Listen, it's very simple. This kind of refraction. John Smith, 1977, made test, and this kind of refraction, extending horizon. Any publication of extending horizon because of refraction. Now.
Have you ever tried to do the laser?
Any publication about extending horizon with the refraction.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Copy a link. Paste. I'm not sure if I hope I can post the links. Okay, for example, one publication. I didn't read them, but I can send them to you. You can read them.
You posted the publication. You posted. I asked you about.
You want some publication?
No. Okay, great. Listen, this is very carefully. I'm very honest, intellectually honest. I asked you, can you provide me a publication where it's written that one type of refraction extending horizon, and now you are posting me a link where you don't know what is inside, but I need to look into that.
Yeah, because you require. I don't know it because I am not expert.
Now, what did I say? You're posting me something. I will be honest. Look into that, and I need to look into that.
I'm honest, but you have to let me to finish speaking. I'm not an expert in.
Did you look into that?
No, I didn't.
And you posted me something, but you didn't look into that I need to look into that, and you don't know what is inside.
You ask me something, I'll find it for you. If you want to look for something yourself, you should find yourself, because maybe you are lazy or something. There are many publications on Horizon.
I ask you the question, the phenomena where there is refraction extending horizon, and you posted the link without, for example, you asked me how I'm making the bread, what I need to do, and I never look into I only look to Google bread, and I find the link bread, and I post the link, and I don't know what is written inside, but I post, and now you look inside. You understand?
Okay. I will be very honest. I'm not expert in refraction. As I said, I'm not expert in refraction. I can do my observations, use the other means, for example, space.
But you will involve
I can see the satellites. I can see the satellites. I can see pictures from the satellites. I can take my own observation. I can set up my equatorial mount, and it follows a rotation of the Earth.
That's great.
Yeah, and it works. Everything works very well.
But intellectually honest, in the last 10 minutes, we are speaking about Black Swan example. We are speaking about water and the beach. We are not speaking about satellites. We are speaking about refraction, what you invoked, not me.
No, I didn't. I didn't post the video.
No, you invoked refraction.
I posted picture of the moon.
Did you invoke the refraction of Black Swan example or not?
No.
That means there is no
picture of the moon. I posted in a picture of the moon because I want to talk about space. If the space is real or not.
Why are you changing?
You always want to talk about the black swan, and I don't understand why. Because it's so blurry. I mean, the second video it's posted is okay, but we know the refraction works.
Yeah, of course, we can speak about other black swans, not about that black swan. If you want.
Okay. Do you want a white swan that will fucking destroy you? Like really destroy you?
White swan?
Yeah.
That means that Earth is curving on some places, but on most places doesn't curve.
No, everywhere.
How everywhere where I can show you at least 10 examples there is not curving, and other people can show you other 1,000 examples there is.
Do you want a white swan? Do you want yes or no?
Yeah, I want white swan. Yeah.
Okay. There's a star called Mintaka. If you look at the star, it always rises up in the east and sets in the west. Whenever, let me to finish. Wherever you are on Earth, it rises on east and sets on the west. So how can you be in Australia? See the same star rising from east, when in China you see it exactly from the east. Is east in China parallel to east in Australia?
That mean that star proves that Earth is a globe. Is that true?
Yes, it's just another nail to your coffin. It's another nail to your coffin.
Of course, that star is proving that. That means that water will curve in reality.
It is.
But where? Can you show me
that? Everywhere. You see the raindrops. Raindrops curve too.
Man, are we speaking about Earth or about rain?
You see water? You say water? I say water. Raindrops are water too.
Now I'm saying ocean, lake, and rivers. And I'm saying sea level. Now I'm saying sea level. How's Switzerland using? Which sea level Switzerland using for the measuring mountains?
Which sea level? There are few. Yeah. There's Mediterranean level. There is a Atlantic Ocean level. There is a Pacific Ocean level.
Which sea level Switzerland using for the measuring mountains?
Measuring what?
Mountains. Elevation.
I'm not from Switzerland. Why should I know it?
Switzerland has no sea. Switzerland is around. It's in the middle of Europe. Which sea is Switzerland using for elevation?
I don't know. I'm not an expert in Switzerland.
Only one sea level what we have. How about that?
Oh, you didn't answer me my question.
What is your question?
Is east in China parallel to the east in Australia?
Can that, if I answer the question, because I don't know the answer, but let's say that I know the answer, can that curve the water in reality?
What?
Can the answer of my question curve the water in reality?
I'm talking about east, the direction of east.
About curvature in reality. Because of that, we are here. Only because of that.
Why are you so scared to answer? I already answered. Water curves.
Man, okay. I told you.
Now I'm asking you a simple question. Yes or no? Yes or no question. Is the east in China same as is in Australia? Is it parallel? Is it parallel?
No, and I don't care.
I know you don't care.
Yeah, of course, because that means even if I know, I told you, even if I know the answer, how that will curve the water, oceans, lakes in reality?
Well, it means that all the stars are far away. The same question is with sun. If you look at equinox, sun on equinox always rises in east and sets in the west.
Even better. Let's say that I studied 30 years of astronomy. Let's say that I'm the smartest guide of the astronomy in the world. Again, my question will be, how that my knowledge will curve the water in reality?
Gravity curves the water. Do you see my picture of Jupiter? That's gravity curving Jupiter. Gravity is causing those moons to rotate around Jupiter. Gravity.
Okay, gravity needs to do one thing. Gravity needs to do one thing, and we'll finish with this. Gravity needs to make the drop in a distance in reality to Earth to beat the sphere. That is not. Yes, that's what we cannot find in reality. That drop in distance.
I just showed you my picture. Whole mountain missing. How does it not drop? If there is no drop, you should see whole mountain range. It's not far away from the sea. It's not obstructed, but with the buildings or with the waves. The mountain is in your feet, maybe 3,500 or 4,000 feet high.
Yeah,
okay, how can it be this? There is no anything else in the way. Anything else except water.
How can it be that there is a photo 275 miles and he shoot the mountain, and
I didn't take the picture. I don't care. I took the picture of them.
The guy won the Guinness record, man. He's not some guy from the street, It's a guy. He won the Guinness record of the long distance. It's not some guy.
Does he believe the Earth is flat?
No, he made a photo only.
Oh, great! Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
He knows why he took the picture, because of the refractive condition made it happen.
Okay. That means that...
With infrared? He took the picture with infrared.
Infrared is not magical, it's also subject to refraction. If you want
less
something...
refraction, not more.
Yes, we know. We know less refraction. I know that. How about the Radar Horizon? Have you ever heard of Radar Horizon? If you want something that is not subject to refraction, you just go look at Radar Horizon.
Your claim is ludicrous.
It is.
It's absolutely ludicrous. Yeah, because you're telling us in that picture that there's a mountain that's blocked by 3 miles of Earth curve, even though we don't see it being blocked by any. You're saying that it's being blocked by a geometric horizon at 119 miles, which isn't in the picture because refraction. It's ludicrous. You're just saying that reality is a hologram.
You just don't get it.
No, I get it. I get it a lot better than you do.
No, you don't. Open it. Open it in front of you. I will say exactly timestamp, okay? I'll say timestamp.
No, you don't get it. Because we see one thing, it doesn't match the globe, and then you go, oh, well, it's just a hologram. It's all distorted so that it just looks like something other than what it is. It's just ludicrous.
I can just take a look at the picture from the space, and I know the Earth is globe.
From space?
You've never taken a picture from space.
It doesn't matter. You didn't take the picture of the black swan.
I've got a video of 12 miles away across Lake Texoma. You want to see that?
I took a picture and I took a video of 200 kilometers away, and I don't see the mountain. And you don't want to see that.
Here.
Okay. Anyway, when I look at the stars, I see more and more satellites. Passing across me. Last time I was talking about the satellites, you just shut me up.
Shut up. You haven't let me talk once when I'm trying to sit here and say something. All right?
Okay.
You've been sitting here doing circular reasoning this entire time. Let me talk. You want to talk about how a lens works, and you're like, I should be able to see 1,000 miles away. Go look at this Wikipedia that I just dropped in there, dude. Conjugate focal plane. This is how your eyeballs work. This is how every lens works. This is why you can't see 1,000 miles away. If you can't figure that out, then I don't know what to tell you, dude. You're just never going to get it. You'll believe any kind of magic that you want to see.
So how far is the sun?
That's irrelevant. We're on Earth. You can't go to.
No, you said I cannot see something that is more than 1,000 miles away. How far away is sun?
Go there and tell me. Go make the measurement yourself.
I'm asking you. You say I cannot see.
I don't know how far away the sun is. I don't know how far away the sun is.
So you don't know how far away. Do you know what is sun?
I'm not an expert in it. At least I'm not trying to make something up. At least I'm not appealing to authority. At least I'm trying to figure it out for myself.
Sun is a big ball of hydrogen and helium that is now.
Who told you that?
I can see that.
Did you figure that out yourself?
I took a photograph. I took a videos.
How do you know it's hydrogen?
Let me to speak. I will explain. Okay. Because you can take a hydrogen alpha filter and you will see all the flames, everything in crisp detail. Not me.
Show me.
You can also show you videos. Okay.
Show me your videos.
I don't have it on YouTube though, and I cannot post anything bigger on Discord because and I cannot share many things because I don't have the paid version of Discord. But you can see other people doing the same thing. You can just click on or search for Chuck's astrophotography. He does solar observations almost every week. I don't know, you can't get it. It's a hydrogen alpha filter, okay? Hydrogen alpha filter only lets hydrogen ionized gas, hydrogen, go through. Anything else just reflects back, okay? And so that's why we know it's a hydrogen. There are also another filters you can use because there are some other elements too. Like you can use you can click on solarham.net, www.solarham.net. Okay, and you see all the frequencies, everything in real time, taken from Earth, taken from the other telescope that are in Earth sun synchronized orbit. They're basically in Lagrange point 3 and 4, and you can see all the wavelengths. For example, magnetosphere, just the plain visible light. You can do hydrogen alpha. You can do different frequencies, different spectra. And the best part is that there is a delay between the solar flare and auroras, northern and southern lights. And we know it always happens. I think it's like 1 day or 2 days after the solar flare happens that we get the northern or southern lights. There is also forecast based on the solar activity. And where can you see auroras?
So,
have you opened? Oh, maybe I should share the link actually.
Yeah. So what?
So that's how we know the sun is a ball of hydrogen. Mostly.
Wait, that's how you know the sun is a ball of hydrogen.
Yes.
So you're claiming spectroscopy?
Of course, spectroscopy works all the time.
So you know everything that's between you and the sun?
Mostly, yeah.
How? You know what medium the sun is in? You were there to verify?
If there would be something, then there will be gaps in the light. In the rainbow, do you know?
There is.
It creates a big rainbow. There are gaps caused by our atmosphere. Our atmosphere is mostly made of nitrogen, argon, oxygen, and a little bit of hydrogen and other elements.
Okay.
So that's why we get these gaps.
What's the enclosure of the atmosphere? What is that made of?
Enclosure.
Yeah, the enclosure, because we have air pressure here, right? So what's that made of, the container?
Yeah, there's no content. It's a gravity.
Gravity. Okay, what's gravity?
Yes.
Find gravity.
Find gravity. I'm sitting on the chair and my ass hurts.
That's the definition of gravity? Your ass hurts, therefore the world is not contained?
That means something is pushing me down there.
Okay. Oh, something's pushing you down. Okay.
Yes.
What's pushing you down?
Gravity.
Okay, what is that?
That's how we call it.
Last time I asked you what it was, you said your ass hurts. That's what it is. So your ass hurts, therefore you're down on the ground.
Gravity is the cause of the gravitational force.
Okay,
that's not the definition of gravity.
Yeah, okay. So the cause is gravity. What is it? What is this cause? You've said a word, but what is it?
Oh my gosh. Don't you do your research?
Yeah, I did.
It's a bending of the space-time. For example.
Okay, bending and warping of space-time means that you don't need a solid or any sort of physical enclosure for gas. Okay, demonstrate that. Bend and warp some space-time and create some gas pressure inside of a vacuum. Or something like that. Just do whatever you have to demonstrate.
Do you see my profile picture? That's a ball of gas.
Okay, so begging the question, that's the very thing that we're asking you to prove. You're saying that the sky is a vacuum?
That's a ball of gas.
Yeah, that's begging the question.
Squeezed in by the gravity.
Yeah, so that's the thing in question. That's the thing we're saying doesn't make any sense.
The 4 moons orbit Jupiter because of the gravity too.
That's the thing we're saying doesn't make any sense, right? So you can't just point back.
Do you have a better explanation of the moons of Jupiter orbiting?
Don't need one. You came with the positive claim of how it all works. Now you have the burden to substantiate that. I didn't come with the positive claim, so I have no burden.
I explained to you.
Yes, you explained your logical fallacy.
I'm not.
You explained your fallacious reasoning.
There's a time dilation between the.
Okay. Stack one claim on top of another. Okay, so space-time curvature. Space-time curvature, therefore, you don't need a container for gases. Okay, well, manipulate some space-time curvature and demonstrate that you can use it to create air pressure adjacent to a vacuum.
So you want me to manipulate 9.8 acceleration or what?
No, I want you to follow the scientific method and test your supposed cause of air pressure on Earth.
So what would be your way to
turn gravity off?
Yeah, manipulate gravity. Try it both with and without gravity. Space-time curvature.
So you want me to manipulate 9.8 acceleration to get 9.8 acceleration?
You're laughing because that's how laughable your claim is. You just realized that. You just realized, manipulate space-time curvature. Yeah, exactly. Nobody's ever done that. Nobody can do that because that's a concept. That's an idea.
Are you a god? Are you a god? You can turn off gravity for myself.
Okay. So this is like a religious thing then. You have to invoke God now. This isn't something that's part of the physical world that you can actually manipulate.
I don't believe in God. I don't believe in anything.
Well, you do believe in a God. It's called gravity. You just told me all about it.
No, that's
only God can manipulate gravity. So you believe in God.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, so what is gravity? You've told us it's space-time curvature. Okay. Where have you observed space-time curving?
In the space.
When has it been demonstrated to be the cause of any effect?
It causes the gravitational lensing. It causes the gravitational lensing. There are many
these are more
gravitational lensing.
Okay, those are more suppositions. You're just looking at the sky and assuming
pictures. There are pictures of gravitational lensing. There are proper pictures.
You're not getting
Okay, if I take a picture of the dog, you just assume it's a dog. Or is it a dog?
It's a dog.
I know it's a dog because I actually have pet many dogs in my life and had firsthand knowledge.
Yeah, I've never seen space-time curve. I have plenty of reference points to dogs. I've seen many dogs. I wouldn't be challenged if somebody presented me with an image or a demonstration of a dog. What I've never seen is space-time. Hey, hold on. What I've never seen is space-time, nor have I seen it curve. So
just Google
what are you talking
gravitational lensing. Just Google gravitational lensing.
No, I've already done that. I know the story that you're telling.
Oh yeah. So you don't lie to me that you've never seen any gravitational pictures.
I didn't say that. So don't straw man me. That's
Lubo.
You say that.
What if I showed you a video, Lubo, of the World Economic Forum? You know what the World Economic Forum is, right? WEF. Have you ever heard of them?
You mean Davos?
No, the World Economic Forum. They're a world entity that literally controls the entire world.
I don't know. What if I show you a picture of the ISS?
They control they control NASA.
No.
The World Economic Forum literally said in their own words, "We control the science."
Well, do you think you'd be able to use space-time curvature to, bring some propane to a barbecue? Just skip the container, skip the propane tank, just curve some space-time and hold some propane together?
Well, wait, my son came here.
Yeah, okay. Can you do anything with space-time to manipulate gas pressure at all? Because all you have are fantastical stories, a religious ideology, basically. Nothing tangible, nothing concrete, nothing demonstrable, just stories, fairy tales.
He's not listening.
Oh, okay.
I'll wait till he gets back.
Sorry, family things. My son came look after me. Well, you don't manipulate the gravity. You manipulate position related to gravity. Okay, that's how you do the experiments.
So you change the density level, right? You rise it to a level where the object is more dense than the medium.
The position. Okay, so there are many types of experiments you can do. You can do either experiment with centrifugal force. You can do either experiment do the gravimeter around the world. For example, scale like the gold scales. You can do the experiment. Go with certain weight and go.
So there's
equator.
Hold on.
Let me finish. I have only 1 minute. I have only 1 minute left.
I'm gonna let you finish, but then I want to go back to centrifugal force. So
he's
go
got
ahead.
all sorts of experiments for things, and none of them are gravity.
No, I know. I want him to finish what he has to say because, in fairness, he let me finish earlier, and he let all of us finish. And I want him to finish because I want to go back to centrifugal force, and I want him to explain what centrifugal force is.
Okay, can I continue?
Yep.
Okay, so you can use scales. You can go with the scales to equator or go to the south or north pole. You can measure. You can also do different experiments like go to a mountain, higher elevation compared to lower elevation. You can also do what gravity experiments? You can take a flight related to going from east to west and west to east to measure the centrifugal force. So there are many ways how we can measure gravity using scales. And if you want to measure like the big G, you need to cancel the gravity, and that's Cavendish experiment. There are a few people who did that, for example, Blue Marble or Marble Blue, I don't know. Basically, you hang them like on the balance scales, and you put a big weights that will what's it called?
So Cavendish is isolating the curvature of space-time. There's nothing else present in Cavendish but the curvature of space-time.
Cavendish is canceling, not really canceling, it's mathematically canceling, because you get on left side, you get Earth gravity, on the right side, you get Earth gravity, so mathematically you can just get rid of them, and you just count whatever the horizontal force was. Okay, I have to go. Maybe I will be able to come back. Maybe not. I will see. Anyway, hope you had a good time. I'm really, really sad that you didn't let me to finish talking about satellite, because I can see them in my naked eye going over the sky. I can see.
Look,
I can.
You're
see,
making assumptions. Look, you're going on and
not
on.
assumption.
You're just making assumptions.
I see the name. It's a name. I see the light in the sky. Let me. Okay,
and then you
I had only 1 minute, and you cut it off me. Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye.
I really wanted him to talk about centrifugal forces and how they work.
Well, he doesn't understand. He's just using reifications. He sees something, he doesn't know what it is. He has this ingrained story in his head about what it is, and therefore that's what it is, right?
That's what he was told. That's what we were all told.
I just don't find that. Well, I don't know. I'm not communicating effectively.
I'm sorry to interrupt you earlier.
That's okay. I'm not communicating with this guy properly anyway, because he doesn't know what I'm talking about.
No. He doesn't understand it at the very basic level.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell him that he's just reifying it, but he's not picking up what I'm putting down.
But he's probably also one of those people that uses words just to use them. He doesn't know what they actually mean.
Yeah.
So
it's a failure to communicate.
Failure to launch.
Yeah.
No, it's funny. He wanted to talk about satellites. He wanted to talk about the moon. He has no idea that Artemis 1 just went to the moon, in fact.
Yeah, it's all tangential stuff. Of course, get away from the radius. Get away from measuring the sphere that all of this depends on. Talk about how things would possibly fall if we were on that sphere, and then just assert that that's the reason why all this stuff is happening, and therefore you're on the sphere. Just textbook reification all the way down.
And it's funny thing is like,
I don't think he's understanding that. But go ahead.
I was gonna say, I remember reading it almost exactly like that in the science book, and that's how it read over like a 1-page paper. Like you can literally see it on the page. Like it takes 5 minutes to read the whole page, and that's the exact order of the statements.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand the definitions behind those words.
I mean, I kind of get it, because back in the day, I used to kind of read astrophysics stuff because I was trying to get up to speed on these kinds of things. And like, I didn't really question any of what was written there. I just kind of took it as dogma, pretty much.
Right. These people know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I just thought, okay, so this is it. This is the science. All right, this is what's going on. I got to learn this, and I got to know this. And I didn't think about it critically at all. I just tried to like assimilate it.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of get where his head is at. Just trying to figure out exactly how to break through to that. I don't know. I can't do it.
But yeah. No, I wanted him to talk about centrifugal forces, because every centrifugal force I've ever known, when you spin something, it doesn't go inward, it goes outward. Or centrifugal force. Unless I'm missing some kind of observation. I'm sure there's like there's centrifugal pumps that work in a different way in order, like to pump water out of a reservoir or something like that. But it requires putting energy into it in order to get it to work like that. It's not a naturally occurring phenomenon. I don't know. My goal is that if we argue with these people enough, they'll get pissed off and they'll go out and actually do the fucking research and see it for themselves. That's my hope.
Well, I mean, he has already seen it for himself. He just doesn't know it.
Right.
He just keeps reifying his belief in what he sees, even though, as we've been pointing out to him, it doesn't match his belief.
Right.
Like, I mean, he thought that mountain wasn't visible just because the Earth has to be curving, but he didn't really check his observation against the metrics of the globe or anything to make sure it all lined up. It was just sort of like an affirming the consequent type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Confirmation bias. Like, you've been told that this is what it is. You've got it ingrained in your head that this is what it is. You go out and look at it. You haven't even really checked if that's what it is, but you go, yes, that's it. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where's the horizon? Oh, I don't know. That doesn't matter. Well, that's the thing that you say is blocking the mountain. That totally matters.
Yep.
And let's get away from that. Let's talk about space-time bending and warping and that light I took a picture of in the sky being a gas giant or a gas ball in a vacuum. Let's talk about all that.
Isn't the definition the bending and warping as a consequence of space-time, not the bending and warping of space-time?
It's a fabric. It's like space-time itself that's supposed to curve, right? It's like a background medium. What's that?
It's supposed to be a consequence of that.
Well, it's supposed to be a consequence of the mass of an object, right? It curves the space-time, creating these gravity wells for all these bodies in motion to get trapped in. So it sort of resembles masses attracting one another, but fundamentally that's not at all what it actually is, they say. Well, in fact, most of them say that is what it is, so they're all confused.
I hate it when dictionaries use the word as the definition.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
I'm just going to fucking go through my pictures. Someone sent the screenshot of the definition. I have it around here somewhere. There it is. Is there a force of gravity? Gravity is most accurately described by the general theory of relativity proposed by Albert Einstein in 1915, which describes gravity not as a force, because it's not a force,
right,
but as a consequence of the curvature of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass.
Yeah.
That's the definition.
Pseudoforce in effect. Which is the underlying cause of all these other effects, according to him. According to people who subscribe to this belief system. It's amazing how much conviction they have in something like that. But yet, you show them a picture at the beach, and they say, no, that's like a distorted hologram. That's not real.
Like, I don't understand how he can sit there and say that you should be able to see a mountain 1,000 miles away when that's not how lenses work. He knows that's not how lenses work.
It's not how weather works. It's not how topography works. It's not how angles work. It's not how anything works. And it's the worst affirming the consequent fallacy I've ever heard, because we are already seeing further than his globe. He's already acknowledged that. He's already given us an excuse for that. And then he turns around and says, I can't see this thing that I shouldn't be able to see anyway, therefore it's a globe. Must have been that curvature that I spent all that time trying to explain away from being invisible.
Yeah. And then he wants to point to the cardinal directions.
That one argument that he just went on and on with, well, yeah, I mean, we don't see the curvature. Basically telling us it's invisible. Very next thing. Oh, yeah, the curvature, it's blocking this other stuff I can't see, that you shouldn't see anyway. It's so illogical.
I don't care about the curvature. I want to talk about the stars and something that's 5,000 light years away that there's no way that anybody can tell.
Does he know? Like, do people like that, when they start doing that, do they really grasp that, like, that whole paradigm of space and heliocentrism, all that stuff they're talking about, it's based on the idea of the Earth being a globe? Like, I don't know if that's clicking.
If all of that occurs, then it has to be a globe. If it has to be a globe, then it has to have a circumference of 24,901 miles. If it has a circumference of 24,901 miles, it has an average radius of, and that's around the equator, it has an average radius of 3,959 miles all the way around.
So all of this is an effort to explain how the Earth can be a ball, what it exists in, what all these other things that we observe around it are. It all comes down to the core premise of the Earth as a ball.
You know what? I think in the future, I'll take it into this conversation. If anybody else wants to try it, I think it's a good idea. Let them talk about the stars, and then let them talk about the sun and the planets and everything else that's in the sky.
Yeah,
and then say, and how far of orbit are we going around the sun? like start bringing the numbers like closer and closer together. How fast are we spinning?
Right.
Ask them these questions. Let them look them up, and then say, well, what's the circumference of the Earth at the equator? And let them look it up, and then say, what's the radius of the Earth? And let them look it up, and then say, okay, now where's the curvature? What's the formula for the curvature?
Right. Exactly. Because if that orbit is true, and if that the speed it's going at and the speed it's rotating at, if all that stuff is true, then the claim size of the ball that all this stuff is built on has to be true.
Yeah. All of these satellites that are up there, well, that's great. If they're flying around at 400 miles above the Earth, that means that they're going around the entire Earth at a constant level of 400 miles above sea level.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then that means that there's a radius.
Has to be. If it's being done the way they claim it is, via the curvature of space-time, orbital mechanics,
it has to go around. It has to go around the circumference. So if it's going around the circumference, that means that there's a radius of that circumference.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think it just needs to be attacked that way. Like, these people are in such cog dis that we have to make them teach us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, communicating.
We have to lead their question.
Totally. And ask the right questions.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's got their own way of doing it or whatever, and that's fine. But like, if somebody goes into cog dis or whatever, and I'm in the room, like, let me have at it. Like, I want them to explain everything they know about Earth and space. That way, there is nothing left on the table for them to escape to, and then get down to the nitty gritty. Okay, how many miles around the sun do we go? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. It's best to ask them the right questions.
How far away is the moon?
Chill. Like, because sometimes, like, I mean, I'm guilty of it too. Like, the tendency is to just start battering people. I don't think that's very productive.
But I figure if you let them teach everything, and then once you ask them the question, well, then it gets down to the circumference of the Earth. Well, then they type in Google, what's the circumference of the Earth? And they're like, the circumference at the equator is 24,901. And you say, well, what's the radius of the Earth? And then they type in Google, and they get 3,959. Or they'll get the polar and the equatorial.
It's not a perfect sphere.
Right. And then, right. and then say, okay, well then, is there a curvature calculation to it? Play stupid, play really fucking stupid with these people because they think they're so damn smart that they're teaching
just ask questions. Yeah, ask questions instead of getting defensive.
I think we're at a point now where we've taught a lot. Like, there's people out there that may genuinely want to learn, but 90% of these people out there, they think we're stupid. And so maybe we just need to pretend to be stupid and let them, like ask them the questions that lead them into their own grave on this whole subject.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, them thinking that we're stupid isn't really an organic thing, though.
Right.
I mean, we've all been conditioned to think that about this topic forever, basically, even before Flat Earth really took off. Like, as kids in school, we were always taught that the ancient people were really stupid and thought the Earth was flat. We know much better now. That narrative has just been brainwashed into us. So, like, that's what we're dealing with there.
Yep.
Gizbo.
Yep.
You guys watch or listen to the Globebusters tonight with Jaron and Whitsitt?
No.
Oh my God! They were doing like a response to that Bryant. Bryant, the physicist. Oh my goodness, it was ridiculous. That guy is such a. Oh my God, he just. Wow. Yeah. If you get a chance, man, it's like they're kind of talking about the Himawari,
right?
And Paul and the Plains video, and how like Paul and the Plains sort of debunked, not even really debunked it, but just kind of like said how they're doing it. And that Bryant guy just lied the whole time. It is all to listen to.
He seems like more cog-dis than a liar, but I haven't really listened to him since that first debate, so I don't know.
I guess he's gone off the rails. I guess he's made a bunch of videos about like with it and on. I think he's going on McTunes or something.
Yeah,
there's a video on the end of his brother going off the rails, like cussing and like flurfing and stuff. It's hilarious. You guys get a chance.
Triggered.
Oh my god, super triggered. It's pretty good if you guys get a chance. I'll see if I can post it.
Like I always remind myself though, when I'm talking to people like that, like those people have a vested interest in making sure that it stays a globe, not because they want it to be a globe, but because their entire life that's all they've ever taught it to be.
Yeah, well, and their whole lives are totally invested in the idea of it being one. When you're an astrophysicist, that's all you do day in and day out is just practice this religion. Yeah, you're not going to let it go. I don't think. Most of them won't.
Yeah, it's crazy how.
I had one guy one time, he was talking to me about black hole theory. And that was something that he was working on. He was working on like the mathematical problem for it. And we got into a discussion. I don't know if he's probably trolling me. He probably just didn't want to, he probably thought I was a cool dude and didn't want to go into an argument over it.
Yeah.
But he goes, man, I may have to rethink my career choice. And I'm like, dude, you can still stay in that career. You just know that it's fake. I was like, you can still do the math. The math works out in math, in numbers, in theory. But other than
wouldn't that be kind of soul crushing, though? To have to go to that job and just be like, man, this is all bullshit, though.
You might put up with it for another 6 months, and then you like eventually you'd walk away from it.
Like the paradigm is bullshit that I'm operating in. Like, I don't know. I just wouldn't be able to find the motivation. I don't know. It depends on the paycheck, I guess.
Right. No, but the paycheck was there. I told him.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what pilots do. Pilots go to work every day knowing the Earth is flat, and they fucking lie about it. Because they know if they tell the truth, they'll get grounded.
Do you think they consciously realize that? Or do they just honestly think, no, that's just a simplification for the calculations, the stuff they all say?
I mean, some of them probably do. They never really thought about that. But I guarantee you, any pilot who has ever had that brought up to them, the next time they go up in the air, they fucking look out. They're like, son of a bitch, it's fucking flat.
Yeah. And maybe once it gets into their head, once they get the bug, they actually start thinking about it. Wait, is it flat?
Right.
It'd be challenging at that point when that's going through your head to look out at the flat horizon all the time that you don't see curving or spinning anywhere. Right. And still that ball.
Right. I mean, you got to figure you're up in the air for 4 hours staring at the horizon. At some point during that flight, you're going to be like, oh yeah, someone told me the Earth is flat. And you look and you're like, yeah, fucking looks flat. Did I tell you about the surfer, this Irish surfer that came in here one time? Were you here that night?
I don't know if I caught that.
It was just a brief discussion. He thought he thought the subject was interesting. The subject, a lot of people come in here and they're like, "Oh, I just find it interesting," which I believe they truly, genuinely do, and they're just not ready to let go of the globe.
No, of course not.
But he was a surfer, and I was like, "Oh, that's great, dudes. That means you're out in the ocean all the time, or you're out in a large body of water all the time." He's like, "Yeah, not all the time, but yeah, I go surfing and all that." I was like, "Cool." I was like, "Have you ever been out on your board, out like far, and just looked out at the horizon and say, man, that shit looks flat?" And he started thinking about it. He's like, "Maybe once." He's like, "Wait, hold on. I gotta go. I'll be back later." I bet that dude really went out into the ocean to go look at the fucking water, dude.
Probably. Now he's thinking about it. Is that refract?
I wish I remember his name. Let me see if I can find him.
Yeah. What a deception. What a magic trick that whole thing is. Because we've probably all been seeing further like our whole lives than we should have, according to the Globe, with just having no clue. It's just right in front of you all this time and had no idea.
Yeah.
Like, I've got a lot of lakes where I live, and a lot of different beaches with shorelines, 10, 20, 30 miles apart and stuff. And yeah, I mean, even with my naked eye, I'm pretty sure I've been debunking the Globe this whole time without knowing it. Just looking off at a shoreline, just looking at one, having no idea that right there, that's a black swan. If I did the math, I would have realized shouldn't have been seeing that. But most of my life, I never really thought about this stuff. So,
and your eyes really are good. Like, you don't even really think about it. Like, how many times have you seen like something up in the sky? Like, even just with the moon, right? And you take out your camera to take a picture of the moon, and then you look at the film, and you're like, that is not the size the moon was in my vision. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, that's how great your vision really is. How many times have you been out looking over a lake, and you're like, I wonder how far it is all the way across?
Yeah.
And you never thought about it, but it was really like 5 or 6 miles. Like, you can fucking see far, dude.
Yeah, 5 or 6 miles. Shouldn't be seeing that right there at the shore.
And that's on a clear day.
Yeah. Yeah, easy.
With your own eyes. You don't need...
Yeah, nobody sees it curving at all, and that's why they come back with refraction. Because, of course, they're admitting that we're not observing the world as the thing that they say it is.
Yeah.
While still somehow trying to save the ideology. It's just crazy.
I can't remember this dude's name. I think he was it Mid?
Mid? I've seen him before.
It's not him. No. Me too. No, another thing that's cool. Have you ever seen this experiment? I'll post the link.
Sure.
How to make rain. Seen that before right there.
Oh. No, but I mean, is he just getting it to condense on the plate?
Right. But
yeah.
You notice what he's doing, right? You notice what he's doing? It's a completely enclosed system.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I've thought of that many times, actually. So that's probably kind of what's going on. Well, that is what's going on. I mean, that's what clouds are.
Right.
That's kind of like making a terrarium, sort of, a little bit. Remember, we used to make terrariums in school? That was always cool.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, I said, God loves you and you live in a terrarium.
Yeah. Yeah, I think about just mundane stuff like condensation pretty often because I actually make terrariums and stuff like that. So,
did you guys ever hear the thing about the supposedly if you boil vinegar, it's supposed to stop?
Yeah.
Chemtrails.
Chemtrails, yeah. If you boil vinegar.
That's pretty crazy. I don't know. They
supposed to go away.
Yeah, the acid or something will just dissolve them, or is that what they're trying to say? Huh.
I seen it on a show. They said that they were going to go try it, and I guess people's tried it, and they say it works locally. I don't know.
But they just dissipate anyway, and wouldn't you have to boil like a lot of it?
I don't know. Like some of the ones that I see, sometimes they don't dissipate. Like they're there for hours and hours. Like they spread out. Like you can kind of tell where they were. Like they crisscrossed.
It's literally number though. Like there's a specific amount that you put in, and honestly, I think it has to do with like sorcery, mysticism.
That makes sense.
Like it's like ancient knowledge or something like that. Like there's, you know how there's like if you mix roots and you mix chemicals and things like that, other things happen and occur. Like there's things you boil things together, you can create a good potion or you can create a bad potion.
Ayahuasca.
Hard cider. Was that stuff's called? Not hard cider. Hot cider. That's what it is. I think. You ever hear of that hot cider?
Mm-mm.
No.
It's like a bunch of stuff just put in a pot, boiled. It's got all kinds of. It's got vinegar. It's got ginger, and like you said, it's got other roots and stuff. And I think you just put it in a jar after you boil it, and you take little shots of it for like a cold or something. You know.
Yeah. No, I don't know. But I know there's a ratio. There's a ratio that's conducive to life.
It's all balanced and dialed in here.
Like a cat foot and then a baby's eyeball and a crow feather.
Someone set this terrarium upright. Looks like.
Yeah.
And Hogwarts.
I thought that was kind of a funny question to throw at him, though, when he wanted to talk about the spectra of the sun. Ask him, well, do you know what the material of the container is?
Yeah.
Let's just take it to that. Yeah, it could be beyond the container. What's that? What's that made of? What substance? How do you know what that's doing to the spectra? Maybe it's not. I don't know where the sun is, but still, you know.
I like when he told shut off gravity, and he's like, "Well, I'm not God," and then, and then he turns around and says, "Well, I don't believe in God," and it's like you just said that you're not God.
Yeah, you need to be God to do it. Starting to sound pretty religious. Starting to sound like you're invoking deities and stuff like that.
People are always non-religious until it's life and death, and then they become religious.
I just can't believe it, though. To manipulate this thing, this basic, fundamental, non-force, pseudo-force of reality that he believes in so strongly, he would have to be God.
Like that's why, like, as bad as this sounds, I give Karl Marx props because on his deathbed, he cursed God. You know what I mean? He's like, "Screw you! I'm not going." You got to give the guy props. Like he refused to back away from his claim that he stood by his entire life.
Yeah, crazy.
So I'm not gonna get upset with that.
Yeah,
but I guarantee you, anybody else out there, like you're faced with life and death. If somebody told you you had cancer, you probably would start praying. I guarantee it.
He had a pact with Satan. No, I'm not going to go in there. I'm not going into that. This isn't biblical.
I know he did. Yeah. He was a self-proclaimed Freemason too.
Yeah.
But no, I wanted to hear about centrifugal forces.
Well, he named a lot of experiments. It would have been fun to kind of dig into them and ask him what is actually what's being demonstrated. What's the observed phenomenon? What was actually manipulated?
Well, I know that when he can't, like that, it's the same with all of them. When they can't explain when they know they're talking bullshit out their ass and they realize it, they immediately go on to the next discussion.
Yeah, just gish gallop to the next thing.
Yeah, it's disappointing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you boil it down. Like, what did you actually manipulate? What did you actually demonstrate?
I agree with you, Sasha. The China, Australia, East Star.
China, Australia, East Star. That proves that the curvature that I was just trying to explain why we can't see it, that proves that we do see it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, he was saying that if you look to the east in China and you look to the east in Australia, you could see the same star in the sky at a specific time. Like let's say Jupiter was right at the horizon or something like that.
Yeah,
and you could see Jupiter at the same time. So obviously that's curvature. Like that doesn't fucking prove nothing, dude.
Yeah, you got to be standing on a curved surface, a ball specifically, in order to have that observation. Well, how do you know? I mean, well, because there's so many assumptions built into it, right? Like what all these things in the sky are, and where they are, and also, like, does that even is what he's talking about? Does it even happen? Because that happens a lot, where they'll bring up some sort of thing that's supposed to happen in the sky, and it's like, well, can we see the observation? And it just never comes.
Yep.
We never get it from them.
We weren't going to ever get it from him because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, like they just make up some hypothetical scenario where they say this should only work on the ball. They don't show it. There's no evidence that actually... I don't know if that's the case with this particular thing he was talking about, but I have seen this before where they'll do that. I don't know. Stellarium says that I should see this, and then they'll just take it as a given that they do, and they don't check that you actually do. Talk about people seeing the Southern Cross from Australia and South America at the same time.
Yeah, do you know there's a whole bunch of false crosses in the sky in the southern area?
Well, there doesn't seem to actually be...
It's riddled with southern crosses.
Right.
Not just one.
That's interesting.
That's kind of like everybody, well, not everybody, but all the Globers, they say that they could see the cloud formations, the supposed live cloud formations overhead. Well, that's, it's like that's just something they say. It's not something that they ever really, that they go out and actually match it up and, I mean, they can be kind of close, but that's the whole thing with that kind of rests on that, isn't it? Like live, it's live, whatever, and it's not. It's like, it's just something they just assume, Sorry about that. There was an alarm. Yeah. It's just another assumption.
Yeah, they got a lot of those. So many that they just don't even realize it. Like there was a guy that was in earlier tonight before this one that we were talking to, and he brought up, of course, like the lunar eclipse globe proof. First of all, assume it's a shadow. Assume that the moon is illuminated by the sun, and therefore that's why there's a shadow. And that there's a globe that's able to cast a shadow, and all these things just came down to one assumption after the next, and it was like, okay, well, how are you going to validate any of this? And it just spiraled off into like 50 more assumptions about all these other things.
Yeah.
It's funny. And they just keep going like that, and they don't realize they're doing it. It's just, oh man, this religion got most of us pretty good. Got me really good for most of my life too, so I get it.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a tough thing to kind of get to click at first. We're just so steeped in this dogma.
Check out the meme I just dropped.
It's a tough thing. Yeah, okay, I'll take a look. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Just gonna keep monologue.
I just hate how people like, oh, look at this planet, and it's like you have no idea what that fucking planet looks like. It's
I know reifications. Yeah, it's just so funny how they can't separate the story from the actual observation. Like, what do you actually see when you look at Jupiter? I don't know.
I see a white.
It's a pretty light in the sky. Makes a nice, pretty path above the Earth in the sky. I don't know what it is, what its composition is, where it is, how big it is. How it does what it does, what medium. I don't have any clue. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm going to say maybe the Catholic Church will let me use their telescope Lucifer and figure it out.
Right, yeah. Interesting name. Well, Venus is sometimes called Lucifer too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or is that both Venus and Mercury because they're both morning stars? Some interesting rabbit trails to follow there, perhaps.
Yeah.
The hallway meme? Oh, the planet at the bottom of the frying pans?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Like if you were to just look at these things as somebody with absolutely no information, who had received no indoctrination about what they are at all, would you think any of these stuff that heliocentrists come in here arguing? Oh, it's a gas ball of vacuum, spinning and warping the curvature, or the spinning and warping the fabric of space-time, and it's caught in a gravity well around the sun. Like, you don't observe that. No way. You wouldn't think that. That's an ideology that had to be taught to you. And it's all kind of moot when it just stems off of the core premise of the Earth being a ball with a specific claimed radius. I appreciate the video of the luminary, Mr. China. Thank you.
That circle is pretty cool, man.
He made a point earlier, like, Jupiter, I can see it curving. So if circular light in the sky, then Earth is ball. So if this other thing curves in any way, then the ground is curving, and the Earth's a ball. So I want to see the Earth curve. Oh, okay, well, here's this other thing that curves. Yeah, circles curve. Could be a sphere. Can't prove it. All I see is a circular light. It says it rotates. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's an effect instead of an object. Who knows? Maybe all the luminaries are. I don't know. Maybe they're objects. Don't know. Doesn't matter. Core premise of the religion is false. Ground doesn't curve, therefore it doesn't form into a ball. Therefore, there isn't a spinning ball in a vacuum, or other spinning balls in a vacuum like it to speak of. I would like to know what the stuff in the sky is, but I'm not going to just start basing assumptions about that off of assumptions of what the Earth is when it's been shown not to be that. Yeah, you're assuming a whole lot there, Mr. China. You're assuming a ball of gas in a vacuum. You'd still have to demonstrate gravity. Plus, the whole vacuum medium, anyway, is an extension of the globe idea. It's got to have somewhere to exist, right? It's got to be in this emptiness of space. Everything has to be vastly spaced out, too, right? So you can have the parallel light from the sun and all that. So you have to have these massive bodies and these large distances, and you have to have a vacuum to have all that, right? So just assume the globe and then just build this cosmology around that, and then just assert it to be true. Like, it's pointless to even talk, like the clouds on Jupiter being made of methane. Like, let's get back to your radius, because that's what all of this nonsense stems off of. Just give us a measurement for that, and then maybe we can proceed to the vacuum medium that the measured globe exists in all of this. Validate your core premise, please.
We'll start with something that you understand. We'll start with, how far does the Earth travel around the sun in 1 year? You can Google that. Tell me what that is. The distance from its location going around the sun one time. How far does the Earth travel in 1 year, beginning to end? And if it goes around the sun in a year, that means one full spin is a day. Any year.
Any day? Which year?
A leap year.
Well, let's go with a leap year. How many days does it take the sun to circle back to the same tropic? That's what's really going on. I don't know. Unless it doesn't circle, like Miggy was talking about something interesting to do with the sun on the equinox.
From January 1st to January 1st. How far, how many miles or how many kilometers does the Earth travel around the sun? I can tell you how many. It's 940 million kilometers.
So he's probably just going to accept that, no problem, face value. No contention, no objection, no questions asked. When you show him a video at the beach, no, it's not really a 10-mile horizon. It's 1.2 miles. Has to be.
But you didn't know I knew that, Lubo. That I'm too stupid to know that it was 940 million kilometers for an annual travel around the sun. Pick one, dude. Do both of them. Your numbers are made up anyway.
I guess the sun and the constellations aren't perfectly synced up. Or something.
Is he in VC1 or is he coming out of VC1, Timbo?
I'll speak to him.
All right. Man, dude.
I got kind of freaked out one night by a star or light. It was one of them super clear, kind of cold nights.
Yeah.
And it was like blinking so much. I've never seen one do that. I've never really paid too much attention before, you know. And I looked out, and I knew it wasn't a plane because it was sort of like in a triangular shape, you know, like standing straight up. The way it was, you know, the way it was blinking, and it kind of freaked me out. It was going through all the colors of the rainbow. It was so crazy looking. I actually took a picture of it, took a video of it with my phone. You could kind of stop it and zoom in a little bit on it. Man, it was so cool looking. But I never really did figure out which one it was. But like I said, when I first saw it, it kind of freaked me out, like thinking that it was some kind of thing, you know, like you hear a lot of people say they see stuff, and I've never seen anything. I mean, I've had some other sort of paranormal experiences, but nothing in the sky really, you know. But I mean, I've talked to some people who've seen some stuff, but you know, that's what I thought it was at first. But over here, it was just a super blinky star. I've kind of noticed that. I think it's that the so-called wandering stars, the planets. I guess they don't blink as much, and I guess the actual stars. I think they blink a lot more, but they all kind of do the thing with have that underwater effect, like like every time I go outside now at night, because I work midnights here, man, I'm staring at that sky trying to look for something. It's just like looking at the moon and all that. Kind of just took it all for granted before. Just thought, like you said, like everybody says, oh, it's millions and millions of miles away, blah blah blah. Then when you actually look at it, stuff's like it's right there. You can tell it's right there.
Yeah.
You look up at the moon and tell it looks like it's just right there. Like if you could see stuff on it. How far away do you think the moon is? Like just like if you were just to guess, you got like a guess?
I don't know. I couldn't guess on that. If I was to have any like partial accuracy, I'd have to like be able to do the math on it, and I just don't care to do the math.
It's tough.
It's farther than 9. It's farther than 9 feet away from me.
Yeah. But
I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird one.
My whole thing is like until someone pulls 8 inches per mile squared out of their ass and fucking shows, I don't fucking care how far away the moon or the sun is, because I don't believe it's a fucking physical object.
Yeah, I know it's tough. It's tough to.
Since I discovered flat Earth, I was like, holy shit, the whole Bible is fucking true.
Yeah.
That's what's weird.
200 some proofs, I think I seen in one of the things.
Yeah, most of them are just like consequential creation. Not necessarily like flat Earth, but like, in the beginning God created heavens and earth, and then he created the firmament and said, let there be light. And I mean, the sun and the moon weren't even created until the 4th day. So, the blueprint. Yeah. And then when it talks about like the foundations are set, the earth is immovable,
right.
Have I not told you at the beginning? It's always been the same. There's nothing new under the sun. All of those things come into play as far as like.
Wasn't there a story where they stopped it? Where they stopped the sun and the moon?
Yeah, it was
kind of battle.
Well, it was chasing God's enemies. God charged Joshua to chase down his enemies, the enemies of Israel. And Joshua said that they would escape by nightfall, so God made the sun stand still for in the Bible it says 24 hours. Like other historical documents just say that like day was abnormally longer and night was
they got an excuse for everything too. It's just gross, It gets gross. Yeah. I heard, I think it was, who was it? I think he changed his name here recently, Waters Above, or I can't remember his name. Was it Jim or something? He had a little debate with Matthew Learns, and he was talking a lot about the Bible stuff. And Matthew was just sort of glossing over everything and saying, well, it's just like it's a parable. It's just, can't remember what that guy's name was now. He had a pretty good debate. They replayed it one day on here. I was listening to it. I can only take so much of that guy. I mean, I know a lot of people were buddies with him and stuff. And he is pretty cordial most of the time, but if he's on here doing a spiel, I usually bail. Can't take it. I can't take that Bryant, too much of that Bryant guy on there too, man. If you ever get a chance to watch that, Gizmo, it's crazy.
I watched him when him and Whitsitt were debating incoherent electrostatic acceleration versus gravity.
Man, he's just and to think that he's like voluntarily
pretty well for a theory that is like fairly new to all of us.
Yeah.
Witsit handled himself pretty well. And I like the idea that, like he said, 9.8 meters per second squared, or 9.8 meters per second works on incoherent electrostatic acceleration also, because if it is incoherent electrostatic acceleration and you can manipulate the electrostatics in it, then you can prove that there is a force at 9.8 meters per second and do science experiments with it by manipulating force.
Huh. Wow.
If it's magnetic and he can manipulate the magnetism in it, then yeah, that's cool. And I mean, like, he kind of like lays into that a little bit, but nobody has the funding to demonstrate that on a public scale. Like, everything would be done under top secret laboratory. Like, somebody's probably done it, but we're not going to get to see it because we're not privileged.
Oh, that's a shame. There's probably so much stuff. They're probably getting part of that money anyway to do certain things, and and they just give us a bunch of cartoons. It's almost like the level of stuff they give us. It's like second grade BS level stuff, and that's all they want to. That's all they care about too. Is like, oh, let's get them indoctrinated early. Go to the science center, Carnegie, and you can play with magnets, and you could look at the stuff, and then that's it. They'll show us nothing real, It's kind of a shame. I think they redid their budget. I heard Jaron the other day say that it's like 83 point some $1 million a day now. That's almost $100 million a day. Think about that. That's an insane amount of money they get for who knows what. We'll never know. Even if you just had a fraction of that, like the balloons and stuff, we could send up, and, get some cameras and lasers and stuff. Maybe even take some sort of trip to the poles, or to the so-called poles. I think it'd be interesting. I don't think they would let a known flat Earth person near the South Pole, though. I really don't think they would.
Yeah, they're not.
I mean, they might let them go down and do the, but I seriously doubt it. I don't even think they would let somebody on a plane, even if you did have the 20 grand. Because I bet they do background checks on everybody who's down there.
Bitcoin's dumping.
You're in Ohio, ain't you, Gizmo? I remember talking to you before, I think.
Oh, no, I'm in Texas.
Oh, shit. Well, I think you was in... I don't know. Maybe I'm somebody else. Sorry about that. Trying to finish up my work here. Hard to believe it's Thanksgiving already. Time goes by fast, don't anymore.
Yeah.
Brother turned 50 this year. Just seems like not too long ago we was just playing football out the yard, You ever get on that what's that Earth Awakenings or whatever?
I went over there once. I don't care for all that crap.
Yeah, I was over there the other day. I don't know. I didn't hear them talking about anything really.
Like,
Didn't seem like they were talking about flat Earth or
No, they were.
globe Earth. BS. I'm not going to listen to that.
They were debating about. They're always debating about which debate rule was violated.
Silly. Man, I tell you, some of them guys, I can't stomach them. That FTFE guy, good Lord. There's no way somebody could act like that normally, you know? I mean, maybe, but. Whew. Some of them guys, I think.
One time, and I don't care to go over there anymore. Like I said, all they do is debate about which debate rule was violated. They don't care about truth. They only care about the debate rule. Which is fine for those who want to debate and they want to get into like the legal aspect of it and everything like that. That's fine. But I don't care about that. I'm not going to sit there and debate the truth.
Yeah, because the truth shouldn't have to be debated, really. You know?
Right. You can discuss relevant theories around it, but not debatable.
But like the one guy was saying, usually says a lot, is, you know, until there's a radius, there really isn't a whole lot left. Like, you know, they could talk about lights, they could talk about Artemis or whatever the hell it is, and until there's radius or curvature found, all the rest of it's kind of pointless in a way, you know.
Yeah.
They come up with all kind of crap. This guy lives with my mom. He thinks he's some kind of science guy, you know. He went to WVU back in the 60s, you know. He thinks he's some kind of a genius, you know.
Right.
He can't stand it now that there's like something like Google just bring stuff up.
Yeah, Google will tell you the radius of the Earth. Just use Google.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, they might not be able to tell you how they come up with it, though. No, I'm sure there's some kind of story. I mean,
I know the story. We talked to the experts, and they told us.
Had something to do with Venus or something, didn't it? I think that's the story that I heard anyway. Of course, unless they're still using the 3,000-year-old story or 2,000-year-old story, maybe that's the one they're still going with. This is 2022, and they're still using Eratosthenes as their number one captain, you know.
Yeah, he's Captain Kirk, bro.
Which nobody can prove he existed because this is the only thing he ever did.
Yeah, I don't believe this. I don't believe it either. I think a lot of the history's made up big time.
Oh.
That's probably one of the craziest things that I've got now. All this is that just, you know, like you start looking into the history of things, you know. I used to really like history, high history and American history, because it was something that was, when you were younger, it was something that was just, it was settled, it was known, it was, you know, like you never questioned it. You know, when you're like a kid or whatever. Of course, it was just facts. You know, be like, oh, how many troops, blah, blah, blah. That was just a question, you know, like, you know, oh, what was the dates of this thing? And then, you know, that was just like your test questions. And it wasn't hard, you know, but when the history's settled by somebody else, you can't really question the content of the history, right? Somebody else kind of controls that.
far as the books go, ain't it?
Well, it's like the World Economic Forum said, we control science. We own the science.
They own science and history.
We own the science. It's funny. You can still go on the World Economic Forum and type in on their search. We need a new way to measure GDP. And tell you that material resources is outdated, and that they need a new way to measure GDP because everything's going bankrupt.
Well, maybe it's because the numbers are getting so big. Isn't that weird how they just throw around billion and trillion now like they used to throw around million?
Oh, I know. Like before,
billion before, hardly.
Before 1995, we'd never even heard of $1 billion.
Yeah, that's crazy now. It's just like if you're just a regular old millionaire, you're just barely making it. Which
right now you need about $20 million to be financially free.
Yeah, probably. I'm working my dick in the dirt for $14-15 an hour here, you know. But that's the way it goes.
Where are you from?
Use your brain. I'm in the Upper Ohio Valley, they call it. I'm about 40 minutes southeast of Pittsburgh, right on the Ohio River. Near Wheeling, it's called. There's a town called Wheeling. Old mill town. Mills are all closed up. It used to be the mills and the coal mines. Stuff's closed up. Now we got Subway and McDonald's. Shame. We used to make a good living at them steel mills.
You got Heart Attack Express now.
Yeah. Cancer Alley. I don't know. They'll regret it one of these days when they figure out they can't make nothing here anymore. They might figure it out one of these days. I worked at a stamping plant for almost 20 years. I was a welder. And they shipped all our work to Mexico back in like 2016.
Well, it still stands today, no different than it stood before World War II, when they tried to tell Japan to attack us. They're like, no, because behind every blade of grass is an American with a gun.
Yeah. It's true.
It's true. That's why they want to take our guns away, because they need to invade us. They need to invade us to take us over, and we own all the guns. We realize it was like in 2018, about 70 million Americans owned 50% of the guns in the world.
Wow. Huh.
So 1% of the population of the world owned 50% of the guns.
Wow. It's a crazy fact.
And the more they keep talking about taking it away, like, I don't need to go to the gun range anymore. I'll just use my iTarget Pro, and I'll practice that. I know what a gun feels like when I shoot it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you're going to practice things,
who's telling Japan to invade us?
I was in World War II.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Because they needed a reason to bring us into the war.
Yeah.
No. We can go to Chill Chat if you want to talk about the history of World War II. But I can tell you right now, what you know about World War II is not what really happened.
Oh, I can imagine.
We were the bad guys. We thought we were the good guys, but we were the bad.
Like always.
Yeah, pretty much.
Good old USA.
Yeah. What country is that? Who cares? Let's go free it.
Yeah, they got oil. Let's spread democracy.
They don't want the sun to set on the crown.
In just a couple more weeks, dude. They'll have a central bank soon. Just wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep spreading that money out there because they'll need to deposit it somewhere. Our money only works with our banks. Otherwise, it's worthless.
Yeah, you had the war, and then you had the rocket technologies spun right off of that.
Yep.
Here we had NASA.
The V2 rockets.
Yeah. They just put fins on the Cadillacs.
Right.
They want, they really pushed space hard back then, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Man, they pushed it hard. If you watch any of the old shows, the cartoons, and movies, man, it's just everywhere.
It's the difference between flat lights and tits on your lights.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you're right. I think that was the advent of the push-up bra, wasn't it? Old Marilyn Monroe and Kitty Wells types with the pointy knockers. You don't see the pointy knockers anymore.
No, they're just perfect.
Yeah. Yep. Yoga tops. People forget about yoga tops. Everybody's all about the yoga pants, but there's yoga tops too.
Yeah, they're called sports bras.
Yeah, sports bras and them other little thingies they wear. I don't know what it's called.
Hey, what you do in your spare time is your problem. Wasn't somebody getting checked in?
I don't know. I wasn't. I'm just holding my phone in my hand.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out how to get back on it for the longest time. I didn't know what was going on. Like it would take me to this page, and it just had like terms and conditions on it, and I couldn't do anything else. And finally today, I had to like go in and like verify my phone, and when I got to the Discord page, and then it said my email was already used or something. I had a heck of a time. I still listen on YouTube. I thought.
Yeah.
It's no fun though, because you can't do anything with the chat or you know what I mean, the text site. I'll tell you what, some of them people in that YouTube chat, I mean, some of them people might be all right. I don't know. They're probably in the same boat I'm in. Or was in.
People out there are permanently banned because of their attitudes in here.
But I think there's some flat earth people that I've seen in there talking, I don't know. Some people, it's probably just easier just to click on YouTube and they're clicking off and on different things and, check in. Haven't heard old Helio in a few days. I wonder what's going on with him. He's almost always on here.
Yeah.
Almost done for the night. I used to hate midnights. I don't mind it so much anymore. I had to have my Sundays for watch football and drink beer. Now that I quit drinking, that doesn't really bother me too much anymore. I'll tell you what, the time that I used to waste. I mean, I don't know if you pay attention to sports and stuff, but man, I hear people talking about it. Like once you quit watching TV for a while, and then you hear people talking about dumb shit on TV or sports or whatever, it just sounds like they're talking retarded to each other. I mean, I don't know what your thoughts is on that, but
are you talking about rig sports or?
It sounds programmed.
You're talking about rig sports?
Yeah, he's talking about rig sports.
Yeah, like the NFL.
Yeah, that's been on for a while.
Like wrestling?
Oh, the NFL for sure. Wrestling,
football, baseball, basketball, hockey.
Playoffs, any kind of like NBA playoffs, NFL playoffs, Super Bowl, hockey, Stanley Cup, all that's all rigged.
I mean, people, like they memorize stats. I know people who memorize stats.
It's a big waste of time, man. It's all that bread and circus, man.
Yeah.
But like once you come to the truth, the realization of the truth, man, all that stuff just kind of melts away.
Yeah, there's so much other stuff to.
Like I can still enjoy a game. I'll throw $5 or $10 on a game if I want to, just to like be entertained for a minute. But I don't do it very often, just for something to do every once in a while.
Yeah,
like $5 or $10 just to make it interesting.
I don't even do that.
But normally I just don't. My only real name, I guess I consider gambling is crypto.
Like if the last time I tried to sit and watch a Steeler game, it's like they play for a little bit, and then you get 10 minutes of commercials. They'll play commercials. It was constant. Like
you really notice the brainwashing, like all the, especially with like how they flash. Well, when they flash all those symbols and like all that, it's kind of like hypnotizing, like kind of like advertising.
Yeah.
Because you'll notice if you're watching a commercial sometime, even me now, I'll be just kind of staring off and just kind of just zone out on a commercial, and I'll be like, oh shit, what am I doing? That stuff.
Yeah.
It's one of those. Just like those bastards.
Like NASCAR. I used to kind of like NASCAR when I was younger.
Oh yeah, it's fun. I mean, it's fun to watch.
It's
fun to watch them wreck,
It's pure advertising.
Everybody's waiting for them to crash.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. I mean, whatever. It is what it is. I mean, it's just like as long as you know what it is, and you acknowledge it to the extent of what it is, and that it's not very much. It's nothing wrong with enjoying a football game or a race here and there, but just don't put it very high on any kind of pedestal,
I never knew how intense NASCAR was until one day I was sitting down with a friend when I was in high school, and we rented the game NASCAR Thunder, and we actually did a full.
Was that after the Days of Thunder, like the Tom Cruise movie?
Way after. But we actually sat down and actually did a full Daytona 500 race. All 500 laps.
Holy shit.
It was the longest 4.5 hours of my fucking life, dude.
Like Monopoly. Longest race ever. I keep wanting to get a flight simulator for my PC just to mess around. See if I can get to Antarctica. If it'll let me, or if it just blacks out and you just can't go any farther. I'm heading south. I'm not turning back. Just see how far I can get before I run out of fuel.
Yeah, I would want to see if there's like any curvature in the game.
Dude, no, there's not. I just want to fire up like the latest Microsoft flight sim and just head south and see how far I can go. Has anybody done that, like in the community? Like, just I would just wonder, just as to see what happens. And I'm pretty sure, like, you can set it up so you can fly like port to port, or you can set it up so you can just free fly. I'm pretty sure. But I'm just wondering what the limitations of the programming are if you were to install and just keep going. Seems like it'd be interesting.
Yeah.
I might be able to see if I can, maybe I can get a hacked copy or a key of Microsoft Flight Sim off Steam somehow. Should be able to play that. I don't have the greatest video card, but I'm pretty sure it can handle a flight simulator.
Yeah,
dude, I've been going crazy. I bought this steamer on Amazon. It was like $60. I've been cleaning the piss out of everything I can find. I'm just looking for shit to use it on.
Come over to my house.
Cleans the shit, dude. You can clean your oven, all the shit out of your oven. You can clean your fridge. You can clean shower tub, your car, like interior, exterior, engine bay. Like, I've been just going to town on anything I can find that I can use a steamer on. I'm just looking to use it.
Yeah.
I just kind of spray a little detergent or like Dawn dish soap down and then just steam the shit out of whatever it is. It just pretty much takes care of it.
Cool.
Yeah, if you're looking for something, man, $60 on Amazon. I don't know if it was a Black Friday deal, but I think it's like 33 or 30%, 33%, right? Illuminati confirmed. But yeah, there was a bunch of Cyber Monday, Black Friday, all that shit going on. You can get some, if you're looking for something, you need to replace something that's old, worn out. It's the best time to be looking on it because you need to get stuff like 30% to half off.
Right.
Like, you know, you got an old, just anything. You got an old mower, you got an old set of knives. Like random shit. I got a TV. Fucking gorgeous TV, just an Amazon Fire TV. It was half price. It was $250, man. 4K, 50-inch. Like, just works awesome. I had a Roku, the TCL Roku, built-in type of deal, and the Amazon's Fire TV is way nicer. It's got like a coax input. My Roku doesn't do that.
Yeah.
But I still remember buying my 40-inch LG back in 2008. It was $1,400.
Right.
Now I can buy 5 of them or 6 of them.
Oh, I know. Like a 80-inch TV is only like $2 or $3 grand.
Yeah, but I'm kind of weird. Instead of going super huge, I'd rather have like dual 50s or something, you know?
Yeah.
And then you can run 2 displays
If I wanted to get like a nice TV, I wouldn't go with a big giant screen TV. I would just get a projector, a wall projector.
That's what I have, dude. Dude, I'll take a picture. Dude, I'll take a picture of my living room.
That's all you need, dude. If you want like something really, really nice, that's all you need.
I'll show you. Yeah, I'll show you. Hold on one second. See if I can pull it up. I don't want to work anybody up. I'll just pull up. I won't play. I'll just show you the PC. Is that working? Let's see. Okay. All right. Give it about 2 minutes to warm up. Okay. All right. Chill, Gizmo.
What's up?
I'm gonna post you. I want to send you a picture of my projector here on the live stream. See if I can do this camera. Look how. So I got my TV set off to the right. Check this out. This is my setup right here. Okay, there's one.
Yeah,
Here's
that's what you need, dude.
Yeah, and then I'll show you a farther back view. So like the projector. All right, there you go. Yeah, dude, I found a mount. That's just like a farther back view. So the projector's on the very, very far right, mounted to the wall on a bracket that just shoots straight out from the wall, like perpendicular. Found that for like $25 on Amazon. So I was able to move my couch back about 2 more feet. See both, but yeah, it's basically I have a 4K splitter, but my projector's only 1080p. It's not 4K.
And that sucks too, because it's like I mean, 1080 is good. Don't get me wrong.
You could get. I'm trying everything not to fucking throw $300 because there's a Black Friday you can get a nice 4K projector for about $300-400 right now.
Yeah.
On for Cyber Monday, but I'm trying not. I've been spending so much money just on other junk, and just like Christmas shopping crap, but basic stuff. We don't go crazy with it. We just do something stupid for. My family's pretty blue pill, so I gotta play along, during holidays.
Yeah.
I just. Oh, it's 4:20 here. I don't know what time it is. You smoke, Gizmo?
I live that sober life.
Oh, hey, that's no problem. No, I get that. I'm leaning that way. I'm actually trying to seriously consider getting rid of alcohol. I'll probably still smoke weed, but I'm thinking about getting rid of alcohol together. Just doesn't seem to serve me as a purpose. Seems to be more of a poison than a assistance of any kind. I mean, alcohol can be used as a crutch, but it should be temporary. Like, I don't know. I look at alcohol. Alcohol is a good tool if you know how to use it. If you abuse it, then it's just never so good. Just like anything else, I don't know. Everything in moderation. Anything in excess is just wrong. Doesn't matter what it is, good or bad. It's at 4:22 a.m. on a Monday morning in the Midwest. Hanging out here with Gizmo and a few other folks.
Yeah.
On the 24th Flat Earth Discord, where we have the most superior, really good engineering. Well, you have a leak. I'm sure there's some kind of instruction manual on how to fix that somewhere. I just don't know where it is. See if I can do this. I just bought like a little tablet too. Trying to figure it out. It's just Android. Kind of a cheapy one, but it works pretty good. It's not the fastest, but it works for what I want. Should we fire up a tune or something, you think? I don't know. Trying to download SoundCloud on this thing, see if I can get a song. Where is this? Sure. Gosh dang, there's so many apps out nowadays. Gotta have the police scanner. Never know. You ever get bored and just fire up the police scanner? Fucking 4 in the morning. See what's going on.
I'm off to bed, y'all. Y'all have a good
Hi, my name is Jesse at Trash Panda, and today I'm going to be taking an in-depth look at MVP's new recycled line, R2 Neutron. I'm going to talk about the plastic itself and what recycled actually means, the design of the discs, and then we're going to putt with them a bunch and throw them
Somebody up out there? Oh, there is a.
So these guys, this group, they call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it. They're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
We've taken over auto hoax. The term auto hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that no, actually, we were right to do it this way. Auto-hoaxing really has to do with a very tight grasp on the facts of reality. Auto-hoaxing is based on logic, and automatically believing what you see from your media sources is actually the opposite of logic.
The Auto-hoaxer Revolution.
Legitimate auto-hoaxing is the only legitimate threat to the mainstream stranglehold over mass perception. The auto-hoax meme, the auto-hoax concept needs to be mainstreamed, and I think more than ever people will understand it when it's explained properly. Because what we're talking about is shifting the burden of proof back to online media.
It's amazing to watch the White House continue to argue that the Earth is flat. watch the White House continue to argue that the Earth is flat.
It's not about the shape of the earth. I'm an atheist to your religion.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. I refuse to be a part of your religion, to be a carrier pigeon, to spread your artistic pigeon. This is not about the shape of the earth. It's about expanding your consciousness and finding your self-worth. God with extraordinary capabilities. Positive manifestation leads to endless possibilities. We're supposed to love one another and take care of each other. Realize that Earth is our mother. We are dealt in this lower vibration too. Stop us from ascension. They stifle us with religion and keep the afterlife hidden and make you that to burn for eternity. If you're not forgiven, how did?
You know, it's not about being right or wrong. It's about, like, being honest and truthful.
And it went perfect with the smashing of the globe. It fits the vibe, you know, the iconoclasm of it all. It's not about the shape of the earth. I'm an atheist to your religion.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. I refuse to be a part of your religion, to be a carrier pigeon, a sledge or just a smidgen. This is not about the shape of the earth. It's about expanding your consciousness and finding your self-worth. All gods with extraordinary capabilities. Positive manifestation leads to endless possibilities. We're supposed to love one another and take care of each other. Realize that Earth is our mother. We are kept in this lower vibration too. Stop us from ascension. They stifle us with religion and keep the afterlife hidden and make you that to burn for eternity. If you're not forgiven. How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. I'll smash the door down. Fuck the system, fuck your rhetoric. The watchful eye needs gouged out. I do not have a preference. We'll use our cleverness because our cleverness is plethoric. Degenerate electorates are thought to be illiterate. They want you to be as dumb as you can be. They tell you that your ignorance is how you become free. But freedom comes from realization that you've been lied to. They pulled the cloak over your eyes and attempt to blind you. Once you come to grip with the fact there's no factual information, you gotta use your discernment to sift through all the bullshit and find communication with your higher self, the one that we can't see, the one that's truly free. How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
Knowledge that you've accepted the people I consider to be the priesthood. Your scientists, your fake science, your fake news, you bought it, and I don't. We don't. The globe is something accepted as an article of faith.
They're not hiding us from God, they're hiding us from ourselves. Pick a God you want to praise, there's one on the shelf. Biocentric reality, biocentric collective solipsistic realm. Omnipresence at the helm. Singular moments wrapped up in the present. The past and the future illusions for the peasant. Everybody gets their own moon and sun. That's why triangulation can't be done.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
Let's see. Next up, what else to do since somebody's here? Let's see. Next one is Beaks in the Air, MVP Harbor Band. Also another good one. Good products and there we go.
ninjas, today is the apocalypse. The PZ leader is gonna try to end us, the spy ninjas. We need to defend this safe house. Yeah.
A conspiracy theory is what the mainstream media calls it when you don't agree with them, when you don't believe them. And they're finding non-believers to be very problematic. You are a non-believer if you don't believe all their stories. And when I say all, I mean all. So forget what you were told and go with what you can know, not with what you think you know. And if you're not auto-hoaxing, you're not paying attention. Superstitions, scary stories used in this protracted psychological warfare operation. Considered to be such by the government. So if you're disagreeing with the media and they're calling you a conspiracy theorist, it's because you're committing blasphemy. So at this point, we are, as a group, this is the new face of the truth movement. We're the ones who are recognizing that the media is the state church. And the best thing that we can do is to continue to collaborate, to work, and to tear down their green screen day after day. That green screen is the Berlin Wall of our time. The moral and intellectual high ground.
An area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being.
Since late 2014, one of the biggest things I've heard, the Earth is flat. Why don't you find the edge and fall off? Why don't you make up an expedition and gather people and go find the edge and take a picture of the edge? Well, my response is, can you fall off the edge of a lake, a pond, an ocean? Let's see if you have any imagination left in that brain of yours. And pretend this is all the water in the world. This is the 71% covered earth-filled pond, all the water of the world. So let's just say this is trillions upon trillions upon trillions of gallons. You've got the continents, the islands in the middle. In the center, where all compasses point, You can circumnavigate, circle the lake or the pond left or right. But as you venture outwards towards the banks, towards outer space, what happens? Once you pass that 60th degree parallel and you hit the ice wall, the ice cliff of Antarctica, what happens? Do you fall off the edge? Is there an edge here? Because we know the physics of water is to find and maintain level if you've been paying attention. And also, water must be contained. It is contained. We climb up the banks and we keep going outward, southward. What happens to their control when millions of people travel
beyond the 60th parallel?
They knew this was going to get out. They knew people were going to wake up. What if Star Wars is true? What if this extraterrestrial, these extra terrains, they're telling us the truth, minus the vacuum of space, because they got to put a Hollywood spin on it, don't they? Star Wars, Star Trek. What if you Globers can have your Star Wars and your Star Trek at the same time? Isn't that awesome? How does that make you feel?
The timeline goes as follows. So in 1955, Operation Deep Freeze starts. And when Admiral Richard Byrd gets back, he comes on live television and tells us he found more land the size of North America. They quickly start NASA. And President Eisenhower calls over the Nazi traitors in Operation Paperclip to start the upper space mind control program. Don't look out there. Look up here. Look, everybody. We're going to the moon. Then, in 1959, 12 nations started the Antarctic Treaty, followed by 42 more nations where they have decided you or I cannot travel or explore any part of Antarctica south or past the 60th parallel without military clearance, without the aid of a guided tour. Do you really think that this is just a coincidence?
More. Imagine they find more land. Imagine there is more land out there. More to explore, more to reside, more resources. You think they tell you and I about it?
No, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone. And turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
what I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Well, we all believed in that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. All right, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants. That's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I could see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
Yeah, Gizbo, are you here? Guys, does anyone know about legal stuff here in the room, live stream?
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level
Because I'm
is
trying
resumed.
to translate a
Dammed up,
documentary
then
on YouTube.
released. The nature of all liquids is to quickly
I don't
flood
know if
outwards,
it's, legal
taking
or
the
not
easiest
to do so.
course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these increase at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time. The waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill.
Hello, are any of you here right now?
I am, yes.
What's up, Abdullah?
Nothing much. I'm trying to translate a documentary from English to Arabic, and I came to ask you guys a question, especially Gizmo, but he's not here at the moment, about legal stuff, because I talked to someone I know, and he said, oh, be careful, maybe you don't have the rights, etc. Maybe you get into trouble. But, so, what do you think? First of all, what's up with you?
Nothing, dude. I'm about to go to work soon.
Oh, okay. I don't know, the creator of the documentary seems to be in jail. I'm not sure, but I checked his website and yeah, it says all materials published on this site may be copied and reproduced without paying copyright, provided that the website or the creator of the videos is cited as a reference. It cannot be used or published without permission, even partially. So does this mean I have to take permission?
Yeah, you have to ask the owner's permission.
Oh, okay. I tried to go to the contact us page, but it's not working at the moment. And maybe he's jailed. I don't know if he's out or not. But he's sentenced for 8,658 years. But maybe